Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 776, A Century of Friendship ends here. Grandmaster, can Senior Sister Qi really defeat Shalongzi? Why, you don't think highly of Emily? On a tall building not far from the fighting stage, an old man and a young man looked down at the fighting stage and talked. Ramfeng shook his head. My disciples of the divine sect are top-notch experts wherever they are. How could I doubt Senior Sister's strength? In his words, he still had a stubborn pride for the Five Elements divine sect, which had become a dog without a home. Indeed, the Five Elements divine sect at its peak really deserved this pride. At that time, there was a Yuanying Zhenren on each of the Five Elements peaks. There was also the Grand Elder Shen Yuan Liaozu, who was in the late Yuanying stage, sitting in charge, dominating all directions. This strength was even greater than that of the famous Guiyang sect. It was also because of the glory at its peak that the Five Elements divine sect was able to be included in the eyes of the Mingyuan sect of the Eastern Wasteland Holy Land, and once promised to let the Shen Yuan Liaozu go to the ancestral land of the Mingyuan sect to practice. The reason why it is said to be once is that something unexpected happened later. When the Shenyan Patriarch was working for the Mingyuan sect, he was seriously injured, so that when the demon army came to the border, the Shenyan Patriarch could not take action, and the Five Elements divine sect was defeated under the leadership of the Five Peaks Immortal. When retreating to Fenghe Domain, 2 of the Five Peaks Immortals had died, and even the Lingmu Immortal, who was known for his strongest ability to save his life, was beaten to death, and only the nascent soul survived. So far, the Five Elements divine sect has declined. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if they are also stray dogs who have left their homeland, the disciples of the divine sect still maintain their former pride. Of course, after experiencing more things and seeing the rise and fall of tall buildings, these disciples have become much more realistic. At least they are not so arrogant. Ramfeng whispered, Shalongzi is not an ordinary person. He is a young leader who has been fully trained by Luo Chen with all his resources. His body refining attainments have already reached the furnace baking realm, and his external ki can melt gold and break stones. Especially on the fighting stage, the fighting range is too small, which is more conducive to his performance. I am afraid that Senior Sister will be restricted everywhere. The third realm of body refining, the furnace baking realm. According to rumors, he has understood the changes of the 4 stages of ki and blood, condensed ki, and has the courage of 10,000 men. If a giant of the same realm wants to fight him, it is absolutely impossible to force it head-on. The only way is to keep a distance and use the strengths of spiritual consciousness to attack the enemy's weaknesses. Shenhe Zhenren pursed his lips, his face a little serious. But what he said was still so reassuring. Since I sent Qi to fight, I have my reasons. She has already learned the red thread dragon binding technique. Ramfeng was startled. The red thread dragon binding technique is specially used to deal with body cultivators. Shenhe Zhenren smiled slightly. It is this technique. Do you know that my sect has also cultivated 5-element warriors in imitation of the ancient times? This kind of training process is the most cruel and painful for the warriors. In order to prevent the warriors from devouring their masters, there is a special method of binding and killing. And, at this point, he paused slightly, and his eyes fell on the tall man standing opposite Qi. This kind of existence is iron-willed, but his state of mind is fragile. If he still remembers the old feelings and hesitates for a moment, he will definitely lose. Ramfeng opened his mouth. This last point may be the main reason why the master is relieved about Senior Sister Qi. Under the attention of everyone, the battle has begun. Unexpectedly, the first attack was not the physical cultivator Shalongzi who needed to gain the first-hand advantage, but Qi who is in the early stage of Jinden. The red line wrapped around his body, and the flying sword came out of his sleeve. Shalongzi held a broadsword in his hand, and in the void, he resisted the strange attacks of the flying swords again and again. Occasionally, he could not resist, so he flapped his wings and moved away in the air. Only to hear the sound of clanging. It was constantly heard on the fighting stage, it was so lively. But for the onlookers, this was still not intense enough. Why don't you kill me? You are flirting with each other like this. Are you here to talk about love? Show your real skills. Xiaolongzi still mainly avoided, but Qianmei couldn't bear it anymore. She controlled the flying sword with one hand and pinched the magic formula with the other. Suddenly, the flying sword piercing towards Xiaolongzi suddenly rolled with flames. Even though he narrowly avoided it, most of his thick black hair was burned. The monks of the Shenzong are best at magic. It is not in vain. Their five-element magic is not only powerful, but also often integrated into various battle details. Using weapons to control the art is even more of a specialty. A flying sword, sometimes with rolling flames, sometimes with swaying rain of fire, made Xiaolongzi very embarrassed. Be careful. When Xiaolongzi blocked the flying sword attack again, an anxious reminder came from outside the field. The voice was sharp, but it was so gentle when it entered the ear. Xiaolongzi knew who the source of the voice was, but he had no time to care. It was only because there was a majestic palm print in his pupils, rumbling towards him. The innate one-key big handprint. The most iconic magic of the five elements divine sect to the outside world, the disciples of each peak, and the cultivators of various attributes can practice this technique. Even, it has spread to many places in the eastern wilderness Zeuxan world. But unlike the castrated version practiced by outsiders, the innate one-key big handprint of the divine sect is the most orthodox. A palm pressed down, it was obviously of fire attribute, but it implied vigorous vitality. This is the true essence of the innate key handprint. The five elements are mutually generated to multiply the power of the spell, and then the five elements are mutually restrained to destroy the enemy and win. Unfortunately, Xiaolongzi has seen this move a lot in the years when he fought side by side with Qianmei. The method of counterattack is familiar to him. He did not retreat but advanced, stabbing the big sword in his hand, competing with the magic handprint. The domineering energy poured out like an ocean and stabbed directly at the center of the palm print. The five elements are mutually generated, and there is a sequence. The strongest power is the weakest point. The flow is when the magic power flows in the palm. Boom! With a bang, Xiaolongzi broke out of the seal. With one hand, there was a blood-colored energy that suddenly shot out. Blood god tribulation finger. This finger is just right and wonderful. It was the vacuum period after Qianmei cast the spell, and the flying sword could not attack the enemy. Using the key, as long as it hits the vital point, it can. Swish! A deep hole appeared on the floor tiles of the battle platform that could withstand the full force of a late giant and great cultivator. It was right behind the woman. If we judge by the trajectory, it just brushed past her head. Xiaolongzi missed. The onlookers were in an uproar. What a pity, they almost saw a heroic and beautiful female cultivator, with her head bursting like a honeydew melon. Qianmei stood there in a daze, with blood marks gradually appearing on her cheeks. She couldn't help but touch her face, it was wet. Sure enough, your fighting talent is rare in the world, no less than your master. But you are soft-hearted. The murmur gradually became louder as she spread her 10 fingers. The bloodlines, without knowing when, had been woven into a large net, and when Xiaolongzi broke through the Xianshan Yiki great handprint, he had already been covered. At this moment, the 10 fingers suddenly clenched. Swish! Countless red lines instantly covered Xiaolongzi's whole body. At this moment, Xiaolongzi's face clearly showed regret. He saw through the flaws in the opponent's magic and got a chance to win. But the opponent seemed to have known that he would show mercy and buried a backup plan in the flaw. At this moment, a large number of red lines covered him from all directions like a fishing net. The wings that could originally fly at high speed were forced to droop. The thick armor made a sound of being squeezed. The red lines tightened, and the armor began to crack inch by inch. In particular, he found that his unparalleled aura was restrained under the seemingly soft red line. Yilin, admit defeat. The woman's determined voice came to his ears. Xiaolongzi ignored it and forcibly spread his wings, trying to break free from the red line. A pair of eyes swept under the high platform. The crowd watching the game was still fanatical, which could be called morbid. It seemed as if he wished he would be strangled to death. Behind Qianmei, Sima Wenji's disgusting face was covered with a brilliant smile, and he was happily chatting with the monk next to him. In the distance, another group of people were watching him quietly, not joining in the frenzied cheering. The leader was tall and burly, with an extremely cold face. Even if he had fallen into such a situation, he seemed indifferent. Instead, a woman in colorful clothes standing next to him frowned tightly. Behind these two people were fellow disciples he was very familiar with and had been with day and night. But intimidated by the majesty of the cold man, even if he was extremely worried, he could not speak to cheer him up. Only a woman who had spoken to remind him before, now moved her lips and muttered something he could not hear. Master should be very disappointed in me, right? Xiaolongzi thought so. The shouts around him woke him up like a tide. Kill him! Kill him! Lose quickly, I bet on Si Wenjin's lineage to win. As long as I win this battle, I will have a chance to make a fortune. Except for the first battle where Li Yingxiang unexpectedly won by a fierce battle, Fu Jiasheng, Chu Kui, and Yang Ping all lost in succession. If they lose this one, it will be 4 consecutive defeats, and the lineage of Master Yao will no longer be able to turn the tide. Kill, kill, kill. With a sigh, Xiaolongzi understood why his master was so indifferent. He entrusted the most important 5th battle to himself, pinning the future of Luo Chen's sect on himself. And he did have the strength. If he let the sect fall into an irretrievable situation just because of his love, he would be sorry for everyone. If he wanted to be worthy of everyone, he could only be sorry for the person in front of him. Unlike the outside world's stereotype that body refiners only focus on body refinement and not on the state of mind, Wang Yuan's lineage has focused on strengthening the tempering of will since the first stage of body refinement. With a microdust element technique left by Luo Chen before he left, it can be said that the body cultivators of Luo Xianzong have very small flaws in their state of mind and will, and they can adjust and recover very quickly. All kinds of thoughts flashed by. Xiaolongzi had made a decision in an instant. He only heard a low roar, and the wings behind him stretched and retracted, and then suddenly exploded. Qianmei was caught off guard and showed disbelief. Did that pair of wings come from one of his most respected elders? They exploded. Boom! With a loud bang, the wings that poured all their spiritual power suddenly exploded, forming a huge shock wave, which opened up a little space for the red line covering his body. Xiaolongzi, who was at the center of the explosion, suffered a greater blow. But with a body that was stronger than diamond, he spit out a mouthful of blood and actually endured it. In his sight, the red line that was shaken apart seemed to be tightened again. Once it reaches the body, the red line will overcome the hardness with softness, greatly suppressing the Genki. Xiaolongzi's right hand moved sideways and his thumb touched his chest. In an instant, the essence of the 5 internal organs gathered on the heart. The 5 ki merged into one, and the giant spirit suddenly changed. Xiaolongzi's body began to swell up visibly. But in an instant, a muscular giant appeared on the high platform. He violently grabbed the red line on his body and tore off the broken armor. Then, he took a big step, dragged the broadsword backwards, and rushed towards Qianmei violently. As he soared into the sky, he slashed with a sword. Qianmei could only retreat while holding up the defense shield and recalling the flying sword. Boom! Emery, we stop here. Beside her ears, there was a decisive roar and the sound of the strong ki tearing the shield. In her sight, her beard and hair were all stretched out, and her eyes were wide open. This scene was just as heroic and brave as when they fought side by side in the past. After a sword, he flipped in the air and smashed down with his elbow. Not only that, when unloading the force, the bloodlight in his hand burst out frequently. When he finally dodged it, the bloodlight that had dodged would even turn and stab again. The violent storm-like attack made everyone unable to react. Only Qianmei, who was exhausted, had a complicated look in her eyes. It turns out that being his enemy, the attack you have to face is so fierce. Although the platform is large, it is so small for a giant and cultivator, and there is no room for maneuver. After several chases and defenses that are too dazzling to watch, bang! The broken stones on the platform exploded, and the giant grabbed the woman's struggling ankle and fell from the sky. The other big hand had already grasped her delicate neck. Swish! The magic weapon-level flying sword, without anyone controlling it, was inserted diagonally into the floor tiles. Everything, the dust settled. Who? Xiaolongzi panted, staring at the woman in front of him with a ferocious face. You forced me to do it. Kill me. The thick big hand suddenly exerted force. But just when he was about to crush the fragile neck, Xiaolongzi suddenly threw him off the fighting stage. This scene immediately attracted a lot of sneers and disdain. Xiaolongzi's body gradually shrank. He ignored everyone's criticism and slowly walked down the high platform with his head down. Brother, are you okay? A female cultivator ran over and asked with concern. Xiaolongzi glanced at him, shook his head, and didn't say much. Instead, he walked step by step to the side of the tall man. Master, I. Wang Yuan gently patted his shoulder, said nothing, and walked past him and left the fighting stage. As Wang Yuan took a step, the monks of Luo Chen sect followed behind him. Wherever he passed, the monks gave way. Who doesn't know the name of the war demon King Yuan in Lingshan Pass? Even the Yuanying's Henren have to be humble to make friends with him. This face must be given in the end. Shalongzi was like a child who had done something wrong, following his fellow disciples. He didn't raise his head until Gu Kai spoke. Don't be ashamed. You have done well enough to win this battle. Uncle Gu, I didn't kill her. I know that the friendship of 100 years has made you soft-hearted. But this is the only time. The next time we meet, it will be a fight to the death. When saying this, Gu Kai did not hide her feelings at all, and looked at the group of cultivators who walked out of the crowd on the other side with a grim look. Sima Wenji happened to look over. This time, you are lucky. The next game will not be so simple. I know better than anyone how powerful that old guy Min Longyao is. Gu Kai's eyebrows were raised. Beast, you should think about how to face your sister. When Sima Wenji mentioned his sister, his face suddenly sank. Don't worry, you won't be able to hold on until then. When he said this, a female cultivator stood up beside him, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and a terrifying aura. Jading Sword Cultivator, Hongling. Chapter 777, The sect is in trouble, how can we sit still? The 10 battles were held over 5 days. 2 matches a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. In the afternoon, the battle arena set up by Yuanying's Henren and Lingshan Pass ushered in the second Luo Chen inner battle. One of them was Min Longyao, from the lineage of the current sect master Yao Mingyao, and his Taoist name was Laze Henzi. It is said that when he first entered the foundation building stage, he killed 5 people of the same level with a thunder formation. More than 100 years later, Laze Henzi's cultivation level has surpassed the past, and his realm has reached the Jinden stage. Now he is the leading formation master of Luo Chen sect, and his reputation is far-reaching even in Lingshan Pass. His enemy is Hongling, who is invited by Si Wenjin himself. There are many titles hanging on this woman's head, but in general, only 2 words can describe all sword cultivators. Everyone is looking forward to this battle. But the direction of the battle was doomed from the beginning. Sniff. 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 On the fighting stage, the sword energy was overwhelming. Min Longyao's attack was defeated by the surging sword energy. The carefully prepared formation was torn to pieces. He could only stay in a defensive formation and hold on. You are not my opponent. When I fought with your family's supreme elder, you hadn't even condensed your golden elixir yet. Why bother to hold on? If you are still so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. The voice of shouting came from all directions. The majestic sword force did not decline, but became stronger and stronger, hitting Min Longyao's shield. Min Longyao, with white hair, gritted his teeth and kept urging his magic power to keep the defensive formation he made in advance from being broken. But this has consumed all his energy. Seeing that the opponent's momentum was already established, he became ruthless and took out a formation plate from his arms. At this time, we admit defeat. A voice came from the audience. The sword force suddenly disappeared, and the thousands of sword energies gathered in an instant, turning into a pill that sank into Hongling's mouth. Before leaving the high platform, she took a deep look at the array plate in Min Longyao's hand that had not yet been activated, with a bit of fear on her face. Min Longyao walked down the fighting stage with an angry face and looked at Gu Kai. Give me an explanation. You can't iron it. Gu Kai said so with a calm expression. Why not? Li Yingzhang was able to take down the enemy despite the damage to his cultivation and the drop in realm, so why can't I? Don't you trust me so much? Min Longyao had a ferocious face, and his palms were tightly clenched, with blood dripping from his palms. Obviously, for this battle, he was ready to risk everything. For this reason, he was willing to use all his blood and energy to activate his natal array plate and die together with his sword cultivator. Hongling was once a powerful warrior of the same generation as my husband. You are good at formations, which need to be arranged in advance. This fighting arena is not suitable for you to fight. It is not shameful to lose to her. You know, I don't care about shame. Gu Kai didn't want to argue with him in public anymore. She said, let's talk about it later, and led the crowd away. As the Luo Chen sect left, the discussion after the end of the meeting did not stop, but became more heated. It's the 4th game, right? Yes, They lost the fourth game. Lei Henzhi's defeat almost completely wiped out Xiaolongzi's confidence in fighting back. As long as they lose 2 more games, the power of Luo Xianzong will be transferred to Si Wenjin. By then, this giant sect may no longer exist and be swallowed up by the 5 Elements Divine Sect. Even if it ends in a 5-5 tie, with the 5 Elements Divine Sect and Mosiania joining forces to put pressure on them, Fenghe Palace will not forcefully attack Luo Xianzong. What a pity. Master Li Yingxiang unexpectedly made a good start, but the subsequent trend turned out to be like this. There's nothing to regret. Si Wenjin is backed by 2 Yuanying upper sects, and those 2 sects can also pull in strong men from other down and out sects to help them. How could Luo Xianzong win with its own strength? Yes, from the moment the 10 decisive battles were set, Luo Xianzong had already lost. It's just a process to give Fenghe Palace some face. Whether we win or lose, the war demon King Yuan will definitely take action tomorrow. That's the battle I'm looking forward to the most. Me too. Everyone has placed a big bet on the total score, so there's no profit at all. I just want the war demon to be upset tomorrow, so I can make a fortune. Haha, the war demon will be upset. You're dreaming. Yes, you're dreaming. The name of the war demon King Yuan has become more and more famous in the past 100 years. It was a reputation forged by real blood and fire. He once had the experience of protecting the Luo Chen sect and fighting his way out of the Xiangwei Mountains. He also had the feat of breaking into the mountain gate of a sect alone and killing his betraying allies under the siege of a group of cultivators. Not long ago, when the front line was completely defeated, he showed all his abilities and actually blocked a 4th-level demon king. Even if it was only for a moment, it attracted the attention of the world. A Yuanying cultivator in Lingshan Pass once humbled himself and took the initiative to invite him to drink. It can be said that as long as the nascent soul does not come out, they can't think of how Wang Yuan will lose. Gu Kai and Wang Yuan led people to walk quickly in Lingshan Pass. Instead of leaving the city to return to Luo Xianzong's temporary residence in Fenghe Domain, they walked towards an inn they rented. The white-haired Min Longai walked in the crowd and could feel the sights falling on him from time to time. This made his face flush and feel a little humiliated. But gradually, he could feel that those sights were not ridicule or questioning, but just a concern between fellow disciples. He also gradually understood why Gu Kai didn't let him fight desperately. Not to mention whether he could really die with the enemy, just his death on it would be the biggest loss of Luo Xianzong. Over the years, the reason why Luo Xianzong was able to preserve most of its strength in one escape after another has a lot to do with his formation. The reason why his fellow disciples were able to maintain the improvement of their realm in exile is also due to the assistance of his formation. It can be said that if Luo Xianzong still has to wonder in the future, anyone can die, except Wang Yuan and him, the flagship figure. After understanding this, he stopped complaining. When he arrived at the destination, he walked to Gu Kai. Sorry, I was a bit aggressive before. Gu Kai forced a smile. It would be best if junior brother could figure it out. In Luo Chen sect, the major giant and cultivators did not come from the same master, and most of them were independent cultivators. But after 200 years of getting along, they have become like brothers, which shows how good their relationship is. And because Gu Kai had reached the giant stage earlier, he called Min Longai junior brother. Min Longai sighed, although he saved me, my sect has lost 4 games. What should we do next? As soon as these words came out, everyone's mood couldn't help but become even more depressed. Let's talk inside. Wang Yuan said lightly, and went straight in. He left everyone with a back figure as tall as a tree and as broad as a mountain. Everyone felt relieved and followed him in. After a while, the Luo Chen sect's senior leaders who were qualified to participate in the sect's major events gathered in a room. There were 5 people in total, and Gu Kai had not come yet. Min Longai was carefully checking the formation that shielded the outside world from detection. Wang Yuan closed his eyes to rest, and Xiaolongzi stood behind him. Li Yingxiang was seriously injured after narrowly defeating the enemy in the first game with a fierce battle. He has been sent back to the mountain gate to recuperate. At this moment, there are only 3 giant and cultivators left. They are Chu Kui, Fu Jiasheng, and Yang Pengdu. At this moment, Chu Kui looked ashamed. It's my fault. I should have won the second game. Fu Jiasheng shook his head. It's not your fault. The helpers Sima Wenji invited are all strong, especially he knows our details very well. If it weren't for junior brother Li's reservations, we wouldn't have won the first game unexpectedly. Li Yingzhang, a former cultivator of the Li family in Qinhe River, has been keeping a low profile since joining Luo Chen sect. Few cultivators in Luo Chen sect know that he has a special physique, the 9-bend loop body. His magic power is stronger than his peers when he was in the key refining stage. This ability should have been revealed after the foundation was established. However, because of the battle at Jili Mountain that year, he was seriously injured. Even though the Grand Elder Luo Chen rescued him later, his foundation was damaged. Since then, he has become more and more silent. But few people know that he has put a lot of energy into studying the microdust Yuanshu, and once walked ahead of everyone, mastered this technique, and even used it to advance to the Golden Core stage. With his 9-bend ring physique and the microdust Yuanshu, his magic power is so deep that ordinary people can't imagine it. Therefore, even if he faced an enemy with a higher realm than himself in the first battle, he used the method of fighting hard to drag the enemy down. But in the next 3 consecutive duels, Luo Xianzong lost. Chu Kui underestimated the enemy. Fu Jiasheng was restrained. As for Yang Pingdu, who joined Luo Xianzong later, he was simply inferior to his opponent. If it weren't for Xiaolongzi who resolutely cut off his feelings in the 5th game, I'm afraid Luo Xianzong would have to change his name today. Chu Kui felt quite guilty, and he did not dare to look up at Master Wang Yuan and his apprentice. There were footsteps outside the door. Everyone looked up and saw Gu Kai pushing the door open. Chu Kui hurriedly asked, "How is the old sect master doing?" The old sect master, of course, refers to Sima Weinyang. Gu Kai hesitated to speak, and finally sighed. She can fight, but she wants to stay until the end. Yang Ping frowned. According to the current win-loss record, I'm afraid that with our manpower, we can't drag it out to the 10th game. Even if we can't drag it out, we have to drag it out. Gu Kai raised her eyebrows and said decisively. Especially when she thought of Sima Wenji's complacent look during the day, she was even more disgusted. I will take action tomorrow. I want to know how that beast is going to target me. At this time, Wang Yuan, who had closed his eyes for a long time, slowly opened his eyes. You are not suitable to take action tomorrow. Huh? Gu Kai was puzzled. Wang Yuan said calmly, unless it is absolutely necessary, neither you nor junior sister Sima should take action. Gu Kai was puzzled. I can understand that Wei Niang is not suitable for taking action. She is the old sect leader, and she is a sister of Sima Wenji. The internal fighting in the sect is already a big joke, and the killing of brothers will only be more ugly. But what do I have to worry about? You are his Taoist partner. Just this one sentence, it said everything. Gu Kai's face suddenly turned red and white, and she sat down, then stood up again, pointing her jade finger at Wang Yuan, and was so angry that she couldn't speak for a long time. Xiaolongzi whispered, Uncle, let us do these things. If it doesn't work, you can ask the ruthless fairy for help. She is not from my Luo Chen sect, who knows if she will turn against us in the battle. Gu Kai asked back. Xiaolongzi was speechless for a while. Wang Yuan knocked on the table, and when everyone looked over, he said in a deep voice, tomorrow's battle is very important. In the morning, I will personally take action, win the next game first, and stabilize the situation. As for the second game, I have sent someone to inform the sect that Qin Yuanjiang will come. Whether he wins or loses, he will delay the 10 battles to the last day. By then, Wang Yuan looked at Gu Kai. By then, there will be no one in the sect, and it will be your turn. Qin Yuanjiang is trustworthy. He was the son of Qin Liangchen and his wife, Luo Chen's good friends. When Luo's sect was destroyed, he brought his seriously injured mother Muran Qinglian to Luo Chen sect. Although Muran Qinglian was unfortunately injured and died later, he stayed. I don't doubt Qin Yuanjiang's loyalty, but I doubt his strength. Gu Kai had some doubts. It was because Qin Yuanjiang's dam formation time was too short. She was more inclined to fight tomorrow. If she and Wang Yuan both won tomorrow, they could delay it to the last day. In the meeting with Sima Weinyang just now, the other party had made up her mind to clean up the sect herself, even if the scum of the sect was her own brother. Wang Yuan still disagreed. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, someone knocked on the wooden door. Is Qin Yuanjiang here? So soon? When everyone was confused, Min Longai went to open the door. A man and a woman looked at everyone with a smile. The man's face was vicissitudes and he looked depressed, but his smile was still as bright as when he was a child. "Master Uncles, Master Wang Yuan. My nephew is late." Everyone stood up together and looked at the newcomers in some surprise. Gu Kai was stunned at first, then stepped forward quickly and grabbed the man's arm. "Lingjun, why don't you stay in Fenghe Palace? Why do you come here?" Chu Lingjun shook his head. "How can I sit idly by when the sect is in trouble? Besides, I owe a lot to Luo Chen's sect over the years, and it's time to take action." "Owe a lot?" If this was said a few decades ago, everyone present would have believed it. But now, no one doubts Chu Lingjun. The frequent emergence of giant cultivators in Luo Chen's sect over the years is certainly due to their own hard work in cultivation. The reason why Luo Chen left behind the secret art of Jiandan is also inseparable from Chu Lingjun's secret support. Especially when Luo Chen's sect fled to Fenghe domain, unlike other forces that had no place to stay and had to fight with local forces, they were immediately arranged by Fenghe Palace to stay in a place with a third-level spiritual vein. And all of this obviously has the shadow of Chu Lingjun. He is definitely not the kind of person who forgets his roots after climbing up the ladder. It's just that. Gu Kai said angrily and amusedly, "You are only at the 6th level of foundation building now, how can you take action?" Chu Lingjun smiled slightly, pointed to the woman beside him and said, "Of course I can't do it, but my wife still has some tricks." The beautiful woman nodded. "Fenghe Palace, Meng Kainer." As he spoke, a spiritual pressure of the Jiandan period slowly unfolded. Chapter 778, The Calculations of All Parties, The Devil's Heart. Is it appropriate to let Kainer take action? Her identity. Appropriate. How can it be inappropriate? She is Chu Lingjun's Taoist partner, and Chu Lingjun used to be the only descendant of the Grand Elder of Luo Chen sect. There is no more legitimate identity than this. You know that's not what I mean. Kainer is an outstanding disciple of my Fenghe Palace of this generation. If she goes to fight, it means that my Fenghe Palace has personally intervened in the internal fighting of Luo Chen. In this way, the Five Elements Divine Sect can take advantage of the situation at that time. At night, the breeze drifted through the exquisite palaces. When it swirled in the corners, it seemed to be sobbing. In a palace, Fairy Fengyu fell silent amid the doubts of her fellow disciples. But after just a moment, she laughed. "Sister, do you think that if you don't send people to intervene in the internal fighting of Luo Chen, the Five Elements Divine Sect will not find a reason?" With light lotus steps, Fairy Fengyu slowly paced in the palace. It is well known that Luo Xianzong is under the protection of Fenghe Palace. Now Five Elements Divine Sect and Mo Xian'ia have instructed Sima Wenji to stir up internal strife in Luo Chen, and on the grounds that Luo Xianzong had received favors from the Divine Sect, they agree that after the 10th decision, Luo Xianzong would be incorporated into Five Elements Divine Sect. Such behavior is almost a slap in the face of Fenghe Palace. If they really succeed, how will the world see us? If we sit back and do nothing, after Luo Tian, they will go and provoke other vassals of Fenghe Palace. Over time, should this land be named Fenghe or Five Elements? Behind her, the gentle young woman in a gorgeous palace dress nodded thoughtfully. That was indeed the truth. But her concerns were different. A rotten ship still has 3 nails. The strength of the Five Elements Divine Sect is still intact, especially the 3 nascent soul-level strong men. If the one at Mo Xian'ia is included, it will be an even greater force. My Fenghe Palace only has 2 nascent soul masters, and we really can't fight head-on. Fairy Fengyu turned back suddenly. What are you afraid of? With the pressure from the Mingguan sect at this time, do they dare to start a full-scale war? At most, they can use small tricks like inciting vassals to nibble away at the Fenghe domain bit by bit. What I have to do now is to cut off the tentacles they extend. One that extends out, I'll cut off one. At this point, she felt a little disappointed. Senior sister Hu, I told you in the early years that we should absorb the manpower when the other domains were defeated. But you didn't. Now they are defeated here, and my Fenghe Palace is short of manpower. It's bad enough that we were forced out by the old sects, but we were provoked by those guys in the face. Senior sister Hu aside, it's true that I didn't think it through. Fairy Fengyu waved her hand. She knew the temperament of her head sister. If she hadn't been obsessed with alchemy in her early years, she should have taken the position of head. Fortunately, I saw the opportunity early and introduced a genius like Chu Lingjun into the sect. I also decided to marry Kainer to him and completely won him over. Speaking of Chu Lingjun, senior sister Hua couldn't help but smile. Chu Lingjun was indeed a good guy. He could refine the top-grade Jade pill at the middle stage of foundation building, and even refine the soul-refining magic medicine such as Zongmiao Pill. It is precisely because of his help that Fenghe Palace has been able to continuously produce rising stars like Menkainer in the past 100 years. The only pity is that this boy's aptitude is too poor. Even if Fenghe Palace invests various resources, he may not have the opportunity to form a pill in this life. I heard that this time Chu Lingjun asked our sect to help, and the price was to contribute the recipe of the second-level Zongmiao Pill. Senior Sister Hua suddenly asked. Fairy Fengyu admitted it generously. Maybe it's a bit mean, but I did ask Kainer to help me with the recipe and refining method of Zongmiao Pill. Don't look at this recipe, it's only the second level, but it's Dan Chenzi's legacy. If you can take it continuously, it will have a strong effect on the foundation building cultivator's promotion to the golden core stage, and it will be easier to break through the golden core stage. The Luo Chen sect has gone through 100 years of hardships, but it has not weakened. Instead, golden core cultivators have emerged one after another. This must be due to the merit of this pill. If my Fenghe Palace gets the recipe, I will refine it freely at that time, and let the talented people in the palace take a large amount of it, and I will quickly get a group of golden core masters. In the conversation, the three words Dan Chenzi were mentioned. Fairy Fengyu was inexplicably melancholy. He was an extremely rare and powerful person in the grass. With his own strength, he brought the Luo Chen who was only at the level of key refining stage, to the level of a golden core sect step by step. She also seized the opportunity of the war to kill monsters and beasts, move mountains and build a sect, in order to lay a foundation for 500 years. If the war had gone smoothly, why would Luo Chen's sect be so displaced? With a stable mountain gate and a wise leader like Dan Chenzi, it is probably the leading Jinden sect in the East Wilderness now. If Dan Chenzi is given more opportunities, he might even have a chance to touch the threshold of the nascent soul. Unfortunately, there is no maybe. Everything became a dream bubble after the ghost-like female demon took action. Luo Chen Taisheng Dan Chenzi is not dead. Lingshan Pass, outside an attic. True Man Shenhiro said to his disciple Ranfin. According to Sima Wenji, Dan Chenzi and his Taoist partner Sima Hunyang had planted Lingxigu on each other, which could sense each other's life and death status. Sima Wenji learned from his sister that Dan Chenzi was not dead, which was confirmed information. Ramfin was puzzled, but now more than 100 years have passed, can't he have any accidents? Shenhou Zhenren chuckled, like the dragons, snakes and loaches that crawled out of the mud, they are the most shrewd and cunning, how could they die so easily? He survived the Yuding Civil War. In the opening war, he seized the blessed land of the sect by trickery. Even the rumored Kangwu Mountain War, he could survive. Is there something more dangerous than these that he can't survive? Ramfeng suddenly realized and became more interested in the rumored person. I heard that he was named by the Supreme Elder. Shenhou Zhenren pulled the corner of his mouth. His senior brother was getting less and less secretive. Shaking his head, the Divine Fire Master whispered, "That's true. This boy is the key to our sect's promotion to the God of Transformation, so we have repeatedly recruited him. Even if he disappears, we must control his weakness and wait for him to come and surrender." The word recruit is not just a verbal statement. As early as when Luo Chen was promoted to the Golden Core stage, the Five Elements Divine Sect invited him across the domain, but unfortunately he was directly rejected by the other party. Later, after the Demon Chaos, the Five Elements Divine Sect also repeatedly protected Luo Xianzong, also waiting for Luo Chen to come and surrender. Unfortunately, after so many years, Luo Chen has not appeared, and Luo Xianzong wants to use Fenghe Palace to get rid of the control of the Divine Sect. This is something that the ancestor can't stand. Of course, the name used by the Divine Sect to the outside world is that Luo Xianzong is ungrateful, so they have to force the merger to recover the losses. The teacher has a legitimate reason, and there are more people. Namo Xianaya had a connection with Sima Wenji in his early years, and now he wants to take the opportunity to get involved in Fenghe domain, so he cooperated with him to test the bottom line of Fenghe Palace. Both sides took action together and pushed out Sima Wenji, the puppet, which led to the internal strife of Luo Chen sect. The Immortal of Divine Fire was about to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. "Go in, everyone is here." The Immortal of Divine Fire flicked his sleeves and went straight into the attic from the balcony. Footsteps were heard in the corridor. After a while, An old man in a gray robe came in with Sima Wenji. Old Motion, how are you these days? Shenhe, you are still so hypocritical. Old Motion sneered, and then asked, today, you messed up. The immortal of divine fire did not take it seriously. He was defeated, but it's not a big deal. Did it the jade tripod sword cultivator I invited win? We should have won both games. Sima Wenji suddenly interrupted, looking indignant. If you follow my arrangement and let fellow Taoist Chu go, we will have a great chance of taking down Shalongzi. The two immortals were talking, and Amir Jinden Jr. dared to interrupt. However, the immortal of divine fire just glanced at the other party and did not scold him. Have you decided on the candidates for tomorrow's battle? The old ghost motion replied, I came to you to discuss this matter. It is very likely that Wang Yuan will take action tomorrow. For that battle, I suggest sending out the Yin Six Yang of your sect. As soon as these words came out, the expression of Ren Feng, who was standing behind him, changed immediately. The true man of divine fire waved his hand without even thinking. Impossible. Junior brother Si Xiong has reached the great perfection of the golden core and is at the critical moment of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. How can he be allowed to take action? The old ghost motion sneered, don't you know what it is to fight against a demon Wang Yuan? His attainments in body refining are close to the 4th level of the flawless golden body. If the nascent soul does not come out, ordinary giant people can't do anything to him. Only Yin Si Xiong of your 5 elements divine sect can fight him. Don't you want to take down Wang Yuan tomorrow? Not impossible. The true man of divine fire answered naturally, when a superior horse fights against an inferior horse, it is a situation where both sides will suffer. You might as well give up this game and focus on the next 3 games. No. Sima Wenji suddenly interrupted again and directly rejected the true man of divine fire's suggestion. He said confidently, Wang Yuan is the banner of Luo Chen sect and the confidence of everyone. As long as he loses, it will be a huge blow to Luo Chen sect. In the next 3 games, he can be taken down without bloodshed. After being humiliated by Sima Wenji twice in a row, the true man of divine fire looked a little unhappy. He stared at Sima Wenji for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled and said, are you afraid that if the battle lasts too long, you will have to face Sima Wei Niang in person? Sima Wenji's face suddenly turned blue, red and white, which was very exciting. The old ghost motion spoke at the right time, making him less embarrassed. I also think that we should take down Wang Yuan directly tomorrow. As long as we win, we will have 5 wins in hand. Not only will it be a huge blow to the confidence of the Luo Chen sect, but we can also be invincible and force Fenghe Palace to come forward, exposing their weak nature to everyone in Fenghe domain. You don't have to worry about Yin Six Yang's safety. I have a real weapon that can restrain body cultivation, which can make him win against Wang Yuan. At that time, not only can our goal be achieved, but it can also help your Shenzong strongmen become famous. Why not do it? Oh. Shenhe Zhenren raised his eyebrows, tell me about it. Wenji, after the matter is done, don't forget what you promised me. When Shenhe Zhenren left, the old ghost motion kept Sima Wenji and said so. Sima Wenji reacted to the meaning of his words instantly. I will never forget it. As long as I become the leader of Luo Chen sect, I can naturally ask Wang Yuan for the original version of microdust Yuanshu. I heard that the secret method of forming the elixir is different from the simplified version we practice. It is at the level of the highest law, created by Luo Chen himself. If this method is used, Motion Cliff will be able to produce many golden elixirs again. Many golden elixirs? Motion Old Ghost sighed in his heart. He only wanted this. In the war of opening up, his most promising junior Wei Wei died in Kangwu Mountain, the sacred place of the Feather Clan. This left Motion Cliff without a successor. If it was just this, it would be fine. However, in the following 100 years of war, not only did Motion Cliff's golden elixir cultivators die one after another, but there was also a situation where there was no successor. Under this situation, Luo Chen sect had people who succeeded in forming the elixir one after another, which aroused his curiosity. When Luo Xianzong was still living under someone else's roof in the 5 elements domain, he began to seduce Sima Wenji, trying to get the secret of Luo Xianzong's golden elixir. Unfortunately, the demon tribe invaded too quickly. The 5 elements domain did not stop the demon tribe's attack, and Luo Xianzong even turned to Fenghe Palace. This time, Sima Wenji came forward to compete for the power of Luo Xianzong. On the surface, He was testing the bottom line of Fenghe Palace and striving for a better spiritual vein and blessed land for Motion Cliff. But in fact, he was coveting the ultimate method of forming elixir called microdust Yuanshu in order to revitalize Motion Cliff. Everyone and every force has their own demands, including Sima Wenji. With the help of the two major sects, he was unprecedentedly inflated at this time, and the resentment in his heart was magnified to the limit. In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with what he did. Luo Xianzong should have belonged to a Sima family. At the beginning of its establishment, it was the second sister who managed Luo Xianzong and handled various miscellaneous affairs for hundreds of years without slacking off. For Luo Tianzong, the eldest brother devoted himself to the cause until his death. Since Luo Chen has disappeared, the sect should belong to a Sima family. But the sect invested all its training resources in the younger generations such as Xiaolongzi, Mei Ruoqi, and Yuan Yijin. Even the position of the second-generation sect master was given to Yao Mingyu. What did Sima Wenji get? He once asked his second sister. The second sister's answer made him laugh and cry. When my husband was alive, he established the inheritance of the sect as the core concept, and I should follow it. Fuck inheritance. When I was fighting for Luo Tianzong, why didn't I count him as a part of the inheritance? Even the Bigu pill that the second sister didn't need after the inexplicable Dan formation was not his turn. Instead, it was given to the old man Min Longyu. Sima Wenji, one of the earliest members of the Luotian society, was in charge of a sect's important affairs. He was also the sect master's younger brother and the brother-in-law of the supreme elder. However, he got nothing. Even when he wanted to form a pill, he couldn't get any resources to form a pill. When the building was empty, Sima Wenji stood there alone, his face was extremely gloomy, and his heart was full of anger. All this is too unfair. I just took back what was supposed to belong to me. You can't blame me. Chapter 779, Leave it to me next. The next day, at dawn, teams of people came out from various places in Lingshan Pass and rushed towards the fighting arena. Gu Kai and Sima Wenji arrived at the city lord's mansion in advance and submitted the candidates for today's battle. As the leader of Mingguan sect and the first frontline city built by 21 sects, the position of the city lord of Lingshan Pass fell on the head of a real person from Mingguan sect. His name is Yu Lingshan, so this city is called Lingshan Pass, and he is also respected by everyone as the lord of Lingshan City. At this moment, the lord of Lingshan City held a list and showed an interested smile. Wang Yuan is going to fight so early. I have nothing to do, so I will go and see it today. Hearing this, Gu Kai was startled, and then secretly delighted. The Yuanying real person who humbled himself and invited Wang Yuan to drink was this Lingshan city lord from Mingguan sect. He admired Wang Yuan very much. If he watched the battle today, it would greatly boost the morale of the Luotian sect. Sima Wenji was a little surprised, and his face showed a look of uneasiness. At the same time, he handed in his own list of players. Lingshan city lord glanced at him, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Yin Sixiang? Tisk tisk, this battle is indeed worth my trip. Hearing this name, Gu Kai's face changed slightly, and she stared at Sima Wenji. You are willing to do it? Sima Wenji didn't say anything, and hurriedly left the city lord's mansion. He wanted to tell the news of Lingshan city lord's battle to Motion Old Ghost and Shenhero Zhenrun. As Lingshan city lord had people hang today's list of players outside the fighting arena, the atmosphere that had been gradually brewing because of this battle of the 10 decisive battles gradually reached a climax. Zhan Mowangying will personally take action. On the other side, Si Wenjin sent Yin Sixiang, a famous late giant and great cultivator. The latter is not ordinary, but an extremely powerful cultivator of the 5 elements divine sect. His realm has reached the giant and great perfection. It is rumored that he is only one step away from the Yuanying realm. Many people have already regarded him as the next 5 peaks elder of the 5 elements divine sect. Oh, that's not appropriate. The 5 elements divine sect is already a lost dog. The mountain gate is gone, so how can there be a 5 peaks elder? And the name of Menkiner on the list of candidates has also attracted the attention of many people. Menkiner is a female cultivator who is in the limelight of Fenghe Palace. She has a beautiful face and high qualifications, but for some reason, Fenghe Palace promised her to an ordinary foundation-building cultivator as a Taoist partner. In particular, it is said that Menkiner married the cultivator as a successor. At that time, people were very puzzled. But later, As the ordinary Chu Lingjun gradually showed his superb alchemy skills, people knew why Fenghe Palace would betroth such an outstanding disciple to him. Perhaps it was because she was close to the water and got the moon first. Mengqiner's later development also exceeded everyone's expectations. In just 100 years, he broke through from the 9th level of foundation building to the golden elixir stage, and then his realm soared, once rushing into the middle stage of the golden elixir, and was on par with the old generation of Fenghe Palace cultivators. Now that Mengqiner is fighting, does it mean that Fenghe Palace has begun to fully support Luo Chen sect? Everyone is speculating in their hearts, but the main attention is still on the war demon King Yuan and Yin Xixiang. One is a powerful physical cultivator who once fought against a 4th-level demon king, and the other is a golden elixir master who has reached the great perfection of the golden elixir and has the potential to reach the nascent soul stage. Their battle is definitely one of the best battles under the nascent soul stage. Various odds on the outcome of their battle were opened in the gambling stalls. Some bigwigs who learned the news also became interested and rushed to the fighting stage to pay attention to this battle. When the sky gradually brightened and the sun slowly fell, Wang Yuan stepped onto the high platform step by step under the attention of the crowd. As he stepped onto the high platform step by step, the terrifying blood and ki surged out, forming a terrifying condensed wolf smoke above his head. His eyes were coldly staring at the middle-aged man who had already climbed the platform. He was dressed simply and had an ordinary face. Nothing special could be seen. But under the pressure of Wang Yuan's momentum, he still stood in the wind, without any fear. Yin Xixiang, with 4 spiritual roots, has cultivated to the great perfection of the golden elixir, with profound magic power, and no one of the same level can defeat him. It reminds me of an old friend. Wang Yuan took a deep breath, without chatting with the other party, and after hearing the referee's start word, he launched an attack. Just one step. As if shrinking the earth into an inch, he crossed a distance of 100 feet. Boom. A punch was thrown, and the enemy in front of him was not panicked at all. A wall of earth with a yellowish glow blocked him and Wang Yuan. The 3rd-level earth-based defensive spell, a long and heroic pass. After a punch missed, Wang Yuan quickly moved his feet and punched the enemy from all angles. But just like the name, once this long and heroic pass is deployed, it is boundless, like a heroic fortress, resisting the enemy's continuous attacks. Boom. 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 Amid a violent roar, Wang Yuan gradually began to increase his energy and began to focus on attacking one point. Facing this scene, Yin Xixiang was not in a hurry and continued to cast other spells. He pinched the talisman with one hand and pinched the seal with the other. Fall. A black spot suddenly appeared on the fighting stage. The black spot began to spread with Yin Xixiang as the center, turning into a muddy swamp with a radius of 100 feet. Wang Yuan was deep in it, and his super-fast movement speed was forced to slow down, so he could only leave this area first. Seeing this scene, Yin Xixiang moved the spell in his hand again. Clang. 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 Behind him, golden light spread wildly, emitting a terrifying sharp golden aura. Looking closely, it was a golden sword condensed by magic power. When thousands of sword rains condensed, Yin Xixiang shouted softly. Fast. In an instant, the sword rain was like a dragon, constantly bombarding Wang Yuan. All this happened in just a few breaths, so fast that it was dazzling and overwhelming. It was not until this moment that the outside world suddenly reacted. Before, I thought that this person had practiced too hard for too long and his brain was dull. Facing a high-level physical cultivator, he didn't think about keeping a distance, but fought head-on. It was simply stupid. Now it seems that I was too narrow-minded. Use the long pass to block the first wave of impact, cast the water and soil combination spell Green Dark Swamp to limit the speed of the war demon, and build a geographical advantage to turn the original disadvantage into an advantage. After forcing the war demon back, use long-range gold spells to bombard continuously. Tisk. Exquisite tactics, rich combat experience, the 4 Elephants Master is indeed worthy of his reputation. But from Wang Yuan's perspective, there is another feeling. The extremely fast casting speed, the endless 5-element spells, and the bottomless and majestic magic power. All of this made him miss that old friend. The brother who often came to practice with him. You, a cultivator, really make me happy. Wang Yuan laughed loudly, no longer entangled in the battle on the ground, and soared straight into the sky. Seeing the sword stream chasing behind him, he moved his palm and burst out with a burst of energy. Pure Yang Qi. Boom. With a palm blast, the sword river suddenly dispersed. Having a chance to catch his breath, Wang Yuan's face became more fierce. He flicked his 10 fingers on both hands, and blood cones hit the enemy one after another. Chi. There were countless blood cones, but as long as they were 10 feet in front of Yin Xixiang, they would be blocked by the earthy yellow light. Obviously, the opponent's attainments in this art have been perfect. Yin Xixiang didn't care about Wang Yuan, but pinched the magic formula again. But Wang Yuan was also a man with rich combat experience. How could he use the blood god tribulation finger for nothing? The floor is here, he shouted, and his figure shot out like an arrow. The majestic energy continued to flow from his body and gathered on his right palm. The man came with a fierce momentum, like a meteorite falling from the sky. Yin Xixiang frowned, and the half-finished spell suddenly changed. Get up! Boom! Boom! In the surprised eyes of countless people, the dark green swamp on the fighting stage actually grew thick vines. Like a huge python, it stretched its body in the sky and strangled the figure crazily. Wang Yuan's forward momentum seemed to enter a wild forest. His expression did not change. Such a move, such a change, perhaps others would be caught off guard, but he had already gotten used to it 100 years ago. The energy original accumulated in his right hand suddenly turned into a red sword. Facing the vines that were bearing their fangs and claws, he slashed with his sword again and again. Snap! Snap! The thick vines kept breaking, and after falling to the ground, they suddenly revived and continued to chase Wang Yuan. But in terms of speed, they were far behind. Wang Yuan just rushed forward, not caring about the threat from behind. When he came to the long and majestic pass again, he slashed it directly with his sword. Not only that, he also pointed a finger at the earth yellow light curtain. The sword light slashed down, and the majestic pass trembled. A finger turned into blood and collapsed in an instant. In the hazy vision, Yin Xixiang snorted coldly and raised his hand towards Wang Yuan. Countless fine needles flew out. On the needle tips, there was a deep light flashing. Poison magic weapon? Wang Yuan frowned, not daring to force his way in, and was forced to retreat again. A blood-red air shield blocked the front, blocking the attack of the flying needles. When he landed from 100 feet away, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Looking down, the muddy black swamp was devouring him like a living thing. This shouldn't be the case. His control of distance was exquisite. How could he step into the range of the opponent's spell again? It turned out that Yin Xixiang had been trying his best to expand the range of influence of this spell in secret. After all, it was just a small spell, and Wang Yuan was not afraid. He opened his mouth and spit out towards the ground. The powerful aura gushed out like the 9-day aura. Just like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves, this breath of aura immediately blew away the muddy black swamp under his feet. At this time, Yin Xixiang, who had been silent all the time, spoke. Since you have entered my realm, surrender. After the muddy black swamp was blown away, 4 small flags emerged from the ground. Yellow, green, blue and gold, shining brightly. The fighting stage, which was already trapped by the formation, once again appeared a round of light shield. This is exactly Yin Xixiang's most powerful method. He used his life magic weapon, the 4 spirit flags, and combined it with the ancient 4 symbols formation to construct a barrier. The 4 symbols realm. As soon as this realm appeared, the receding muddy black swamp quickly formed. One golden knife after another, a silver sword appeared from the sky. In addition, a large number of thick green woods, like battering rams, emerged from the Dharma realm with a rumble. As soon as this move was made, the outside world was in an uproar. The old ghost motion thought, is it a pseudo-realm similar to the nascent soul realm? I didn't expect this kid to have such a trick. I guess the backup plan I prepared for him won't work. But it's good, so as not to attract Ling Dian's criticism. When thinking this, he couldn't help but glance at the calm and composed Master Shen Hou in the distance. The 5 elements divine sect should not be underestimated. Fairy Fengayu's face changed drastically. If she were in it, she would be dead. A strong sense of fear appeared on her face, and she couldn't help but look at the woman standing in front of her. Master, can such a trick also be performed by a giant and cultivator? Fairy Fengayu's master is the Grand Palace Master of Fenhou Palace. She frowned and looked at the barrier, then shook her head. This world is complicated. It seems to be a fusion of formations, spells, magic weapons, and various materials prepared in advance. If there are enough resources and patience, plus deep magic power, It can indeed be arranged in the golden core stage. You must be careful of Yin Xixiang in the future, this person is quite extraordinary. Feng Gayu Fairy opened her mouth and said in a hoarse voice, doesn't that mean that Wang Yuan is in danger? The Grand Palace Master hummed, but said uncertainly, it is said that Wang Yuan's body refining technique is unique, and he should still be able to fight back. Among the crowd watching the battle below the stage, Xiaolongzi was different from others. He looked at his master's back with confidence. Believe in master, this world can't trap him. On another high building, when the Lord of Lingshan City saw the 4 elephants Dharma realm appear, he put down the cup in his hand, but just took a look, and smiled and shook his head. Such moves can't trap the people this city lord is optimistic about. The next moment, in the Dharma realm, the situation changed. The 5 key returned to their origin, and the giant spirit changes. A majestic body, like a small mountain, began to rise step by step. Yin Xixian controlled the 4 small flags, and saw this scene, and his mouth twitched. Is it this trick again? He was not panicked, and waved his hand behind the black swamp, the giant tree, the golden sword and the silver sword, and shot out a piece of red thread. It was the red thread dragon binding that junior sister Qianmei used to deal with Xiaolongzi before. And compared to Qianmei, his attainments in this technique are even more powerful. However, outside the huge body, suddenly there appeared wisps of strong and violent wind and evil spirit. The wind swept, and the swords in the black swamp all staggered and retreated. The evil spirit eroded, and the red thread disappeared inch by inch, and it couldn't even get close to Wang Yuan. Off the stage, Xiaolongzi clenched his fists fiercely. Is this the power after refining 36 strands of divine wind and 36 earthly evil spirits with the flesh? Nothing can invade, and magic weapons cannot hurt his body. In the 4 symbols Dharma realm, a 9 zang tall giant stood tall, looking down on the world. Strands of divine wind and strands of evil spirits surrounded him. Chaos, as if surrounded by a nebula. He exhaled and spoke, and punched. All the green giant trees that hid him collapsed in an instant. Then, his eyes condensed, staring at the middle-aged man outside the Dharma realm. Regardless of the restraints of the 4 symbols Dharma realm, the huge body made a running posture and kicked with 1 foot. The whole person was like a giant beast, pulling the restraining force of the barrier, carrying 4 small flags rising from the ground, and rushed towards Yin Xixiang. The natal magic weapon was shaking, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Yin Xixiang's mouth. Seeing this scene, he wiped the corner of his mouth. Forget it, this is not a suitable place for me to fight. If I want to capture this man, I still have to use that thing. He spread his left hand. A miniature hill emerged. On the hill, there were jagged rocks and towering cliffs. He threw his left hand. The hill suddenly turned into a huge object that covered the sky, completely covering the giant transformed by Wang Yuan, and began to press down heavily. Roar! The giant roared like a human, surging with unparalleled power, trying to overturn the mountain. However, at this moment, it was as if the heaven and earth were pressing down on him. No matter how powerful he was, how fierce his divine wind was, and how powerful his evil spirits were, he still couldn't shake the mountain at all. The crowd was silent. Only the Lord of Lingshan City slammed the table and said, "Asshole." At some point, the true man of divine fire had arrived in front of him. "Fellow Taoist, he is just a junior, why are you angry?" Lingshan City Lord looked at him coldly. "You broke the rules." Shenhuo Zhenren shook his head. "The rules don't say that you can't borrow other people's treasures. Indeed, there is no such rule in the fighting rules of Lingshan Pass." But what made Lingshan City Lord ashamed was that he clearly felt that there was still a strong nascent soul magic power left in that real weapon. "Is it the motion cliff of the old ghost motion?" He muttered to himself and snorted coldly. "Do you really think that you can suppress Wang Yuan by force with a residual magic power?" "Oh." Shenhuo Zhenren showed surprise. He turned his head to look at the high platform. Under the suppression of the motion cliff, the giant's skin cracked inch by inch, and large streams of blood flowed down. But at some point, Wang Yuan's skin, which was originally like armor, turned into pieces of scales. Using the essence of one's own life force as a guide, to transform into a demon. The brows of the immortal god Fire frowned tightly. He thought of the feat of fighting against a 4th-level demon king in the battle against the demon king Yuan. Could it be that he relied on this move? But once this move was used, his vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. Forget it, the old ghost motions method is not that simple. On the fighting stage, Wang Yuan was frantic, scales suddenly appeared all over his body, and a tail like a hammer slowly formed behind him. This battle must be won, even if it means a great loss of Taoism and a regression in realm. Just when he was going to overturn this mountain at all costs, suddenly, there was a burst of explosions beside his ears. The next moment, he felt that the pressure like a mountain suddenly lightened, and his huge body actually staggered a little. Looking up, a vague figure was standing on his shoulder, with his robes rustling, and he raised his hand to support the towering cliff. "Brother Wang, leave it to me next." The unfamiliar accent, the familiar name, the ambiguous face that is as young as before strikes the heart. Chapter 780. Fellow Taoist, let's talk it over nicely. Who? Just before Luo Chen appeared, the Lord of Lingshan City was the first to sense something was wrong. When the explosion sounded and the figure suddenly appeared, he couldn't help but look at it intently. It was not the Yuanying cultivator he knew from the East Wilderness. Just when he wanted to ask the divine fire immortal next to him, he found that the other party's expression changed drastically, and he used his escape technique to transform into a wind and fire wolf and flew to the fighting stage. The Lord of Lingshan City was startled, and then his lips curled up slightly. Another good show to watch. Under the attention of everyone, someone on the fighting stage broke through the isolation formation and entered it, so that most people did not react except the Yuanying immortal who was watching the battle. Only a man's loud sneer reached everyone's ears. "You are so unethical, don't blame Luo for using the same method to return the favor." Everyone didn't understand what he meant. But the next moment, they saw the Taoist in white clothes holding up the motion cliff with one hand and throwing out with the other hand, and a small mountain flew out. The hill grew taller in the wind, and in an instant it turned into a steep mountain. On the mountain, there were all kinds of broken swords, spears, swords and halberds stuck in all directions, which seemed to be defective products of various magic weapons. But these weapons were not the key. The key was that once this mountain appeared, it pressed straight towards another man on the fighting stage, just like the motion cliff before. Yin Xixiang felt a strong wind blowing on his face, making it difficult to breathe, and it was very difficult to mobilize his magic power. It was not easy to mobilize his life magic weapon, the 4 spirit flags, but it only resisted for less than a breath, and the 4 flags suddenly broke. "Dao, let's talk it over." A shrill cry came from outside the fighting stage. The divine fire immortal, who had driven the fire escape technique and rushed over at lightning speed, released a nascent soul realm before he stopped his steps, trying to hold back the strange mountain. Not only that, he opened his mouth and spit out a red light, trying to save his own disciples. Luo Chen's eyes flashed. "No problem. I'm always easy to talk to. Let Yin Xixiang tell me himself." In those deep eyes, it seemed as if a mirror flower and a moon in the water suddenly bloomed. The true man of divine fire was stunned. It was just a moment of trance, and the result was already determined. Ah! He only had time to hear a scream. When he looked again, there was no one on the fighting stage where Yin Xixiang stood, only a mountain that was slowly shrinking. And a pool of red liquid was flowing out. Seeing this scene, the true man of divine fire was full of disbelief. Yin Xixiang was the strongest and most influential person in the junior and middle generations of their 5 elements divine sect, below the Yuanying true man. In the future, he will be promoted to the Yuanying stage, either as a sect master or an elder. Died like this? Originally, the divine sect did not agree to let Yin Xixiang fight, and just wanted to get through this stage and let him try to break through the Yuanying realm. It was because he insisted on his own way that he asked him to take action. Now Yin Xixiang was like an ant, being crushed to death by this strange Yuanying cultivator. How could he explain this to the sect? The mouth of the divine fire immortal was trembling, and his finger was shaking as he pointed at Luo Chen, his eyes full of rage. "Thief, you are bullying the weak like this. Where's your immortal demeanor? You're bullying the weak? Ha ha ha." His words were interrupted by Luo Chen's wild laughter. Then, he watched Luo Chen step on Wang Yuan's shoulder, and the big hand transformed by magic power tightly grasped the motion Ya who was shaking wildly and trying to break free. Luo has never seen a magic weapon that can still operate on its own after the owner dies. Have you seen it? Motion old ghost, have you seen it? The last sentence, like a bolt from the blue, hit a tall building hundreds of meters away from the fighting stage. Countless monks watching the battle cast their eyes over. On the tall building, an old monk who had his hair completely combed back was sweating profusely and pinching the magic formula with a ferocious look. Seeing this strange scene, combined with what the white-robed monk on the fighting stage said, everyone completely understood the reason. The one who really bullied the weak, acted despicably first, and did not talk about the demeanor of a generation of real people at all, was the old ghost motion. The motion cliff was not Yin Xixiang's magic weapon at all. Even during the battle, it was not Yin Xixiang who was controlling it. Previously, Wang Yuan was not only fighting with a Yin Xixiang alone, but also under the pressure of a Yuanying real person activating his life tool. For a while, all kinds of uproars and contemptuous looks were cast at the old ghost motion. If eyes can kill people and doubts can penetrate the heart, the old ghost motion must have been riddled with holes at this moment. But the person involved didn't care about their thoughts at all. He mobilized his magic power frantically, remotely controlling his life tool, trying to take it back by force. But for some reason, the towering cliff seemed to be fixed by something. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't recall even a little bit. The old ghost motion was anxious. "Dao, let's talk nicely." "Another nice talk?" Luo Chen sneered, and this time he didn't waste his words with him, but opened his mouth and spit out. "Huh?" A wisp of blue and white flames that kept changing colors floated out of his mouth. Flying to the middle of the air, the color of the flame completely turned into deep white color. The deep white flame spread along Luo Chen's magical hand to the motion cliff. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Silently, the towering cliff turned into a pool of golden liquid in the horrified eyes of countless people. How is it possible? Lingshan City Lord's eyes almost popped out. What kind of strange fire is that, melting gold and breaking iron, refining it in an instant? Fenghe Palace Grand Palace Lord was shocked and blurted out. Hiss, hiss. The other Yuanying true immortals who were paying attention to this battle couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and their hearts were turbulent. The life artifact that a Yuanying Zhenren had been refining for years was turned into a pool of liquid in an instant. Puff. The life artifact was destroyed, and the connection between the mind and the soul for hundreds of years caused the old ghost motion to suffer a severe blow on the spot. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The huge anger in his mind had overwhelmed his consciousness. He turned into a stream of light and staggered towards Luo Chen. He wanted to avenge the destruction of the artifact. Halfway through the flight, another person stopped him. "Calm down, old ghost, calm down." It was the Shenhe Zhenren. The urgent words were like a basin of cold water that instantly poured back the rage of the old ghost motion. He came to his senses at this time, looking at the young man who landed from the giant's shoulder on the fighting stage as if he was looking at a monster. The existence that could refine his life artifact in an instant was definitely not something that he, who was seriously injured at the moment and without the protection of his life artifact, could contend with. He could only stare at Luo Chen with a face full of resentment, with a fishy smell of blood in his mouth. "Who are you?" The immortal of divine fire also had a stern look, but his eyes were half believing and half doubting. With a certain guess, he asked loudly, "This battle is an internal fight of Luo Chen sect. What right do you have to interfere?" Facing this question, Luo Chen smiled. Behind him, Wang Yuan, who had shrunk and restored his body, walked behind him. Without any hesitation, he bowed to Luo Chen in front of countless people. "Wang Yuan, meet the Supreme Elder." Luo Chen was a little surprised by this courtesy. But when he saw Wang Yuan's eyes, he already understood. And under the stage, several figures rushed towards this side like crazy. Luo Chen looked up. Although many people's appearances had changed after 100 years of wind and frost, he could still recognize most of them. Especially the one in the lead, with tears in his eyes, disbelief and great surprise of regaining what he had lost. "It's K.E." Luo Chen sighed slowly, stretched out his hand to half hug her in his arms. Chu Lingjun, Min Longyu and others half knelt on the ground. "Greetings, Master. Grand Elder, you are finally back." "Yilin, greetings, Uncle Master." Meng Qiner, who was supposed to fight in the afternoon, stood out among the crowd at this moment, looking a little embarrassed. But after Chu Lingjun pulled her sleeve, she half knelt on the ground without hesitation. "Junior greets Master Luo." Compared with the tens of thousands of spectators, the number of people in Luo Tian sect is not much, just a drop in the ocean. But at this moment, the titles shouted one by one resounded through the crowd. And those titles also made some people who knew a little about Luo Tian sect realize the identity of Luo Chen. The Grand Elder of Luo Tian sect is also the founder. He is the peerless genius who, according to the legend, single-handedly brought a group of mobs of key refining forces to the level of a giant insect step by step. In the crowd, some people even exclaimed Dan Chenzi, a Taoist name that was so old that Luo Chen almost forgot it. What are you doing? The woman in his arms was already crying. Luo Chen patted her shoulders, then gently pushed Gu Kai away. This matter is not over yet. With one sentence, the woman wiped her tears and stood behind Nao Yingli. Just looking at Luo Chen's back, she was full of tenderness. Luo Chen got off the platform and walked towards the true man of divine fire and the old ghost of motion. Now you know who I am, right? Then do I still have the right to manage the affairs of the Luo Chen sect? True man of divine fire took a deep breath and lowered his head slightly. Since it is your family affair, I can't question it. But you have to give an explanation for killing my 5 elements divine sect disciples. Explanation. Luo Chen's expression became fierce, and he suddenly attacked. You have to give me an explanation. A huge monopalm print suddenly hid out, shocking the 2 Yuanying true men off guard. How dare you? You are not allowed to act without permission in Lingshan Pass. Luo Chen, what are you going to do? The 2 Yuanying Zhenren had already felt a little timid after witnessing Luo Chen's terrifying methods. Facing his lawless sudden attack, they subconsciously avoided him. As the 2 retreated, a man who had been hiding behind them was revealed. The magical palm print came like a galloping horse, blowing the man's head high, revealing a nervous and extremely pale face. Get back! Luo Chen shouted in a low voice, and the huge palm print suddenly turned into a giant claw, grabbing the man and throwing him behind him like a chicken. Min Longai vaguely remembered Luo Chen's style of doing things, and when he saw him take action, he vaguely understood his intention. At this moment, he suddenly took action and planted a restriction on the man. Finally, he sighed faintly. Wenji, have you ever thought about this? Sima Wenji gritted his teeth, not daring to look at the man's back, but he did not show weakness and closed his eyes directly. Alice. Min Longai sighed and was startled. Everyone in Luo Chen sect heard Luo Chen's voice transmission. They looked at each other and squeezed through the crowd to leave. However, unlike the anxiety and uncertainty they had felt for decades, they felt extremely solid at this moment. Even when Gu Kai looked back at the man, her tearful face was smiling. Luo Chen smiled and waved at her. Go back, I won't disappear this time. Luo Chen didn't show up in public for long. In his opinion, it was not a show of force, but just a family scandal. From Bei territory to Lingshan Pass, he went straight to Qingming, and his speed was full, so that he could cross a territory and reach the front line in one day. If it weren't for the need for Bei sect to provide a token of entry, he would have come earlier and cleaned up the mess faster. But it was obvious that his speed of cutting through the mess really shocked everyone in the city, including the Yuanying Zhenren gathered in the city lord's mansion at this moment. In a side courtyard, Luo Chen and Wang Yuan stood opposite each other, and then smiled at each other. Luo Chen asked, how long has it been? Wang Yuan sighed, 110 years, exactly. Since you left, the people of Luo Chen have been living a miserable life. Luo Chen opened his mouth, and thousands of words finally turned into one sentence. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Yuan was indeed hard-working. Most of the news he learned from Zhao Wu, the eldest disciple of Xian Zhenren, was just a few words, but even from those fragmentary information, Luo Chen also knew how much effort Wang Yuan had put in to defend Luo Chen sect. Even when Luo Chen sect lost Luo Chen and was in turmoil, the ally Fifth Wonder tried to devour Luo Chen sect. Wang Yuan fought a battle with him, expelled him from the original Luo Chen alliance, and restored the independent status of Luo Chen sect. Not only that, later when Fifth Wonder secretly made a move, he alone broke into the enemy camp and forcibly killed Fifth Wonder. The purpose was to deter the villains and stabilize the people's hearts in the sect. If it were someone else, Luo Chen would just think that he was greedy for the power of the sect. But it was Wang Yuan who did this. It was Wang Yuan who taught Luo Chen that don't be blinded by power, and don't let the sect's family power hinder your own practice. He himself was not interested in the sect's power. In this situation, he still made many heroic deeds to protect Luo Tian. It was obvious that he was sticking to the righteousness in his heart. Fighting for the experience of Luo Chen and him going through life and death together, sharing honor and disgrace. Fighting for the experience of Luo Chen fighting alone into the Jili Jishan, not hesitating to defend the Golden Pill Master, in order to save him. There are many things that men don't need to say much, but they all remember each other. Luo Chen didn't ask any details, but just asked worriedly. Why did your path change? He remembered that Wang Yuan insisted on the orthodox path of body refining and disdained the body refining techniques of the demon clan. When a copy of the transformation of the Sky Peng was placed in front of the two of them, Wang Yuan just said disdainfully, I don't want a transformation similar to a monster. Later, during his 100 years of cultivation in the North Sea, Luo Chen gradually realized that the transformation similar to a monster was indeed not suitable for the human body. Therefore, in his repeated cultivation, he gradually changed his Sky Peng body into a human giant spirit form that was more suitable for him. But just now, when he saw Wang Yuan on the fighting stage, he was almost about to transform into a monster. Facing this question, Wang Yuan waved his hand with a calm face. The situation forced me to do it. Needless to say, he must have encountered some difficulties in the process of defending the sect for 100 years, and he was forced to take a shortcut he didn't like in exchange for powerful strength. Luo Chen hesitated to speak, and finally could only say one sentence. From now on, I'll be there. It was not until this moment that Wang Yuan smiled. Go. They must have been waiting anxiously. Yes. With Wang Yuan, Luo Chen left the side courtyard and walked towards the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Wherever he passed, all the monks were silent and polite. It was obvious that Luo Chen's deeds of destroying the enemy's magic weapons and cleaning up the sect on the fighting stage had spread. In particular, his protective behavior of killing the junior Yin Sixiang in his own way without caring about the demeanor of a real person made those with low realms fear him from the bottom of their hearts, and even dared not offend him in etiquette. Before reaching the main hall, Luo Chen paused. Outside the hall, an old acquaintance was looking at him with a complicated expression. It was the fairy Fengaiyu who had met him several times. Luo Chen didn't say anything, just nodded, and then pushed open the heavy door of the main hall. Amid the rumbling sound, one after another looked at the tall man who walked in with his back to the light. At this moment, the sun was in the middle of the sky and the sun was blazing. Dressed in white, with a back as straight as a sword, in the light of the hazy dust floating, the man grinned and revealed a brilliant smile. Everyone, I'm back. Although the voice was not loud, it was as heavy as a mountain and flowing as a river in everyone's heart. It seemed that he was not speaking to the cultivators in the hall, but telling Dong Huang that he had returned. Chapter 781, Your desire to plot against me will never die. The sun was blazing outside, and there were few people in the hall. But although there were few people, the aura that was faintly visible between them was as breathtaking as the vast ocean. Luo Chen only took a glance, then smiled and walked in. Facing the surging aura, he did not feel anything. Because he was also a Yuanying Zhenren, no longer the young man who had to tremble in front of Yuanying cultivators for fear of saying the wrong thing. Dao Luo Chen, please take a seat. Lingshan City Lord pointed his hand as an invitation. The position he pointed to was the first seat on the left in the hall, just below him. Such importance attracted people's attention. But no one doubted that Luo Chen's move to refine the life-saving weapon of the old ghost motion in an instant was enough to deserve such a seat. Luo Chen took a seat calmly. The atmosphere in the hall eased a little after he took his seat, and with Lingshan City Lord's loud laughter, he relaxed a lot. Fellow Taoist Luo, you are new here. You have just returned to the East Wilderness not long ago, so I think you are unfamiliar with the people and things here. If you don't mind, let this city lord introduce you. Luo Chen had long known from Xian's Henren that this Lingshan City Lord was a chivalrous man with a warm temper and a wide range of friends. It was precisely because of this character that the Mingyuan sect let him serve as the City Lord of Lingshan, passing command to heroes. At this moment, the other party, as the landlord, wanted to introduce him, so Luo Chen would not refuse. Thank you, City Lord. Haha. Lingshan City Lord smiled heartily, and then pointed his right hand to an octogenarian. This is Master Fu, the ancestor of the Divine Talisman sect. You should have heard of his great name. Was he once the master of the Divine Talisman domain of the Far East 6 regions? Luo Chen clasped his fists. Master Fu's great name was already well known when Luo was still a casual cultivator. Master Fu had been staring at Luo Chen with a bit of curiosity. At this moment, hearing Luo Chen's praise, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. I am only a few hundred years older than you. But you, Master Luo, became famous only 100 years ago, when you were only at the foundation building stage. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, Has Elder Fu heard my story? I have heard a little about the first person to build a foundation in Yuding. Now it seems that meeting you is even better than hearing about you. At the age of 200, you have achieved the nascent soul stage. Your talent is rare in the world. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall changed color. One after another, they couldn't help looking at Luo Chen's extremely young face. Yes. Even though Luo Chen's eyes were deep and his temperament was vicissitudes, just like them, his overly young face and sharp momentum were still out of tune with the people present. Such a demeanor can only be possessed by the legendary peerless genius. Luo Chen greeted the gazes of the crowd openly. Since he planned to return to the East Wilderness, he had made preparations in all aspects. He could have used an old face to cover up some things. But there was no need. As long as someone is interested in digging, they will always know how many years he has achieved the nascent soul Dao. Trying to hide the truth will only make him look petty. On the contrary, the more outstanding he is, the more it will constrain some of the villains hiding in the dark. It's just that he survived a great disaster and will have great fortune in the future. Luo Chen said so, which was both humble and hinted at something. Sure enough. The pale-faced motion old ghost couldn't wait to ask, how did you survive an escape from Kangwu Mountain? Luo Chen glanced at him without explaining. Everyone just thought that he was angry about the previous action of motion old ghost against Wang Yuan, so they didn't want to answer. Lingshan City Lord introduced other people at the right time. The Grand Palace Master of Fenghu Palace, Fairy Fenghu. The real name of Fairy Fenghu has long been unknown to the world. After she became the Grand Elder of Fenghu Palace, she inherited the Taoist name Fenghu. At this moment, she was about to say something when she saw Luo Chen's gaze, but she saw Luo Chen stood up first and bowed to her solemnly. Master Luo, what are you doing? Thank you, Fairy, for taking care of the monks of Luo Chen sect while I was away. Hatred is hatred, favor is favor. Luo Chen has always been able to distinguish clearly. Even when he bowed and thanked others under the gaze of everyone, he did not feel inferior. Everyone also found that under the sharp edge and ruthlessness, this Luo Chen was not unkind. Seeing this, the Lord of Lingshan City was even happier. There are 5 Yuanying Zhenren stationed here at Lingshan Pass all year round. When encountering an enemy attack, they can gather fellow Daoists from the 5 domains, and sometimes there can be more than 10 people. It's a pity that many fellow Daoists are not here today, otherwise I would have introduced them all to Dao Yao. This person, like you, Dao Yao Luo, is a rare cultivation genius in the East Wilderness. Now less than 300 years old, he has already condensed the Yuanying and stepped into the Supreme Sword Path. Just as the Lord of Lingshan City pointed to a middle-aged man with a gloomy face, like a sword covered in dust, Luo Chen smiled. Even though his temperament has changed greatly, his face still has a familiar shadow. Dao Yao Lin, how are you? Lin Qingxuan, the first person in the foundation building stage of Yuding domain before Luo Chen, has always been ranked first in the foundation building stage of Yuding Xianjiao list. After Luo Chen formed the elixir, the two met during the War of Opening Up. But after Luo Chen went to the Great Snow Mountain, the two never met again. 100 years later, Yuding domain was lost and Yuding sword sect was torn apart. Lin Qingxuan followed the remaining disciples and wandered around, struggling to survive. Perhaps because he had seen so many people around him pass away, his sword heart became clearer and his swordsmanship progressed faster. Until now, he has earned the name Sword World's Lone Wild Goose in countless battles with the demons and humans. Facing Luo Chen's greeting, his face was complicated, and there was also a bit of curiosity. Dao Yao Luo, after 100 years of separation, you are impressive. Luo Chen smiled. I heard the name of the Sword World's Lone Wild Goose when I arrived in the White Crane domain. Dao Yao Lin, you are not much behind. White Crane domain. Lin Qingxuan's face changed slightly, took a deep breath, and looked straight at Luo Chen. Regarding the battle in the Great Snow Mountain that year, what exactly happened? Please help me clear up my confusion. The only nascent soul cultivator of his sword sect, Jading Zhenren, was chased and killed by the demon king Shuang from the Great Snow Mountain for 80,000 miles, and was finally killed under the 9 Mountains of Thunder. It was also from that time that the J-Tripod sword sect began to fall into irreparable decline. Faced with this question, Luo Chen lifted his robe and sat down directly. What happened back then is like a mess, which is hard to sort out and explain. Although I have some knowledge, due to my state at that time, what I know is just the tip of the iceberg. How can I help you to resolve your doubts? Lin Qingxuan frowned, and he heard Luo Chen's perfunctory tone. Did he really not know? Or was it because he had previously sent his disciple Hongling to participate in the internal struggle of the Luo Tian sect, and he was unhappy about it, so he deliberately didn't say it? But now, it is not necessarily up to Luo Chen to say it or not. He looked at the Lord of Lingshan City. The Lord of Lingshan City seemed not to notice his gaze at this time, but asked Luo Chen, the remaining two fellow Taoists, I guess there is no need to introduce them. The remaining two people, the true man of divine fire and the old ghost of motion. Luo Chen nodded. He didn't need to introduce them, but it was obvious that the two would not give up. The old ghost motion said hatefully, today Luo Chen disregarded the rules and broke into the fighting arena. Not only did he ruin the 10 decisive battles, he also killed Yin Xixiang and destroyed my natal weapon that I have been refining for hundreds of years. I would like to ask City Lord Lingshan to take charge of this matter and ask Luo Chen to give an explanation. I will not hold you accountable for misleading the people and disrupting my sect, but you are the first to complain. Luo Chen's brows were murderous, staring at the old guy. Besides, you were the first to break the rules. The old ghost motion slammed the table. You are full of sophistry and flattery. You, the Luo Chen disciple, have been deeply favored by the Five Elements divine sect and have been protected for 30 years. Later, you were ungrateful and went to Fenghu Palace. No matter where you put this kind of thing, you can't make sense. Luo Chen took the lead. Then what does it have to do with you, Mo Xianai? You, the old ghost motion pointed at Luo Chen with his right hand, shaking almost uncontrollably, his lips trembling and his beard shaking. With slightly red eyes, he looked at the old man in red robe beside him. Shenhe, say something. Such a loss of composure, unworthy of being a master. But when everyone thought of his life artifact being destroyed and his soul being implicated and injured, they couldn't control their emotions in anger, and couldn't look down on him. Moreover, in addition to Fu Lao, the Grand Palace Master and others wanting to take the opportunity to get to know Luo Chen, the main purpose of today's gathering at the City Lord's mansion was to resolve the 10 decisions fight. Facing the angry words of his allies, Master Shenhe, who was angry about the death of his favorite disciple before, was indescribably calm at this moment. The defeat of the 4 symbols is due to his bad luck. Luo Tian is repetitive, but everyone will flee when disaster strikes. But with all these things, our Shenzong has lost all its face. Shenhe is unable to decide this grudge, but our ancestor will definitely go to Brother Luo in person to ask for an explanation. When Master Shenhe spoke, the old ghost motion became more and more unbelievable the more he listened. But after the last sentence was said, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. The others were even more serious. The Five Elements divine sect, the divine Yuan patriarch, was a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. If he showed up in person, no matter how arrogant Luo Chen had been before, he would be nothing more than a clown in terms of the huge gap in realm. In response to this, Luo Chen laughed and stood up. Haha, Luo is waiting for your ancestor to come find me. I have something to do now, so I won't chat with you. After saying that, he bowed to the City Lord Lingshan, Old Fu and others, and strode out the door. During this process, no one stopped him. Especially the City Lord Lingshan, who was appreciative. After the man walked to the door, he suddenly turned around. I will hold a banquet after I sort out the trivial matters in the sect. At that time, please give me a little face and come over to have a glass of wine. Crack. The door opened and the sun came in again. The man returned to the broad daylight and walked calmly. Only the people in the hall looked at each other. The City Lord Lingshan smiled and replied, I will definitely attend the banquet. At the west gate behind Lingshan Pass, a cloud chariot floated up into the sky after being inspected. Long Yu, I'll leave it to you to control it. Yet, I haven't seen most of the formations on this cloud chariot. It doesn't seem to be the style of the East Wilderness. Min Longai was excited to see the prey, and couldn't help but explore the unfamiliar formations on the Liu Fian chariot. Although he was more surprised by Luo Chen's return, he knew that it was not his turn to reminisce about the past, so he had to divert his attention. Before leaving, Luo Chen suddenly called him. You. He pointed to his head. Min Longai subconsciously touched his hair, which was silver white, dry and white. For young cultivators, this is extremely rare. Min Longai is not very old, more than 260 years old, and in the early stage of the golden color. The key is that there has always been a tradition of refining the Zongmiao Pill in the Luo Chen sect, and he shouldn't be so old. Min Longayu smiled carefreely. I was so obsessed with studying the formation that I accidentally did this. It's no big deal. After saying that, he left on his own. Looking at his back, Luo Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping. How much effort would it take to make a cultivator who took the Zongmiao Pill have white hair and beard and an old look? Sighing, Luo Chen walked to the fence, looking at the scenery passing by below, his mood fluctuating. According to Zhao Wu of the White Crane sect, Lin Qingxuan, with the help of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, tried to seize control of the White Crane domain. However, due to the weakness of the Yuding Sword sect itself and the difficulty of sending out people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion in public, they linked up with the Five Elements Divine sect, which was in the same 6 regions of the Far East. In exchange, they sent the Sword sect monks to participate in the 10 battles. Sword Realm Guhong is not the main enemy. The old Ghost Motion's real weapon was destroyed, so he must bear a grudge against me. But he is an open enemy, and since I have to offend him, I must offend him to death. I do not regret destroying his real weapon with a withered and flourishing true fire. On the contrary, he should be thankful that I did not kill him. The Five Elements Divine sect is willing to protect the Luo Chen sect for decades. Just now, that guy from the Divine Fire deliberately did not investigate my domineering behavior. He must have some ulterior motive. Combined with what Yao Quan, the deputy hall master of the Dazun Hall in Kangwu Mountain said, after searching Jin Buke's soul, she learned that the old man from the Five Elements Divine sect tried to use my 5 spiritual roots to reversely refine the Yuan-Te Dao body and advance to the God transformation stage. Now it seems that the intention to plot my physique is still alive. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. If there were 2 things that worried him the most when returning to the East Wilderness, there would only be 2. One was the accountability of the Mingyuan sect of the East Wilderness Holy Land, and the other was the old immortal in the late Yuanying stage of the Five Elements Divine sect. For the former, he was ready and waiting for someone from the Holy Land to come at any time. As for the latter, he had plotted against him back then, and later formed a lineup of 3 Yuan how to attack Kangwu Mountain. Even after he disappeared, he wanted to control the Luo Chen sect and wait for him to surrender. Now, the ambiguous attitude of the Divine Fire Master explained everything. Perhaps I am still no match for the great monk at this moment. But as long as I am well prepared, he will not dare to attack me openly. And if he attacks secretly, I would also like to try it. Is the secret technique of the divine sect powerful, or is my withering and flourishing divine fire better? Suddenly, Luo Chen's narrowed eyes relaxed, and a bit of tenderness emerged. A beautiful figure walked out from the inside of the chariot. Don't you want to see him? No, take him back and let Wei Niang deal with him. Wei Niang. The woman sighed and leaned gently on Luo Chen's shoulder. Have you been well for the past 100 years? Luo Chen rubbed the woman's head, and the faint fragrance from the woman's hair came from his nose. I'm back, so everything is fine. The cloud chariot rode on the clouds and crossed the mist, crossing thousands of mountains and rivers. 2 figures stood on it, leaning against each other, just as intimate as they were back then. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 782, Holy Land sends a message, Bailey Qingchuan. Inside Lingshan Pass. Old Motion had a big quarrel with Master Shenhe, and finally parted unhappily. As Master Shenhe's favorite disciple, Ran Feng asked curiously, Grandmaster, why don't you attack Luo Chen? He has reached the Golden Core Realm, and he had been dealing with Luo Chen's sect for many years in the early days, so he knows a thing or two about many secrets. He knows the inside story about the Supreme Master of Shenzong coveting Luo Chen. In theory, this is a good opportunity. With the power of the 2 great sects, they can attack Luo Chen and ask the Lord of Lingshan City to punish Luo Chen, and then they can take the opportunity too. What's the point of attacking? Master Shenhe looked at the direction where Old Motion left, narrowed his eyes, and asked casually. Oh, Ramfang couldn't explain it. True Man of Divine Fire said again, regardless of whether the Lord of Lingshan City will punish Luo Chen, his current status as a nascent soul true man means that the punishment will not be too severe. At most, he will be fined some spirit stones and do some hard work. Such punishment is useless to us. Moreover, He paused and said grimly, "What the Grand Elder wants is a complete Luo Chen. Instead of alerting the enemy, it is better to tell the Grand Elder about this news first, and he will handle it." Ramfeng suddenly realized and showed the wise look of the ancestor. True man of divine fire forced a smile, but in his heart he was weighing the pros and cons. Yin Sixiang died, and he would definitely be held accountable, but at this critical moment, the sect would not do anything to him with his nascent soul combat power. Especially since he brought the news of Luo Chen back, the Grand Elder might even reward him. The realm is about between the second and third levels of the nascent soul. True man of divine fire was a little uncertain. The realm that Luo Chen showed during the battle was high and low, which made him unsure. But no matter what, at best, he is just an early nascent soul cultivator. The only thing that makes people afraid is probably his white flame. It was so powerful and strange that he refined the life weapon of the old man motion in an instant. This information must also be reported. The Grand Palace Master of Fenghu Palace may be his potential ally, and the Lord of Lingshan City. When he thought of the judgment of Luo Chen in his heart and the attitude of the Lord of Lingshan City towards Luo Chen, the true man of divine fire hesitated. It's really too friendly. Although the outside world has always rumored that this person is keen on making friends, that is also for those who know the details. Luo Chen, who suddenly appeared, has what kind of temperament, what kind of behavior, and what are his outstanding qualities, it is still unknown. Why did the Lord of Lingshan City favor him so much? It was precisely because of the attitude of the Lord of Lingshan City that the true man of divine fire chose to endure it in the city lord's mansion at that time. Isn't he curious about how Luo Chen escaped from Kangwu Mountain that year? Inside the city lord's mansion, Yi Lingshan had a thick stack of bamboo slips in front of him, and he buried his head in them. These bamboo slips were not old, but rather exuded a faint fragrance of bamboo and ink, as if they were newly made. The contents recorded on them were also a little messy. Luo Chen, 231 years old, from Daohofang, Yuding Domain, East Wasteland, rose to prominence in Xianlan Fairy City, Yuding Domain. He has 5 spiritual roots, but his aptitude is extremely poor, and he has no sect teachings or family to rely on. In the key refining stage, he showed a great talent for alchemy, and among the casual cultivators, he was awarded the Taoist name of Dinshenzi. Seeing this, City Lord Lingshan paused slightly. In the key refining stage, he had a Taoist name? Interesting. He continued to flip through the bamboo slips, from Luo Chen's key refining stage to the foundation establishment stage, and then to the golden core stage. The location also changed from the unknown Daohofang to Xianlan Fairy City, step by step, until the Lorn sect's opening up war. The battle at the Great Snow Mountain declared the failure of the opening up war. The battle at Kangwu Mountain kicked off a new round of all-out war between humans and demons in the eastern wilderness cultivation world since ancient times. So far, the information about Luo Chen has been interrupted. Lingshan City Lord picked up another bamboo slip, which is also a relatively old one among many new bamboo slips. It was written by junior brother Chongming after he came back from Zhongzhou. Recognizing the handwriting, Lingshan City Lord looked a little serious. Spreading out the bamboo slips, the content recorded on it is still related to Luo Chen, but unlike the casual cultivator struggling in the quagmire before, Luo Chen at this time is no longer the same. A casual cultivator in the wilderness. He gained the Tao in the North Sea and became famous in Zhongzhou. In the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven competition, he turned the tide with his own strength and pushed Fu Qinglan, who was not outstanding in talent, to the top of the competition. The situation of the battle in the cave is unknown, but there is only one thing to note: Luo Chen is favored by the Pill Saint Chuyan. When the Pill Saint ascended to heaven, he was given a Xianji pill. That's why Chongming noticed this person and took the trouble to have Mingyan sect collect intelligence about him. Why does senior sister Chu favor him? City Lord Lingshan paused and fell into deep thought. Perhaps some people would find it strange that he called Chongming junior brother, Chongming called Danxiang Chuyan uncle master, but he and Chuyan were called senior sister and brother. This generation is messed up. But in fact, it is not messed up. Chongming is a new generation of genius of Mingyan sect, and he is not from the same era as Danxiang Chuyan, Yi Lingshan and others. Therefore, even if he achieved the nascent soul stage and even represented Mingyan sect to envoy Xianit and Dao sect, he still respectfully called Chuyan uncle master. And he still continued the same address when they were in the same sect. City Lord Lingshan pondered for a while. Could it be that it was because of Luo Chen's unique talent in alchemy that senior sister Chu Yan favored him? That should be the case. Luo Chen's talent is not good, but his practice has never stagnated. His realm has improved by leaps and bounds. He has condensed a golden elixir in just 100 years, which is no less than that of a cultivator with a natural spiritual root. In the absence of a sect's guidance, the only explanation is that he took a shortcut in alchemy. During his 100-year journey in the North Sea, he jumped from the early stage of the golden elixir to Yuanying's Yanrun. Such progress may have been due to some strange encounters, but it is absolutely inseparable from the help of alchemy. Sure enough, when Yu Lingshan opened the last bamboo slip, his thoughts were confirmed. Xingmin's guest Luo Chen can easily take out a 4th-level medium-grade cultivation elixir. It is suspected that he can refine a 4th-level high-grade elixir. Suspected to be a great master of alchemy. Without time to be happy about his guess, Yu Lingshan took out a jade slip from his storage bag. Pay attention to Luo Chen, this boy is related to the old events of Kangwu Mountain. But you must not use force, you must treat him with courtesy. These 2 simple sentences contain great divine thoughts, which make people want to surrender subconsciously. Obviously, the person who left this jade slip is a great power above the nascent soul stage. It is because of this jade slip that the Lord of Lingshan City is so enthusiastic about Luo Chen. And this jade slip was delivered to the Lord of Lingshan City before Luo Chen returned. Stroking the smooth jade slip, the Lord of Lingshan City could not help but frown. Since the ancestor is so concerned about Luo Chen, why didn't he just take him back to Mingyuan's sect for interrogation? You pity talents, you are interested in his alchemy attainments, and want to train the next alchemy saint for Mingyuan's sect. Shouldn't you act faster? Is it because the ancestor can't spare his hands, or because he is concerned about the identity of the Stargate guest? After thinking for a while, the Lord of Lingshan City was puzzled. After sorting out all the bamboo slips, he suddenly laughed out loud. Why bother with these? Such an interesting person is much better to deal with than those lifeless peers in the East Wilderness. Unlike many homeless small forces in Lingshan Pass, Luo Xianzong, although not considered a Yuanying upper sect, also has a separate station. That is Fenghe Palace, a place specially arranged for Luo Xianzong. It is not big, but not small. There are mountains and waters in the 100 Li territory, as well as exotic flowers and plants. Of course, this arrangement is not free. Most of the plants planted in the spiritual land called by Li Qingchuan are spiritual medicines. The mission of Luo Xianzong living here is to help Fenghe Palace take care of these spiritual medicines and hand them in regularly. Luo Xianzong has this ability. After all, it started out by refining pills and growing medicines in its early years. On the cloud chariot, Chu Lingjun knelt in front of Luo Chen, his head pressed against the ground, and remained silent for a long time. After listening to his general story, Luo Chen also fell silent. After a long while, he said quietly, "So, after I left, you abandoned your wife and children, betrayed the sect, and went to join another sect." Every word seemed to be a piercing word, penetrating the man's heart and lungs. Chu Lingjun trembled all over, bowed his head and kowtowed heavily. "It's all true." Lingjun is unfilial and humiliated Luo Tian. "Please, master, grant me death." Gu Kai, who was standing next to him, said quickly, "Husband, no." Luo Chen looked over. Gu Kai sighed, "Lingjun is not to blame for this. When Luo Xianzong was on the road to escape, people were in chaos. It happened that Fenggayu Fairy from Fenghe Palace passed by with her people, and she proposed to take Lingjun away. Although Lingjun followed Fenggayu Fairy and left at that time, we later learned that he just wanted to find a way out for us. Over the years, Lingjun has secretly funded Luo Xianzong with a large number of cultivation resources, especially in the field of elixirs. The reason why our Luo Xianzong has been able to produce talents after 100 years of hardship is that Lingjun has made great contributions. In particular, he really found us the spiritual land of Li Qingchuan, so that we don't have to live under someone else's roof. Although they are both under the control of the Yuanying upper sect, unlike the time in the 5 elements domain, at least in the Fenghe domain, Luo Xianzong is self-reliant and has a certain degree of independence. Even if they flee again in the future, they will not be in a passive situation where they are held hostage by the 5 elements divine sect. Facing Gu Kai's plea, Luo Chen looked at Chu Lingjun again. "Is what your master's wife said true?" Chu Lingjun choked up, "It is true." But Lingjin disturbed the hearts of the people in the sect, caused many people to privately criticize him, and even fled Luo Chen sect. It is also true. Master. Let's talk about your matter later. Luo Chen waved his hand, and Chu Lingjin was lifted up by a magical power. Then, Luo Chen stood up and walked out. By Li Qingchuan, we have arrived. Luo Chen sect does not have the ability of ultra-long-distance communication like Mingyan sect, so Luo Chen's return is still unknown to those who stayed at the mountain gate. One day, above by Li Qingchuan, a gorgeous cloud chariot came from a distance. When it reached the territory of the sect, the speed suddenly slowed down. One by one, the low-level cultivators who were busy in the medicine field couldn't help but look up and curiously look at the slowly flying cloud chariot. 3 white and 3 flowers, cloud patterns everywhere. The 3-color long sail of blue, black and white is on one side, and the 3-color long sail of purple, gold and red is on the other side to contrast with each other. On the roof, there were beads of auspiciousness everywhere, flowing sleeves hanging down, and a noble 5-color canopy towering high. The wide chariot was also paved with white jade, shining with golden light. Even the 6 wheels below were quite extraordinary, with 18 spokes, all stained with the gold powder. Even when flying, 3 phantoms of dragons soared through the clouds, showing more divine power. Which big shots travel vehicle is this, so gorgeous? The monks of Fenghu Palace like luxury. Could it be someone from the upper sect? It could also be from the 5 elements divine sect. The 4th day of the 10 battles is almost over, and someone is coming now. Could it be to announce the result? When the last guess appeared, everyone's heart was lifted. There were even those with fierce tempers who took out their magic tools and prepared for battle. At this moment, a person flew out of the cloud chariot, rushing towards the only green mountain in the 100 miles of Qingchuan, like an arrow from a string. Someone crossed paths with him. Yilin, what happened? Zheng Yilin did not slow down at all, and just replied, Uncle Li, the Grand Elder is back. The middle-aged monk was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. But soon, he showed an ecstatic look, and rushed to the cloud chariot without caring about the emptiness of his magic power. When he arrived in front of him, he hesitated a little. Fu Jiaxing, who was standing on the outside, smiled at him, and was about to say something when he heard a gentle laugh. Is it Yingzhang? A familiar voice. Li Yingzhang swallowed his saliva subconsciously, then tidied his clothes and got on the cloud chariot. Li Yingzhang, welcome the return of the Grand Elder. Duang, duang, duang. The sky was bright and the bells were ringing. Outside a cave in Daking Mountain, a woman with a flushed face patted the door of the cave with excitement. Master, he is back. Inside the cave, a woman with a veil suddenly opened her eyes. The whole person rushed to the front door like a meteor. But just as she was about to open the cave, she stopped involuntarily. Really? It must be true. Zheng Yilin told me personally that he even rang the big bell. Now all the disciples have been called together to welcome him. Master, you. Mingyu, you go first. I won't go. Oh, Master, you are his Taoist partner, how can you not go? The woman raised her hand, covered her arm with a black veil, and then subconsciously touched her cheek covered by the veil, and shook her head. It's not convenient for me, you go first, you are the leader of Luo Chen sect now, you must be there, don't be late. Yao Mingyu was puzzled, but she finally left after hearing the increasingly urgent bell in her ears. After she left, the woman sighed and murmured, it's good to be back, it's good to be back. Under the sound of the bell, one after another, figures gathered like a stream, coming from all directions of Bailey Qingchuan. Yao Mingyu put on the most solemn clothes and stood in front of the crowd. In the puzzled eyes of the 300 disciples, he bowed to greet them. Yao Mingyu, welcome the return of the Supreme Elder. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. At this moment, a monstrous pressure slowly spread out. It was majestic but not sharp, and the atmosphere was extremely gentle. It was like the power of heaven, and more like a spring breeze. It was as if a kind elder was watching them. Everyone realized something, stretched their necks, widened their eyes, and stared at the cloud chariot emitting brilliant light. One by one, the cultivators walked out of it, lined up in 2 rows, and greeted each other with courtesy. Among those people, there was the highly respected Fu Jiaxing, Min Longyu who had white hair for the sect, and Chu Kui, the Xiankazi who had made many achievements. The rising star Yang Ping was among them. Li Yingzhang, who had recently become famous, didn't know when he got on the cloud chariot and stood respectfully aside. Then, a man with a tall figure, like a sword out of its sheath, slowly walked out. No one saw Gu Kai and Chu Lingjun standing on both sides of him. Everyone's mind was focused on the pair of eyes that looked like the rotation of the sun, moon and stars. The portrait of Luo Chen has been enshrined in the ancestral hall. Every person who enters the sect remembers that face. Even though 100 years have passed, it is still engraved in their hearts. It's him. It's indeed him. Yao Mingyu spoke again. All Luo Chen cultivators, welcome the return of the Supreme Elder. This time, everyone responded in unison, even the voices of 100 people were like thunder. Luo Chen looked at this scene and nodded slightly. With just one sentence "I'm back," all the calls stopped. In his heart, he was quite emotional. The Luo Chen sect, which had thousands of disciples at its peak, now only has these 300 disciples. It's really not the right time for me to leave. Suddenly, his eyes fixed. Where is Wei Niang? Chapter 783, Entertaining People with Beauty, Feeling Sorry for Oneself Because of Appearance, Having Poisonous Telepathy, and Being Able to Communicate with Each Other. Decades ago, the Five Elements Divine Sect accepted us and gave us a place to stay. But at that time, it was not as good as it seemed. There were demons causing chaos outside, and disciples were disunited inside. Although the matter of Lingjun later revealed people's true colors over time, it did bring a lot of negative impact at the time. Many disciples who were not firm enough in the sect were lured to other sects. Under internal and external troubles, the older generation of strong people like me are trying our best to improve our cultivation so as to provide shelter for the younger generation. At that time, except for Fu Jiaxing, Chu Kui, and Wang Yuan who had the combat power of a golden elixir, the other newly promoted golden elixir cultivators were only Su Huanzin and a guest who joined our Luo Chen sect halfway. Wei Niang and I were anxious to break through the golden elixir stage. At that time, a cultivator from the divine sect ordered us to go to the battlefield of Sandechuan to recapture the strategic fortress. Suddenly one day, Wei Niang suffered a strange change. Her magic power increased dramatically. Her realm soared. She entered the golden elixir in one step, and her realm even climbed wildly, and she couldn't stop at all. At that time, I still didn't know what happened to her. I only know that when the battlefield of Sandechuan was in danger, even Wang Yuan was in a difficult battle. It was she who suddenly came to the battlefield and brought us back alive. In that battle, Su Huanzin, who had finally condensed the golden elixir, died, and the guest official who joined temporarily defected. After Wang Yuan came back, he went into seclusion again. Originally, the Luo Chen sect was seriously injured, but Wei Niang showed the powerful power of the late golden elixir in that battle, shocking the world. It was precisely because of this strength that we were able to quietly escape to Fenghe domain when the demon clan attacked the Five Elements domain and the Five Elements divine sect was busy. Bailey Qingchuan has mountains and water. The mountain is Decking Mountain and the water is Yishu River. Along the bank of Yishu River, Luo Chen climbed Decking Mountain step by step. Gu Kai followed him and told him about the past in detail. He had already known about Chu Lingjun's affairs. But it was not entirely his fault that the disciples of the sect were disunited and even defected. At its peak, although Luo Xianzong was known to have many monks and nearly 10,000 disciples, it was ultimately just a small force that had been established for less than 100 years. It had no foundation, no long-standing heritage, and no deep cohesion. The disciples came for profit, and the disciples went for profit. It was common sense that everyone would flee when disaster struck. On the contrary, in Luo Chen's view, it was already very good to be able to leave 300 people in the end. Most of these 300 people were related to him, which meant that his 100-year operation was not a failure. Even if he left, there were still people willing to stay because of him. Of course, Wang Yuan, Wei Niang, Kai Yi and others did their best. What made him a little regretful was that Su Huanzhen died. That was a beast master that Tan Taiyu specially introduced to him that year. When he first met, he had established the 6th level of foundation, and later gradually recognized Luo Xianzong, and stayed even when the cooperation period expired. But he didn't expect that after finally practicing to the coveted Jinden stage, he died on the battlefield of monsters. According to Gu Kai, it was Su Huanzhen who used the beast control method to attack the monster beast on the battlefield, which attracted the attention of the powerful monster king and was killed. It is the method of beast control that makes one successful and also makes one die. When Luo Chen heard that, Wei Niang's mana surged and her realm soared, his face froze. After asking Gu Kai for the specific time, it just happened to coincide with the time when he was in the land of falling demons. It's really Lingxi Gu. He sighed in his heart. Then, he asked softly, even so, why doesn't Wei Niang want to see me? Is it because of her brother's matter? Gu Kai nodded, but shook her head. There are reasons in this regard, but the main factor is her appearance. Luo Chen frowned slightly. Gu Kai sighed and talked about what happened later. Nothing is without a price. Sima Wei Niang's realm surged, but also brought disaster. The huge mana was not compatible with her own physique and spiritual root attributes, and a strong rejection reaction appeared at the beginning. Sima Wei Niang suppressed it by force. But as time went by, the reaction became more and more intense, even to the point of being in pain day and night, howling non-stop. At that time, the doctors of Luo Xianzong were unable to treat her. It was Wang Yuan who took action and passed on the method of Mingshen Po Sha to Sima Wei Niang, allowing her to temper her will with the help of pain and at the same time be able to endure a higher threshold of pain. Sima Wei Niang endured it. But the spontaneous changes in her body were not something she could suppress with her will. At that time, she was used to covering her face with a black veil and not seeing outsiders. The last time I saw her was before the start of the 10 decisive battles. At that time, she was no longer wearing the elegant palace dress. She was wearing a black dress and black skirt, and even the skin on her forearms was covered tightly. I'm afraid. At the end, Gu Kai showed a look of reluctance. Even though she had always been at odds with Sima Wei Niang, after years of getting along, there was always a friendship between the same sect. Especially, as women, they all value their looks instinctively. Otherwise, why would there be such useless pills as Dingai and Dan in the world of immortal cultivation? The fact that Sima Wei Niang could not see anyone shows how much the magic power destroyed her body. Unconsciously, the two of them had appeared outside a cave that had been opened up not many years ago in Decking Mountain. Gu Kai chose to leave time for Sima Wei Niang and left first. Luo Chen looked around. There were no flowers or grass, only scorched trees. This was a very rare sight in Bailey Qingchuan, where the scenery was beautiful and medicinal herbs were everywhere. He did not conceal his breath, and even did not lighten his footsteps, and walked towards the stone door. With his divine sense, he could naturally pass through the formation and see the situation inside. A woman walked behind the door nervously. Open the door. Luo Chen said. The woman subconsciously raised her hand, but hesitated. This was the first time in so many years that she hesitated about Luo Chen's order. I brought your brother back. Luo Xianzong will never allow anyone to bully you again. I, Luo Chen, am now at the nascent soul stage, and I am strong enough to stand tall in the Eastern Wilderness immortal cultivation world. After hearing these words, the woman put her hands down again. It was as if she had been relieved of a heavy burden. Luo Chen frowned and suddenly said, Madam, you have never entertained people with your beauty. Why do you feel sorry for yourself now? Do you think that your husband is a superficial person who judges people by their appearance and only looks at the skin? The woman in the cave was hit hard and subconsciously took a few steps back. There was a look of confusion in her eyes. Yes, from the beginning, Sima Wei Niang was not famous for her beauty. The reason why she was able to step up from a casual cultivator to her current high position and even be favored by men outside the palace was never because of her face. It is really ridiculous to feel sorry for herself because of her ruined appearance. Not only did she deny her own efforts, but she also underestimated her husband's mind. Taking a deep breath, Sima Wei Niang cast a spell, and the stone door separating the inside and the outside slowly rose up with a rumbling sound. The person who had not been seen for 100 years, from feet to body, then to mouth, nose and eyes. She slightly gathered her sleeves, bowed gracefully, and her autumn eyes were full of joy. I welcome my husband back. When the Lingxi Gu mutated, I thought you. It's just a small mistake. Your husband is blessed with a long life. How can he fall easily? But you, knowing that the Lingxi Gu was destroyed, still had such confidence in me and told them that I was still alive. If I want to keep the things you left behind, I naturally have to stabilize the morale of the army. But sometimes I tell too many lies, and I am too ashamed to face them who have fought for the sect, so I gradually stayed indoors. Madam, you are so scheming. Isn't this what I learned from you? You are so hurtful. After seeing each other again, They were warm and talked about the past. However, Sima Wei Niang's smile was still a little forced. She looked at Luo Chen, who had his eyes closed, and said with trembling lips, "Can it be solved?" Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a face that was completely unrecognizable. The woman's wrist in his hand was uneven with blisters as if she had been burned. And under the clothes, it was even more tattered, which was shocking. Luo Chen was thoughtful. It was indeed caused by his own magic power. When he was in the land of falling demons, his physical body was reborn, and his magic power suddenly disappeared because of the collapse of his physical body. In fact, it was passed to Sima Wei Niang through the Lingxi Gu fed by his flesh and blood. There is nothing wrong with this method. The problem is that Luo Chen's magic power is too overbearing. At that time, he was at the 6th level of Jinden, with a fire-attributed magic power, which was extremely yang and strong, and few people in the world could match it. It can even be said that even Luo Chen himself could not bear the erosion of magic power day and night, so that his face was red all year round, and strange phenomena appeared on his body. How could Sima Wei Niang, who was only at the 9th level of foundation building, bear it? Although Lingxi Gu helped her to accept this mana reluctantly, she couldn't suppress it at all. She herself has dual spiritual roots of water and wood, and the technique she practices is also near water tower, so it is difficult to control this mana. The golden elixir condensed by Lingxi Gu is not an orthodox golden elixir. The control is extremely low. Another point is that Luo Chen not only has a domineering mana attribute, but also a large amount. All along, Luo Chen's mana has been several times that of the same level. When he reached the golden core stage, he could even use the mana of the 6th level of the golden core to rival those of the 9th level of the golden core. This also created Sima Wei Niang, who ascended to heaven in one step and rushed directly to the realm of the 7th level of the golden core. The amount is large, the nature is domineering, and it penetrates the sea of qi, washing the body all the time, and finally caused indelible damage to her body. But there is one thing, which is quite strange. If this huge amount of mana is vented, at least it will not fall to the point where the sea of qi is riddled with holes, the meridians are scorched and withered, and the body is heavy and difficult to recover. This problem was solved instantly when Luo Chen thought about the hardships of Luo Xianzong over the past century. In order to protect the sect, Wang Yuan took a shortcut and practiced a transformation of a demon, just to gain powerful strength. Min Longayu studied the art of formation so hard that his mental energy was exhausted and his hair turned white. What he wanted was also stronger power. Chu Lingjin was too poor in talent, so he could only save the sect in a roundabout way and join Fenghe Palace to gain powerful power, even if it was external. Under such circumstances, how could Wei Niang, who cared the most about Luo Xianzong, give up the powerful magic power in her body in vain? Luo Chen couldn't help but touch her face. "You have suffered." Sima Wei Niang was a little embarrassed and turned her head away subconsciously. She heard a voice that made her happy. "Your physical problems can be solved by your husband, don't worry." "Really?" Sima Wei Niang turned her head suddenly and stared at Luo Chen in a daze. Luo Chen nodded gently and rubbed her hair. "It may be a little painful, bear with it." "Well, I'm not afraid." Luo Chen smiled slightly, and asked Sima Wei Niang to take off all her clothes. He treated the wounded skin as if it was nothing, and immersed his consciousness into it. Suddenly, the huge mana in the woman's body seemed to sense something and became restless. "Come back." Luo Chen pinched the Taoist magic formula and began to draw the mana to him. After all this mana was obtained by his painstaking practice. Even though it was used by Sima Wei Niang because of the conversion of Lingxi Gu, it still recognized the master. Luo Chen's treatment plan was not complicated. Drain her mana, destroy her golden elixir, and make Sima Wei Niang's realm fall to the foundation building stage. In this way, there will be no source of trouble. Then, use medical skills to repair her body and restore her to normal state, and then break through the golden elixir stage again. The only problem is probably the lifespan. Sima Wei Niang's age has long exceeded the 250-year limit of the foundation building period. The reason why she has survived to this day is all thanks to the golden elixir formed by the Lingxi Gu. Even if it is not an orthodox golden elixir, it is still a golden elixir. If this elixir is destroyed, coupled with the damage to the body over the years, she may not be able to live for many years. But Luo Chen also has a solution to this problem. He refined the Penglai octagonal pavilion in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, and obtained a longevity elixir from the most secret spaces in it. Its name is Beishao Xiandong. This elixir is of the 4th grade, and it can give you 100 years of life. If it can be refined into corresponding longevity elixir, you will get more life. Its source is definitely not cultivated by the Penglai immortal sect itself, but picked by the Penglai disciples in the Mushianitun of the Meteorite land. Luo Chen was refining the octagonal pavilion in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven at the time. After discovering this thing, he was very happy for a while. He even felt that the decades of life lost in the cave heaven were not a big deal. This is also one of the reasons why he softened his attitude towards Fujio Shen after he came out. Now, this 100 heads of asparagus will be used on Wei Niang. Even if it is impossible to refine the longevity pill, its own medicinal power is enough. 100 years. With Luo Chen's full support, Sima Wei Niang can easily make the pill. Time passed slowly. Just when Luo Chen sucked out all the mana that Wei Niang could not contain and the mana in the sea of qi, leaving only the blood-colored golden pill, his movements paused. Huh? What's wrong? Nothing. Luo Chen replied softly, and began to transform his mana, performing various medical skills that had already been perfected. 5 elements returned to the internal organs, restoring bones and opening veins, spring breeze and rain. Later, he also took out a Kanghe pill from the storage ring, which was the kind of Kanghe pill specially used to repair the Danshan and Sea of Qi. After the pill entered his body, Luo Chen did not neglect it at all. He opened his mouth and spit out a wisp of blue and white flames faintly emerged. As his mind moved, the flame completely turned from white to blue. Unlike the white flame on the Lingshan Pass fighting stage, the withered and prosperous true fire at this moment was no longer dead and gloomy, but full of vigorous vitality. Luo Chen carefully spread the true fire, covering the woman's body like a veil of flame, and began to burn slowly. The dead skin, the lifeless cells, and the black and red blood gradually began to glow with new vitality under this burning. Even the sparse hair began to spread out visibly, hanging down to the shoulders, neck and waist. The Kanghe pill that Luo Chen had put in before also began to refine rapidly, turning into viscous liquid, wrapping the edge of the woman's sea of qi to repair it. Too much is as bad as too little. Luo Chen's mind moved, and he took back the withered and prosperous true fire. Rest well, I'll come back to treat you in a few days. When you are completely well, you can take Beishao Xiandong to restore your essence and increase your lifespan. When he said this, Luo Chen covered her with a thin blanket, covering her white jade-like body. Sima Wei Niang stared at Luo Chen in a daze. Are you leaving? No, I'll take you with me if I leave. Well. The woman blinked, and the fatigue and weakness accumulated over 100 years surged up in an instant. Surrounded by the long-lost comfort and sense of security, her long eyelashes opened and closed, and she gradually fell asleep. Luo Chen tucked the corners of the quilt for her, and his originally gentle expression gradually became gloomy. At this moment, the woman is still in the realm of the middle stage of the golden elixir. In the gradually repairing sea of qi, a golden elixir rises and falls, and hundreds of restrictions wrap it tightly. Lingxi is poisonous. Not only can it communicate with the heart, but also with the gods. Chapter 784, Luo Tian's Past, An Understanding of Prosperity and Decline. The goo worm was spread from the southern border. In the world of immortal cultivation, people are terrified when they hear about it and shudder when they see it. But this is only for the casual cultivators who have little knowledge. For people like Luo Chen who have a high realm and broad knowledge, they naturally understand that the world has never been divided into good and evil, but only useful and useless. At least, as far as he knows, many goo worms can play a good auxiliary role in cultivation for normal cultivators. For example, there is a first-level goo worm called Moonlight Goo. Although the grade is not high, the effect is extremely magical, which can guide the qi and open the meridians. Some people who have spiritual roots but are born with blocked meridians can break the shackles and practice normal qi refining by refining this goo. Even those who are born with unobstructed meridians are not reluctant to refine a moonlight goo to assist their own qi refining when conditions permit. In Zongmiao, Xianhun Dao sect once bought moonlight goo from the southern border on a large scale, until the southern border became more and more closed, and the transaction in this regard gradually stopped. It can be said that the moonlight goo, which was once widely circulated, also contributed a lot to the fact that there are so many cultivators in Zongmiao. And the moonlight goo is just one of the many strange goo. The Lingxi goo planted on Luo Chen and Sima Wei Niang is also one of them, and it has a bigger origin. According to rumors, it is a simplified version of a 5th level goo worm called the co-life and co-death goo long ago. It is an extreme goo worm that combined the god-transforming great power and the key-refining cultivator together and live and die together. However, with the changes in the world, the name of the co-life and co-death goo has gradually become less known, and another transformation route of the Lingxi goo has once set off a great storm in the southern Xinjiang immortal cultivation world. The 3rd level demon goo, the demon heart goo. There are crazy people who refine a large number of demon heart goo and plant them for low-level cultivators, and then when they mature, they use the magic of the goo worm to devour their cultivation realm. It was because of this incident that the demon heart goo was completely suppressed, and the Lingxi goo gradually became less common. At that time, Luo Chen was going on a long journey. In order to avoid losing contact, he carefully checked the Lingxi goo and confirmed that there was no problem before planting it in Sima Weiyuan. Facts have proved that the heart-to-heart effect of Lingxi goo has indeed brought many benefits. Whether it was the 2 years when Luo Chen was trapped in the Bai Cave Mansion on the Jili Mountain battlefield, or the 3 years of imprisonment in Kangwu Mountain, or the 100 years of wandering in the North Sea, the existence of Lingxi goo allowed Sima Weiyuan to maintain enough confidence, waiting for his return. Without that confidence, Luo Xianzong might have collapsed long ago. A few cultivators without the blessing of the sect might be favored and absorbed by the big sects because of their outstanding talents, but most mediocre people are more likely to gradually dissipate in the vast world of immortal cultivation. Not everyone can be like Luo Chen, wandering and practicing, and still get better and better. Later, with Luo Chen's trip to the land of fallen demons, his body was reborn, and Lingxi goo and his magic power disappeared. Luo Chen was once very worried about Sima Weiyuan's situation. Therefore, he bought a bunch of low-level goo worms in the Wangxian building of Shenyuan City in Bihai for research. After he went to Zhongzhou and the Dongshan competition was over, Xianshan's Henren from southern Xinjiang also chatted with him, and he took the opportunity to ask about Lingxi goo. Whether it was the results of his personal research or the evaluation of the Gudao masters, there was no big problem with Lingxi goo. This is why Luo Chen thought that it would not be too troublesome to solve Sima Weiyuan's injuries. But at this moment, there was a change. Under Luo Chen's observation, the golden elixir condensed by Lingxi goo in Weiyuan's body was like a living thing, involving the heart and even the sea of consciousness soul. This is why Luo Chen said that Lingxi communicates the heart and the soul. Because of these two connections, Luo Chen did not dare to forcibly erase it. Once erased, not only would the heart rupture, but the soul would also be annihilated at the same time. No wonder Kai said before that Weiyuan's body had changed. This was caused by the absorption of her heart and blood by Lingxi goo. The pain that even Jinden cultivators could not suppress was reduced a lot after practicing Mingshan Posha. Obviously, it also enhanced the endurance of her soul, so she could barely bear the devouring of her soul. But how did this happen? Luo Chen wanted to ask Chu Kui if there were any other hidden dangers when he gave the pair of goo insects to her. But this idea was dispelled as soon as it came up. Chu Kui was a person. If there were any hidden dangers, he would have said it long ago. Moreover, whether it was the previous 200 years, or his own research, or the opinions of Xianshan's Henren, they all said that Lingxi goo was fine. Then the problem can only be with Weiyuan and me. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and a drop of blood appeared on his fingertips for no reason. Lingxi goo uses blood essence to refine and uses the daily circulation of qi and blood as food. Except for the time of refining, it will not affect the daily practice of cultivators. And his blood, on his fingertips, the blood was crystal clear, exuding an extremely vigorous vitality. Even if he didn't understand the changes in blood and qi, this drop of blood from Luo Chen was no less than the blood that Wang Yuan had tempered thousands of times. Lingxi goo absorbs such things and grows from the first level to the third level little by little. My blood. Blood nightmare demon Luo once said that Yuan Two Sword likes my blood very much. The Black King also said that he likes to rely on me because the vigorous blood and qi I exude makes him very comfortable. The Lingxi goo soaked in my blood day and night, so that I got used to it, ignored it, and forgot how much it grew. When I was in Nirvana, the Lingxi goo was broken, but it carried my magic power, revived in Weiyuan's body, and condensed the golden elixir. But at this moment, the host is no longer the strong me, but the weak Weiyuan. So, in order to continue to grow, it will devour the heart and devour the soul. In the dark, Luo Chen figured it out. While mumbling in his heart, His finger landed on the lips of the woman who was sleeping beside him. The drop of blood that was squeezed out immediately stained the pale thin lips. Under the surveillance of his spiritual consciousness, the golden elixir in the sea of Qi trembled slightly, but was restrained by the restriction set by Luo Chen. Luo Chen released the restriction at the right time, and then saw magical power rolling over the drop of blood. The golden elixir, the blood color became darker. The woman's eyebrows, but completely stretched out. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen opened his mouth, and finally sighed. After all, it was my negligence. Zhou Yuanli died in Zongmiao mountain range when the monster tide broke out. Bai Miling's soul disappeared on the way of escape. Xing Zongyan forced himself to practice Dust Yuanshu and became obsessed with it. His Taoism was greatly damaged. During a retreat of the entire sect, he chose to be the last one to retreat. His life or death is unknown. Mi Li and his son Chu Jiu waited for Chu Lingjun in the sect for 10 years, and finally died with hatred in their hearts. Duanfeng and his wife were good at identifying ores. They were ordered by Jin Ling's Henrin of Wuxing Shenzong to go to the battle to support Lianga Yizilin in Wuji domain. They died there and had no offspring left. Su Huanshun died in the battlefield of Sanduchuan. The great elder of Luoyan sect disappeared, Xiaoyan sect the Moon Mountain range was destroyed, and a large number of disciples died. In addition, in order to break through the nascent soul realm in his early years, Han Zan occupied too many interests of the Luoyan sect. The war of opening up failed, and the Luoyan sect was in chaos. In order to seize power, the Luoyan sect was divided into 3 factions: the sect leader's lineage, Han Zan's grandson Han Zheng's lineage, and the great elder Cheng Yan's lineage who was left in Xiangun. The 3 factions fought and countless people were killed and injured. Qin Yuanjiang, who belonged to the sect leader's lineage, unfortunately lost his Taoist partner Ruan Huiner in the internal struggle, and his mother Murin Qinglian was seriously injured. Qin Yuanjiang was disheartened and took his mother to join the Luo Chen sect. Murin Qinglian died in the Luo Chen sect. The fallen leaves were flying, and the wind was sobbing. Luo Chen sat on the small stone platform outside Wei Niang's cave, looking at the Luotian chronicles of the Luotian sect over the years. This material was already written when the Luotian sect was still the Luotian society. All along, there were 3 copies, one in the Sutra library, one with the current sect master, and one in Luo Chen's possession. Luo Chen's copy had already stopped 100 years ago. What he was reading now was the one sent by Yao Mingyu. It did not record much about what happened outside the sect, but mostly about the major changes within the Luo Tian sect. What Luo Chen was concerned about were the names that were both familiar and unfamiliar. Since arriving in Bailey Qingchuan, his consciousness had already swept through the area, and he found the auras of many old acquaintances, but there were also more auras that were not there. At this time, what did it mean to not stay in the sect? Luo Chen had actually been mentally prepared. But when he really saw the contents of the Luo Tian Chronicle, he still pursed his lips, gritted his teeth, and his eyebrows kept beating. He didn't know what he felt in his heart. Regret? Sadness? Or pain? Or anger? Angry at the monster's invasion, angry at the oppression of various forces, angry at the 5 Elements Divine sect for not treating Luo Tian's disciples as human beings, angry at the internal strife of the Luoyan sect that led to the death of his respected friend. Even angry at his own inaction. A pressure like thunder before its birth loomed from him. Plop. Su Xiaoliu, who was in charge of delivering the books, was too close and could not bear the pressure and fell to the ground. Alice. The white-haired Su Xiaoliu heard a sigh in his ear, and then felt the pressure like the power of heaven dissipate. He raised his head carefully. Xiaoliuzi, you are still so slippery. They are all dead, and you are the only one alive. Su Xiaoliu was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Then the young man laughed at himself and said to himself, "That's right, only people like you and me who are so slippery can be like loaches and earthworms wherever we go, and never give up." Su Xiaoliu felt relieved and said in an old voice, "How can the Supreme Elder be the same as Xiaoliuzi? I am just a net in the sea, but you are the bright moon in the sky, and you will not lose your color even if it rains and blows. You, at this age, are still as good at flattering as you were back then." Luo Chen smiled and sent out a magical power. He carried the white-haired Su Xiaoliu to sit on the stone chair opposite him. Su Xiaoliu put his hands on his knees and sat upright. The man opposite him was as young as he was back then, and his attitude towards others was even more like a spring breeze. It seemed that nothing had changed, and it seemed that everything had changed. However, no one had called him Xiaoliuzi for many years, and he felt particularly friendly. Xiaoliuzi, tell me about the current situation in the sect. Yes. Perhaps because of Luo Chen's peaceful attitude, Su Xiaoliu relaxed a lot and told the current situation of Luo Chen sect. There are 300 disciples in our sect now, more than 200 key refining cultivators and mortals, and more than 30 people who have built foundations. However, there are a lot of Jinden cultivators, as many as 9 Jinden masters. The 9 great Jindens are the old sect master Sima, Elder Fujiasheng, Elder Chu Kui, Elder Gu Kai, Elder Min Longgao, Elder Li Yingxiang, Elder Yang Pingdu, and Elder Qin Yuanjiang. Although Wang Yuan and Xiaolongzi have the combat power of Jinden, strictly speaking, they are not Jinden cultivators. They are body cultivators. But Luo Chen was curious, isn't this only 8? Su Xiaoliu said a little unnaturally, if Sima Wenji is counted, it will be 9. Luo Chen said, oh, and motioned him to continue. In his heart, he was sighing that he had done the right thing by deliberately leaving behind the microdust Yuanshu and letting Wang Yuan research a simplified version. Without the all-encompassing microdust Yuanshu, how could the small Luo Chen sect have produced so many Jinden cultivators? Among the 9 people, Sima Wei Niang needs no introduction. Fujiasheng and Chu Kui had formed the dam first, Gu Kai used the Ming Yuandan he left behind to successfully break through, and Li Yingxiang had accumulated a lot of experience. Qin Yuanjiang succeeded in forming the Dan with the help of Luoyan sect, and Min Longgao got the help of Chu Lingjun and relied on the formation to form the Dan by chance. The only stranger was Yang Pingdu. This person was the son of Yang Wencheng, the leader of Wangxiang sect, who was assassinated by the Fifth Wonder during the opening war. In order to leave a handle to clamp down on the Fifth Wonder, Luo Chen forced the disciples of Wangxiang sect to stay. Later, Zongjialang, the eldest brother of Wangxiang sect, died on the Xiangun battlefield. Yang Pingdu became the leader of Wangxiang sect. After the monster tide broke out, in order to preserve the sect, Yang Pingdu led a group of disciples to join Luo Xianzhuang completely, and worked hard in many subsequent battles. In order to reward him and to unite people, Sima Wei Niang gave Yang Pingdu the Ming Yuan Den she saved after she successfully formed a pill. He succeeded. Sima Wenji also rebelled because of this. He joined others, got the help of Yuan Yingxianren, successfully formed a pill, and then brought outsiders to try to seize Luo Xianzhuang. It was a messy account, which was not clear and could not be understood. The nagging voice of Su Xiaoliu was in my ears. Among the younger generation, Qin Yuanjiang and Zheng Yiling are naturally the most promising, but the others are not bad either. Mei Ruoqi, Yuan Yijin, Chu Jiayu and others are gradually showing their talents. Su Yi is dead, but her disciple Su Wen inherited the medical heritage. After Chu Lingjun left, Qi Yu took up the banner of alchemy in Luo Chen sect. It was because of the many foundation-building spiritual medicines he refined that the foundation-building true cultivators of our sect emerged one after another. When Luo Chen heard the name Qi Yi, he showed a thoughtful expression. This was an alchemist he personally recruited in his early years, and he was also a disciple of the enemy. I remember that at that time, he recruited him together with his senior brother or junior brother. His talent for alchemy is beyond doubt. But refining many foundation-building spiritual medicines? Could it be Emperor Liu Jiang? But he only passed this recipe to Chu Lingjun. Did Chu Lingjun teach it secretly before he left? If so, it makes sense. In the war between humans and monsters, the most abundant thing is the corpses of various monsters. Using this to refine a large amount of emperor flowing liquid can indeed keep the foundation of Luo Chen sect constantly cultivating. From this point of view, his only disciple is indeed loyal to the sect and has considered all aspects. There is no need to say much about sect master Yao. After succeeding the sect master, although he is not as powerful as the old sect master, he is also stable and conscientious in maintaining the foundation of Luo Chen sect. The daughter born to me in Xilan is now studying beside sect master Yao. At the end, Su Xiaoliu suddenly mentioned his daughter. This thought. Luo Chen glanced at him. The other party was quite embarrassed, but his face was calm. Luo Chen didn't take it seriously, but asked curiously, Xilan? Could it be the girl from Bingbao back then? Yes, that's right. At that time, Yuding domain was in chaos, and Bingbao also had an accident. I saved Xilan's life, and later she and I became Taoist partners. Speaking of this, Su Xiaoliu was quite proud, as if being able to be with that woman was the proudest thing in his life. But then, his tone dropped again. It's a pity that Shilan left her daughter behind and left without saying goodbye, and went to find fellow disciples from Bingbao. Did anything happen in Bingbao? It's a long story. The supreme elder of Bingbao failed to break through the nascent soul, and many strong men in the sect fell. Luo Chen listened to Su Xiaoliu talking about the past, but he didn't take it to heart. Now, the affairs of Luo Chen's sect alone are enough for him to consider. Those old friends and old stories in Yuding domain are really not a top priority, so just take it as an understanding. Su Xiaoliu may have also discovered Luo Chen's absent-mindedness, and gradually put away the topic. Except for my Luo Chen sect, the 7 former Yuding sects have long since dispersed or died. If it weren't for your timely return, the name of Luo Chen would have been gone. Luo Chen comforted him, and then calmly asked a new question. How old are you? Su Xiaoliu was startled, and subconsciously stroked his beard and said, Xiaoliu's lifespan is 247, and the end is coming. Then, he habitually flattered him. I have become indifferent to life and death. Shilan and I were once in love, and my bloodline remains in the world. I can even see your return before I die. Let Xiaoliu die the next moment willingly. You can't die now, I still have a task for you. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and said a few words while the other party was confused. After listening, Su Xiaoliu's eyes suddenly lit up. He clapped his hands and said excitedly, I'll take this task, and I will definitely not let you down. After Su Xiaoliu left, Luo Chen closed the Luo Chen Chronicle. Standing on a small stone platform, looking at the mountains and rivers of Bailey Qingchuan, he was thinking about the Luo Chen sect. Thinking deeply, he couldn't help but murmur, generation after generation grows old, some die, and those who stay in the end either continue to climb to the top or thrive. Just like that small tree, it meets winter and welcomes summer, keeps simple, retains branches, and eventually becomes a towering giant tree. The way of withering and flourishing is just like this. The wind stopped and the leaves fell, rustling in the forest, as if the mountains and rivers here were responding to him. Chapter 785, Rewarding According to Merit, the 3rd generation of clan leaders. Zheng Yilin, you have made great contributions to the protection of the sect and have a strong will. In times of rebellion, you stood up and lived up to your father's wishes. I grant you a pair of top-grade flying magic weapons, the moon-breaking wings, and a Wanjin halberd, an attacking magic weapon. Under the gazes of many people, Zheng Yilin suddenly raised his head and looked at the figure above in disbelief. A gentle laugh came. Why are you still standing there? Zheng Yilin's body trembled, and he hurriedly took a step forward and half bowed. Thank you for the reward, Supreme. 2 streams of light flew in front of him, and Luo Chen's admonition was heard in his ears. The moon-breaking wings are obtained by my own sacrifice and refinement for many years. Combined with the 90,000 miles I taught you in my early years, the speed of escape is extremely fast. Moreover, this treasure is not only good at flying, but also has a good attack ability. I have cleared all the personal marks on it. You can take it and drip blood to recognize the master, and then sacrifice it well. Zheng Yilin's eyes were shining, and he carefully took the moon-breaking wings. He watched Luo Chen ask the experts of Xianfan City to refine the broken moon wings, and he also gave him a defective wing. Unfortunately, that wing accompanied him in 100 years of battle, and finally collapsed on the fighting stage. Unexpectedly, a better one came in the blink of an eye. And this halberd. Zheng Yilin subconsciously reached out to take it, and then, bang! A mistake, the halberd fell directly to the ground, smashing a hole in the hard blue brick. If he hadn't been holding the halberd handle forcibly, I'm afraid the halberd would not have gone in. Under the gaze of a pair of eyes, his face flushed. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and infused your key, and then urged it. Zheng Yilin suddenly realized and hurriedly did as he was told. It's not that he is stupid, it's just that there are too few weapons specially made for body refiners in the world of immortal cultivation nowadays, and all magic weapons are activated by magic power, so he subconsciously didn't infuse the power of ki and blood into it. As he injected his inner energy into it, he pulled out the extremely heavy Wanjin halberd inch by inch. The more he pulled, the more excited he became. This halberd is so heavy, so big, and so strong. If I can master this halberd, combined with the high speed of the broken moon wings, I'm afraid that even a cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core will not be my opponent. Luo Chen glanced at Zheng Yilin, and seeing that he had mastered the trick, he stopped paying attention. He didn't feel bad about giving away these two treasures. The limit of the Broken Moon Wings is not limited to the top-grade magic weapon, but its growth rate can no longer keep up with himself. The Wanjin halberd is very good, but he is not a pure physical cultivator. Before, he used the unparalleled strength of the 4th level physique to force it. It is better to give it to a more suitable person and let it play a stronger edge. As one of the 2 leaders of the younger generation of Luo Xianzong, Zheng Yilin has grown up in front of him since he was a child. He deserves these treasures. As for the other young leader, Luo Chen looked at another man with extraordinary appearance but a slightly melancholy expression with a complicated look. Qin Yuanjiang. Qin Yuanjiang was stunned. He didn't expect that he would be rewarded for his merits today. He stood up nervously. Looking at this face that was 3 parts of Qin Liangjin's masculinity and a little bit of Murin King Lian's handsomeness, Luo Chen sighed softly. It's easy to add icing on the cake, but it's hard to send charcoal in the snow. You can get along with our sect when it's at its lowest point, and you have been together for many years. You can see your chivalrous heart. Today, I will give you 3 volumes of puppet secrets. Thank you, Grand Elder. Qin Yuanjian bowed and took the 3 copies of the secrets that were recently recorded. When he was about to put them away, he subconsciously glanced at Luo Chen. Zia Ohu, practice well and don't be lazy. Qin Yuanjiang was stunned, but Luo Chen had already started to reward others. Qin Yuanjiang stepped back and glanced at the 3 secrets in confusion. 2 of them were indeed puppet secrets, with a relatively simple style, probably from ancient times. But for the remaining one, his pupils shrank and his heart was shocked. How can this soul-splitting technique be so similar to the legendary secret techniques of the Luo sect? He looked up at the young man in astonishment. The other party ignored his gaze and continued to loudly announce the rewards for the meritorious officials over the past century. The treasures he took out were dazzling. Min Longgao, you have worked hard and spared no effort to protect the sect. I am specially awarded a compass for conferring gods, which contains 3 major formations and 18 small formations. I am also awarded a volume of the formation book Stone Chamber Immortal Secret. Li Yingzhang, you have worked hard and not hurriedly. In times of crisis, you have turned the tide. I am awarded a volume of the 4th level water method and several 3rd level elixirs. I am also awarded 5 magic weapons, Kanglin robes, Zhedhe beads, fire-avoiding hoods, falling treasure copper coins, and dragon-raising basins. Yang Pingdu, you are loyal and have made contributions to protecting the sect. I am awarded a volume of the 4th level earth method, several elixirs, and a set of Wu-Tu Xingheron flags. The treasures are dazzling. Each name was reasonable, but also somewhat unexpected. For example, Qin Yuanjiang, who joined later, and Yang Pingdu, who also received generous rewards. However, there are still a few people whose names have not been called. Fu Jiasheng was calm, Chu Kui was fidgeting, and Chu Lingjin lowered his head, not knowing what his emotions were. Suddenly, Fu Jiasheng, Chu Kui. The 2 subconsciously looked up at Luo Chen, and their eyes met. Some of the sneakiness in their hearts disappeared. 2 old friends, Luo did not make a mistake. After I left, he was still willing to protect our sect, unlike the ambitious 5th Qi Langzi. Once, you and I walked side by side. Now, Luo has achieved Yuan's Hen first, and I hope you can catch up as soon as possible. Specially granted, a set of methods for forming infants. Fu Jiasheng and Chu Kui were stunned, full of disbelief. Method for forming infants. Their qualifications are not good, their realm is not high, and they have no exquisite methods in their hands. The golden elixir is almost the limit of their efforts. But if there is a way to form a baby, who would be willing to turn into a handful of yellow earth after 500 years? 2 streams of light shot out from Luo Chen's fingertips and sank into the eyebrows of the 2. Take it and study it carefully to make up for the shortcomings. Although the aptitude is poor and the age is long, when the deadline is approaching, there will be a chance to fight for the power of Yuanzhen. 2 Taoist friends, please encourage each other. The consciousness entered the brain, and Fu Chu and the others looked dazed. In the end, they all bowed deeply to Luo Chen. Thank you for the reward, Grand Elder. Thank you for the reward, Grand Elder. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and finally looked at the child who lowered his head as if he had done something wrong. In fact, he is no longer a child. Judging from the wrinkles on his face, he is even older and more vicissitudes than Luo Chen. But no matter when, in front of Luo Chen, he is still the child who recited the 100 Herbs classic loudly to him when the snowflakes were all over the sky in Xiao Valley. Chu Lingjun. Chu Lingjun slowly raised his head and looked at Luo Chen, with a pleading look in his eyes. What did he want to plead? Did he want to be rewarded like everyone else, so as not to fall behind? Or did he not want to be rewarded, but wanted to be punished so as to feel at ease? Luo Chen did not see the pleading, but said calmly, "You are my disciple, so you should be a disciple of Luo Tian. From today on, you will be dismissed from your position as a guest of Feng He and return to the walls of Luo Tian." Is this how he was treated? Chu Lingjun was shocked and stammered, "Master. Master, Feng He Palace. I will talk to you in Yingzhenren, but you have to deal with anything related to you in Feng He Palace yourself, such as your second marriage. Of course, if you don't want to come back, let's stop it," Luo Chen said calmly. But his words were already harsher than before. Chu Lingjun looked confused and retreated. In his life, he was obsessed with rice grains during the key refining period. After building his foundation, he wanted to emulate his master Luo Chen, but he encountered a great chaos. In order to save the sect, he devoted himself to Feng He and got entangled with another woman, Meng Qiner. Trapped by love, he couldn't help himself. It was difficult to be loyal to each other, so how should he deal with it? Rewards according to merit, it seems to end here? But unexpectedly, Luo Chen suddenly announced another news. Yao Mingyu, the second-generation leader of Luo Chen sect, was ordered to take charge of the sect and the lineage in times of crisis, so that my Luo Chen inheritance has not been broken. It's hard to talk about great achievements. Today, you step down as the leader, practice with me, and choose a day to form a pill. Li Yingzhang. Amidst the uproar, Li Yingzhang, who had retreated before, came out again. "Disciples here." As if he knew what would happen, he lifted his robe and knelt on the ground. "From now on, you are the third-generation leader of Luo Chen sect. You should do your best to prevent the sect from being humiliated and make the name of Luo Chen flourish." After saying this, Luo Chen took a deep breath. Then he slowly pointed a finger at Li Yingzhang. A terrifying force came from the hall. Li Yingzhang looked straight at Luo Chen and faced the finger calmly. He only felt a slight heat in his brows, and then it was over. Everyone looked and found that there was a lifelike green flame mark on the other party's forehead, hanging in the middle of his brow like a third eye. After pointing this finger, Luo Chen seemed a little tired. He slowly stood up, and Yao Mingyu and Wang Yuan followed him. "Yingzhang, you can start doing what I told you now," Li Yingzhang responded, and after Luo Chen completely left, he slowly stood up. As he stood up, eyes followed him. No wonder Li Yingzhang got the most rewards before. A fourth-level technique that can be practiced to the nascent soul stage, several elixirs, and 5 magic weapons. 5 magic weapons, ordinary people can hardly drive them, especially Li Yingzhang himself has the chilling sword that he has been practicing for many years. Why is it reasonable to give him so many? At that time, people were intimidated by Luo Chen's power and thought he was a little biased. Now it seems that it is paving the way for Li Yingzhang to succeed the position of the leader. Everyone looked at Li Yingzhang, but when they saw the green flame on his face, they subconsciously avoided his eyes and dared not look directly at him. It is so powerful without anger, and others look at him sideways. Li Yingzhang's mood is very complicated. Grandpa may never have thought that he could get to this point. At that time, he was still worried that Luo Tian would swallow up the Li family, and he also laid out various backups for this and negotiated one condition after another with Luo Chen. Unexpectedly, the Li family was indeed completely integrated into the Luo Chen sect, but he, Li Yingzhang, became the leader of the Luo Chen sect. The world is really wonderful. Li Yingzhang smiled slightly. "The Grand Elder has given me a task, and I'll have to ask you fellow disciples to help me." Everyone agreed. This was a task given by the Grand Elder, not a favor, and the new sect master was just being polite. It's very simple. Go to various places in the 5 regions and invite Yuan Yingzhenren to Beili Qingchuan to attend the Yuanying ceremony of our sect's Grand Elder Luo Chen. Suzai Aliu has already led people to Fenghe region, and the Grand Elder of Bei region has also made a call. Elder Wang Yuan will go there at that time. So, there are only 3 regions left. Send out 6 Jinden, 2 people in a row, to invite them. This is the first grand event in our sect in 100 years, so don't neglect it. At the end, Li Yingzhang's speech speed became slower and slower, but his tone became heavier. The cultivators responded in awe. Luo Chen, are you okay? It's okay, just a little exhausted. Facing Wang Yuan's inquiry, Luo Chen waved his hand. The mark left on Li Yingzhang's forehead just now is not as simple as it looks. It contains 3 things. One is the magical power of withering and flourishing. Once it is unfolded, a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul will be seriously injured if not killed. One is the withering and flourishing fire seed, which has no attack effect, but after unfolding, it can be transformed into Luo Chen's Blazing Sky 7 Rings defensive spell, which is enough to withstand a blow from the nascent soul of true person. Finally, it is a wisp of spiritual consciousness that Luo Chen separated. If the first 2 items cannot save Li Yingzhang, then Luo Chen will have to show up in person and negotiate with the enemy. The 3 are left together and turned into a mark, which itself requires a lot of effort. If Luo Chen did not have the attainments of a 4th level formation master now, and had not completely integrated the 7 basic prohibitions, it would be difficult to achieve this level. In particular, he also had to prevent this mark from affecting Li Yingzhang's practice, so he spent some extra time on it. It's normal to be tired. Luo Chen looked at the woman following behind him and smiled slightly. Mingyu, are you a little reluctant to give up the position of the sect leader? Yao Mingyu raised her head and smiled. I am a little reluctant, but you are right, I don't have much time left, I should put the Great Way first. Even if I cling to the position of the sect leader, I can only enjoy it for 40 to 50 years at most, why bother? At this point, she was completely relieved. However, Yao Mingyu was also very curious. Uncle, can you really help me to form the elixir? I am only at the 8th level of foundation building now. Her master is Sima Wei Niang, so she can naturally call her Taoist partner Luo Chen uncle, which seems more intimate than the supreme elder. Luo Chen said frankly, nothing in the world is 100% certain. But if you have 50 years of time to practice, cooperate with my elixir method, and personally guide you, the foundation building will be perfect in no time. The matter of forming the elixir depends on your fate. Yao Mingyu was a little disappointed at first. But then she reacted. Luo Xianzhuang cultivators have a very high chance of forming a pill. As long as they have mastered the microdust Juanshu, there will be almost no obstacles when forming a pill. This technique is extremely difficult to practice, and there are precedents like Xing Zonghan who have gone astray. But now I have the personal guidance of Uncle Luo Chen, who is the creator of this technique and must be experienced. Not to mention a small success, even a big success may not be difficult for me. It can be said that as long as Yao Mingyu can build a foundation, forming a pill is a sure thing. After thinking it through, Yao Mingyu was completely relieved. She couldn't occupy the position of the sect master by force. Under the current situation, a more capable and powerful sect master is needed to be worthy of the Luo Tian Shangzhuang. Li Yingzhang, who has a tough personality, is steady in dealing with things, but is particularly calm before major events, is undoubtedly the first choice. She is relieved to hand over the sect to this person. She is even more relieved to hand herself over to Luo Chen. In this case, what is there to worry about? In a few words, Yao Mingyu's heart not suddenly disappeared. After arriving at Xia Shiping, she went into the cave to see her master Sima Wei Niang. Luo Chen and Wang Yuan stayed outside. Brother Wang, everyone else got a reward, but you didn't. You won't blame me, right? Luo Chen asked with a smile. Wang Yuan rolled his eyes. We have never been strangers. And judging from your appearance, you must have prepared something. Just give it to me. Luo Chen raised his hands, and a large pile of things suddenly appeared on the stone table. Books, bamboo slips, jade slips, and iron pieces, all of which recorded text information. What are these? They are all classics related to body training. I have collected them over the past 100 years, covering the North Sea and Hangzhou, and the years from ancient times to the present. Some of the physical skills are extremely powerful. I have integrated a set of Demon Lord 7 scattering hands myself. But after all, I can't concentrate on body training, and I can't explore the profound mysteries in these classics. Maybe it's best to give them to you. Wang Yuan nodded while opening the classics one by one and taking a quick look. Wind, moon, thunder and clouds stepping on the immortal path, wind kick, moon step, thunder kick, cloud shoe. Exquisite physical steps, exquisite conception, If you master them all, you can completely use steps and speed to close the gap in attack distance between you and the immortal cultivators. Are you missing 3 moves? Flowing Cloud Seizing Immortal Finger is similar to the Blood God Tribulation Finger of the 3 fingers of immortals and demons that I created myself, but it has a domineering and fierce power without any fireworks. 6 styles of extreme mountains? It's average, but the accompanying extreme mountain body refining technique is quite interesting. Seeing Wang Yuan talking to himself with sparkling eyes, Luo Chen on the side looked helpless. He guessed that it might be like this. Originally, I wanted to give him a gift. Seeing that he was immersed in it, he didn't say it, so as not to distract him. After refining it, give him a surprise. Luo Chen didn't disturb Wang Yuan, and walked leisurely on the small stone platform, thinking about things related to Luo Xianzong in his mind. The leader, he has already reappointed. Li Yingzhang has strength and potential, and he has the ability to manage a sect. Next, it is about his infant formation ceremony. But the main purpose of this ceremony is not to show off his power, but to make connections. His Luo Chen's connections, his Luo Xianzong's connections. Originally, he wanted to return to the East Wilderness and bring the Luo Xianmen people directly to Zhongzhou. But the news that Xianite and Dao sect had started a war in the North Sea had already come, and he also knew Dao Zong's thoughts. Zhongzhou is crowded and there are not enough resources to share, so they went to the outer continent. In this case, taking Luo Xianzong over can only become cannon fodder for the conquest of foreign lands. In this case, Luo Chen plans to stay temporarily and manage Luo Xianzong well. In this way, even if he takes people away at that time, they will be a group of elites with enough self-protection capabilities. This third thing. Looking at Bailey Qingchuan, Luo Chen shook his head. Today's Luo Xianzong can't stand much tossing. Even if it doesn't grow, it has to recuperate for a while. Low-level disciples and disciples need to win the hearts of the people. High-level cultivators, such as Gu Kai and her group of giant cultivators, also need time to stabilize their realm. Anyway, from what Luo Chen saw, except for Li Yingzhang and the older generation Fu Jiaxing, the other giant cultivators all had some superficial mana and their realms were not very stable. It's just right, I'm also trying to stabilize my realm recently, so I'll accompany them. Chapter 786, Infant Formation Ceremony, Talisman Making Level 2. Father, the fierce wind valley is below. On the flying boat, Suzai Ali looked out at the place with billowing black smoke and strong winds below, and the corner of his mouth could not help but curl up. After all, it is a major giant sect, why is the living environment so bad? But he can understand that Fenghe domain is based on Fenghe Palace, and the status of women in Fenghe Palace is higher, so the situation of female cultivators and male cultivators in the entire Fenghe domain is also very different. Forces like Fierce Wind Valley, which are dominated by male cultivators, are only worthy of such a bad spiritual vein. Thinking about it this way, Fenghe domain was willing to give Bailey Qingchuan to Luo Chen sect as a habitat, which was really very generous. Father, do you want us to go down and inform? The girl beside him asked excitedly, looking eager to move. Suzai Ali stroked his beard and smiled, you don't have to go, I'll go. This kind of thing of showing off in front of people is what he likes to do the most, otherwise why would Luo Chen give him this job? It has been hundreds of years since I have experienced it. The flying boat slowly descended, and 2 immortal cultivators flew over from a distance. Who are you? Suzai Ali said with his hands behind his back, smiling, the envoy of Luo Xianzong has arrived, why don't you take me to see your valley master? The 2 cultivators looked at each other. Luo Chen sect, they knew. They also knew what Xianzong meant. But Luo Xianzong? A moment later. In a magnificent hall, Suzai Ali faced a strong man with an aura like a volcanic eruption. Although his body was shaking a little, his face was not timid at all. Don't you know that the Grand Elder of my Luo Chen sect has returned from overseas and has cultivated to the Yuanzhan realm? This time, my sect held a grand ceremony, and all the invited guests are Yuanying seniors. Only the giant and major sects in Fenghe domain, considering that we are temporarily neighbors, give you a chance to attend. On the 3rd day of next month, Valley Master, don't forget it. As he spoke, Suzai Ali threw out an invitation. The sturdy man didn't quite believe it at first, but the moment he received the invitation, his face changed slightly. The words on it were written in a vigorous and powerful style, and at first glance, They looked like array patterns and restrictions. There was also a trace of magic power on it. After he opened the invitation, the magic power seemed to remember him and sank into the invitation. In this way, even if other people took the invitation, they couldn't pretend to be him. The sturdy man opened his mouth and integrated the array pattern restrictions into the invitation. The magic power flowed like drawing a talisman. This method is not ordinary. Did the Luo Chen sect, which was just a dog that had lost its home, really welcome back a Yuanying Zhenren? He swallowed his saliva, retracted his fierce aura, and forced a smile. Su Dao, the journey is long, and you must be tired. Why don't you take a rest in my Lifang Valley? Arrogant at first and respectful later. Su Xiaoliu smiled. No, I still have to notify the other Jinan sects in Fenghe territory, so I won't stay. On the 3rd day of next month. Remember. The master of Lifang Valley personally sent Su Xiaoliu out. After he left, the master couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fenghe territory originally had only Fenghe Palace, a Yuanying upper sect, but after hundreds of years of rampage by monsters, more and more forces retreated to Fenghe territory. Before, the 5 Elements Divine Sect and Motion Cliff temporarily stayed in Fenghe territory. These 2 sects are not peaceful, and have been tentatively expanding their territories and winning over vassals. Now there is another Luo Chen sect? I don't know what the attitude of Fenghe Palace is. We small sects really can't figure out the direction of the wind. Senior sister, has Luo Chen sect really returned a Yuanying Zhenren? Yes. Fairy Fenghe narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking of the 2 sides with Luo Chen, and said softly. That person is very advanced, not inferior to me. After these words came out, the second master of Fenghe Palace changed his face slightly. Senior sister is a cultivator in the middle stage of Yuanying, and she is also a powerful figure in the vast East Wilderness. It's okay that the great elder of Luo Chen sect achieved the Yuanying realm in just 100 years, but how could he be comparable to his own senior sister? But seeing the appearance of senior sister, she didn't seem to be faking it. The second palace master was in doubt, and suddenly thought of something. The Zongmiao Pill formula we got from Chu Lingjin is said to be from Dan Chenzi. He won't. It's just a 2nd-level pill formula. With that person's temper, he shouldn't make trouble with it. Fairy Fenghe shook her head and said with worry, what I'm worried about is that he is not satisfied. Unsatisfied? The second palace master instantly understood what the senior sister meant. Bailey Qingchuan is good, but it is too small. In the past, the Yuanying upper sects often controlled an area of tens of thousands of miles. Even as weak as the Yuding sword sect, it was the nominal master of the Yuding territory, and it also controlled tens of thousands of miles of territory. Now the times have changed. Although we cannot force a region to be a real person's dojo, we must have a 4th-order spiritual vein as a place for cultivation. Luo Chen's realm has advanced by leaps and bounds, so this must be even more scarce. What if he has set his sights on Fenghe Palace? If it's just one person, it's fine. Senior sister, I am not afraid of joining forces with you, but the 5 Elements Divine Sect and Motion Cliff also had the same idea before. Facing the concerns of her junior sister, Fairy Fenghe waved her hand. I'm not worried about this. Luo Chen can't join forces with those 2 families. But it's also a fact that Fenghe domain has no other 4th-order spiritual veins. The second palace master said worriedly, in addition, we have to guard against him bewitching our vassals and getting involved in Fenghe domain. There are always things like turning the tables and occupying the magpie's nest. When the second palace master said this, there was resentment. But this resentment was not directed at Luo Chen, but at the Holy Land above them. It was the Holy Land Mingyan sect that asked these refugees from the cultivation world to stay in the 5 regions. Moreover, it has been many years since they stopped. After a long time, those parasites will naturally have some thoughts that they shouldn't have. She is looking forward to fighting now. Hurry up and fight with the monsters, drive all these people to the battlefield, so as not to pollute her own garden. A voice sounded outside the palace. Palace master, someone sent an invitation. Who? Luo Xianzong. The Grand Palace Master Fenghe Fairy frowned, stretched out her hand, and the next moment she saw an invitation falling into her hand. After a glance at her spiritual sense, she whispered, "Rehold the infant ceremony, and invite fellow Taoists to gather in Bailey Qingchuan." What does Luo Chen mean? Unlike what many people think, Luo Chen really doesn't need to practice much recently. In the short period of more than a year in Zongmiao, his realm has soared twice in succession. He directly soared from the first level of Yuanying to the third level of Yuanying, and even almost rushed into the middle stage of Yuanying in one breath. Although he had a solid foundation in the second level of the nascent soul, and had spent decades in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven to polish it, his sudden surge in the third level seemed too superficial. Outsiders saw that Luo Chen was sharp and powerful, and there was certainly a deliberate reason for it, but it was also caused by his inability to control his magnificent magic power. Therefore, Luo Chen did not force himself to practice in a short period of time. Instead, he turned his attention to other aspects. Taking pills to nourish the soul was one aspect. The second soul that was split off was about to break through the nascent soul standard after years of nurturing. Practicing the sword scripture was another aspect. For him, if he could achieve a small success in the Thousand Sky Sword scripture, it would definitely be a great supplement to his combat methods. In particular, it could more conveniently activate the Yuan to sword, so Luo Chen focused on practicing the sword scripture along the way. He had refined 2 of the 7 strands of Chixia so far, and the progress was pretty good. However, although this thing was powerful, it was a consumable. It would be a waste of time for Luo Chen to go to Qingming to collect it by himself. Luo Chen still had to think about how to collect more Chixia. Now that he has returned to Luo Chen sect and seen the situation of the sect, Luo Chen has another thing to do. On the small stone platform, Luo Chen sat in front of the stone table, holding a golden lion pen of the magic weapon level, concentrating on drawing a pattern on a piece of white paper with special material. He was very focused, as if nothing in the outside world could disturb him. So much so that he didn't notice Yao Mingyu helping Sima Wei Niang out of the cave after she woke up. About half an incense stick of time, Luo Chen's hand holding the pen in the air finally stopped. He breathed a sigh of relief and carefully picked up the paper with the ink not yet dry. There were complicated patterns and strange handwriting on it, and occasionally there would be obscure magic power flowing. "Husband, are you drawing a talisman?" Luo Chen turned around and saw the 2 women staring curiously at the talisman paper in his hand. "Wei Niang, how do you feel?" Sima Wei Niang smiled. "I feel very good, but my realm has dropped a little for some reason." "It is normal for the realm to drop." Luo Chen sucked a lot of her mana and sealed the golden elixir, so that she can only exert the strength of the middle stage of the golden elixir at most. The purpose is to prevent the excessive consumption of mana, and the Lingxi will devour Wei Niang's mind in turn. He took Sima Wei Niang from Yao Mingyu's hands and held her on his lap. "With me here, it doesn't matter if your realm is higher or lower." Yet, Sima Wei Niang obviously didn't care about these things so much, but looked at the paper on the table curiously. "What kind of talisman is this?" "The Fiery Sun Talisman." Luo Chen smiled slightly and activated the talisman paper casually. Then he saw the talisman paper flying up, igniting without wind, and finally, boom! A round of scorching sun suddenly appeared, emitting a majestic explosive and destructive force. But all this was bound by Luo Chen and would not spread everywhere. It was as if there was only one firework in the sky. Sima Wei Niang's eyes lit up. "It is indeed a second-level Fiery Sun Talisman. Evaluate its power." Luo Chen asked casually. Wei Niang smiled and said, "When a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building strikes with all his strength, it will have some of the style of you using this technique to kill powerful enemies in the past." At this point, she paused and looked puzzled. "Such talismans should be of no use to you now, right?" Luo Chen smiled and nodded. "It is indeed useless to me, but it is very useful to my disciples." Sima Wei Niang was so smart that she reacted immediately. "You want to draw a large number of low-level talismans and give them to your disciples to enhance their strength?" "Yes, but not only low-level talismans. I can draw 3rd-level and 4th-level talismans." "Can you draw high-level talismans?" "It shouldn't be difficult. Give me some time and match the corresponding materials." When saying this, Luo Chen pointed to the remaining materials on the table. With 1st-grade cinnabar, 2nd-grade talisman paper, and magic instrument-level talisman pens, one can only refine 2nd-grade top-grade talismans. Sima Wei Niang understood and looked at Yao Mingyu. "Mingyu, does the sect have any relevant treasures?" Yao Mingyu had just stepped down from the position of sect leader, and he still remembered the current possessions of Luo Tian's sect. At this moment, he answered without hesitation, "There is a 3rd-grade talisman pen, which is made of the soft hair of the neck of a green-maned lion, and the quality is excellent. The corresponding talisman making ink and cinnabar are not available, but these things are easy to buy. As for talisman paper, it has been very popular in recent years. Our sect does not have many collections, and the quality is very low. However, in recent years, the method of making talisman paper with animal skin has become more and more popular. We can try to buy animal skin talisman paper from the Divine Talisman sect. They have finished talisman paper for sale. After answering, she looked at Luo Chen with great amazement, her big, sparkling eyes. Uncle Master actually has a superb skill in making talismans? This is really unexpected. Luo Chen just smiled and didn't explain. Exquisite talisman making skills? He doesn't have them yet. But if he wants to have them, it won't take a long time. He has never tried talisman making, but he has come into contact with many, many things. Chen Liodao, a friend who sold talismans on the street when he was young, was a talisman maker. Later, he destroyed a family that was also mainly engaged in talisman making. He also obtained many basic books related to talisman making. During the years of wandering in the North Sea, he met Luo Chen, a master of talisman making, and received a book Luo Chen Fuji from him. It can be said that he has some knowledge of books and taboos related to talisman making. The reason why he didn't make talismans himself in his early years was just that he felt that it was a waste of mana and time, and compared with the benefits of elixirs, it was much worse. But this time, that time. Now Luo Chen has a different view. There are not many disciples under his command. It is not impossible for him to reward each person with some magic weapons and instruments. But such sharp weapons often require a lot of time to sacrifice and refine, and because everyone has different abilities, they may not be able to control multiple magic weapons and instruments at the same time. Sometimes greed is not necessarily good. In comparison, a talisman with Luo Chen's powerful spells is much more convenient. Of course, this excessive protection of disciples is not the main thing. The main purpose of Luo Chen's talisman making is to polish his magic power and speed up the stabilization of his realm. There is no other skill that requires more controlled magic power output than talisman making. As long as he can control every bit of magic power, it means that his realm is completely stabilized, and all kinds of means can be used with confidence without worrying about backlash. And talisman making? To be honest, it is really not difficult for Luo Chen. He just didn't want to before, not that he couldn't. He has a deep foundation of talisman knowledge and various spells that are proficient to the extreme as a basis. Through practicing formations, he has also learned a good foundation of calligraphy and painting. In addition, his magic power is powerful and his soul is strong. It can be said that all conditions are fully ready. The only thing that needs to be considered is probably the so-called talent in the rumors. But this thing is the least worrying thing for Luo Chen. He has the attribute panel. Once you get started, you just need to keep brushing up your proficiency, improve your skills, and then develop in a snowball-like manner. After returning to Luo Xianzong for only half a month, Luo Chen had already reached the level of a second-level talisman maker by practicing the talisman making technique. Moreover, if the materials were not limiting him, the third-level talisman maker might not be his limit. As long as there are matching materials, Luo Chen can try to draw higher grade and more types of talismans. Even more, Luo Chen thought more deeply. It is difficult to improve the proficiency of fourth-level spells. Every time I cast it, I have to do my best. But the power of fourth-level spells is too great, and there is no such spacious space for me to practice. If I can draw a complete fourth-level spell into the talisman, then every time I draw it, it is equivalent to full-strength casting. In this way, after hundreds of successes, I can not only harvest a batch of powerful talismans, but also push a certain spell to the extreme. Thinking of the future prospects, even a calm person like Luo Chen couldn't help but feel excited. The woman seemed to be able to feel the turmoil in the man's heart, and she couldn't help but reach out and rub his eyebrows. Although making talismans is good, it is too stressful. My husband needs to take care of his body. Yes. Luo Chen nodded. The limitation of making talismans for low-level cultivators is mana, but for high-level cultivators, in addition to mana, there are also restrictions on the soul. If you covet the power and value of talismans and make a large number of talismans, it is easy to affect your own practice. Luo Chen will not do such a thing. He picked up Sima Weiyuang. My husband. You should take Bai Shoutiandong. During the infant formation ceremony, you and Yi must come out and accompany me. The woman was startled, and then smiled. She was also looking forward to that day. And the arrival of that day, for them, high-level cultivators who often retreat for years, is just a matter of a snap of the fingers. The third day of September in the 3611th year of the Shanhai calendar. White dew appeared at night, and the autumn wind was biting. Bailey Qingchuan, the mountain gate opened wide. Rays of light gathered from all directions and went straight into Decking Mountain. Chapter 787 Holy Land Certification, Luo Chen Sect. At the bottom of Decking Mountain, the rock layers are crisscrossed. The water vapor from the Blackwater River seeps in, and water drops appear on the rock layers. Tick, tick. Sima Wenji suddenly woke up from his dream, and everything he saw was still dark. With his magic power locked, even though he was strong, he still felt extremely cold in this dark underground and under the blessing of the decadent mood in his heart. He tightened the thin blanket and listened carefully. Then he subconsciously walked towards the prison fence. Swish! There was a flash of light. Sima Wenji was forced to retreat, and at the same time, a contemptuous voice came from outside. Stay still, you don't think you can escape the formation set up by Elderman himself. Faced with the disdain and contempt in the words, Sima Wenji felt a prick in his heart, but he recognized the other party's voice. Lu Ying? It's your turn to guard me today. A ray of light appeared, and Lu Ying, with a hunched body, slowly walked to the entrance of the prison holding the night light pearl, and a shadow almost covered Sima Wenji inside. I didn't expect that you still remembered me. Sima Wenji looked at the face full of wrinkles and a trace of hideous claw marks, and sighed, how could I not recognize you? When you were in charge of the outer sect, you had the most disciples and the most things. I dealt with you the most in the merit hall. Even if your face is completely destroyed, I can still recognize you. Lu Ying touched his face full of vicissitudes of life and laughed softly. Outer sect. After so many years of fleeing, the outer sect of Luo Chen sect had long disappeared. Even if there were outer sect disciples alive, they were basically absorbed by the elders. He, a rare outer sect elder in the foundation building stage of Luo Chen sect, became idle instead. However, the more idle people are, the more they like to think about the past. Thinking of how many outer disciples died in front of him, all for the sake of preserving Luo Xianzong, while the man in front of him, who was in a high position, was thinking of handing over Luo Xianzong to outsiders. Lu Ying looked down on Sima Wenji in particular. Facing the gaze that seemed to be looking at an animal, Sima Wenji accepted it calmly. He didn't think he had done anything wrong. He didn't want to argue with others. Or rather, he didn't want to argue with ordinary people. At this moment, he raised his head and looked far outside the dungeon. It seems very lively. Of course it is lively. Today is the day when the Supreme Elder will hold the infant ceremony. All the 5 domains real people are invited. There is nothing more lively in my Luo Xianzong than this. Lu Ying's voice became louder and he said proudly. Even the hunched waist seemed to straighten up a little. This is what it means to be proud of it. Sima Wenji's face changed slightly. He just came back from outside and has no influence in the East Wilderness. How could he invite so many Yuanying's Henren? I'm afraid you are exaggerating. Lu Ying glanced at him with disdain. You are a frog in the well, how can you know the majesty of the Grand Elder? So that you know, Xian's Henren of Bei sect had arrived in Bailey Qingchuan in advance yesterday evening. This morning, before the ceremony started, the Grand Palace Master of Fenho Palace arrived at the Qingshan. Just now, the leader of the 100 Beast sect and Mu's Henren of Mu Mansion came hand in hand. This is only a part, and there will be more Yuanying's Henren coming later, and even the Lord of Lingshan City will come to congratulate. Listening to the names that were usually well known, Sima Wenji's eyes were dull. How could that man have such a great influence? He was obviously not in the East Wilderness, but as soon as he came back, so many fellow Henren came up eagerly. In a trance, the scenes of Luo Chen's foundation building ceremony and the golden elixir ceremony in the past appeared before his eyes. Each time was more grand and spectacular than the last. Now, there must be as many Yuanying's Henren congratulating him. Such a feat, is it something that these mud-legged people from Daohofang dare to think of? Could it be that my second sister's insistence is right? Inexplicably, Sima Wenji was shaken. This is Master Mu, the Grand Master of the Mu family, and also the Master of the Mu Mansion. Master Mu. Luo Chen bowed and greeted him with a smile. The man opposite, dressed in luxurious clothes and with a peaceful expression, looked at Luo Chen and couldn't help but admire. It's really the same as the rumors. young and promising, with a profound Taoism. With such demeanor and bearing, I'm afraid that the strong men in the Holy Land are no more than this. Indeed, although Luo Chen today is the same person as usual, his demeanor and bearing have changed a lot. The plain white shirt was replaced with a Yunayang robe with gold edges and silver patterns, which was also elegant but not without nobleness. The dark long hair that had been scattered on the back for 100 years in Bihe, tied only with a hairpin, was also combed up by Gu Kai's skillful hands today. The hair on both sides was combed back, and there was a red gold high crown on the head, with a black jade hairpin inserted horizontally. At a glance, I felt that the man in front of me had strong features and deep contours. Noble yet domineering. Under the sharp edge, people dare not look directly. This is the man relies on the clothes, and the horse relies on the saddle. In the past, Luo Chen didn't care about his demeanor and didn't pay much attention to the pomp when traveling, but everything had to change today. Adhering to the domineering style of Ling Xiangun, Luo Chen wanted to let people know that his style of doing things would be the same in the future, and it would always be the same. After talking with Master Mu for a few words, Luo Chen met another Yuanying strongman under the guidance of Master Xian. The sleeves of the robe were wide open, the chest was covered with mane, and the eyes were sharp like a tiger and leopard. This is the Grand Elder of the 100 Beast sect, Qin Beiming. When introducing this person, Xian's Henrin looked unhappy. Qin Beiming seemed not to notice, but stared at Luo Chen with a smile. Not bad, he is indeed quite impressive, but I wonder if what is said on the invitation is true. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Fellow Taoist Qin, you can wait and see. He did not communicate with him much, but under the guidance of Xian's Henrin, he met new friends who were completely unfamiliar but whose names he had heard many times when he was young. Mu's Henrin of Mu Mansion, Qin Beiming of the 100 Beast sect. Pavilion Master Li of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. If Xian and Fenghua are counted, he basically knows all the natives' Henrin of the 5 frontier regions. The remaining Yuanying's Henrin are even more interesting. The old Fu of the Divine Talisman sect who I met before. Lin Qingxun of the Jade Tripod Sword sect. Shenhuo and Jinling of the 5 Elements Divine sect. These are the survivors of the 6 regions of the Far East, no, the 7 regions. Xianfen has been destroyed, Luoyan has been destroyed, Yaowang sect has disappeared, and Hehuan sect has been attacked. Only these 3 families are left to survive. Then there's Xiao Xinyang, the owner of the ancient Fireworks Island, who is relatively unfamiliar to Luo Chen. Jiling Yuanjin, the Grand Elder of Jiling sect. Ling Fengzi, the Grand Elder of Piaomiao sect. The origins of these 3 people, or these 3 families, are roughly the same as those of Shanfu and Yuding, and can be summarized as dogs who have lost their homes. Before the 5 regions, 12 regions were lost, and 3 regions were in a state of war. The ancient Fireworks Island, Jiling, and Piaomiao were all the former overlords of the 12 lost regions. Now these 3 families have been arranged in the other 3 regions of the 5 regions, and they are the ones who rely on others. But when Luo Chen met them, his attitude was the same as before, without any change. To be honest, isn't he also a dog who has lost his home? With the same suffering, everyone felt sympathetic and empathized. Xiao Xinyang was a person who could not hold back. After getting to know him, she asked directly about the matter on the invitation. Fellow Taoist Luo, you said that you can refine hundreds of pills and be proficient in everything. Is that true? There was indeed such a sentence on the invitation. Or it was precisely because of this sentence that so many Yuanying strongmen who had never met him came from afar to attend his Yuanying ceremony. As soon as this question came out, all eyes in the Luotian palace of Daking Mountain were cast on Luo Chen. Most of them were suspicious. Only Xian's Henrin stood behind Luo Chen, smiling but not saying a word. Although the Grand Palace Master of Fenhu Palace knew Luo Chen's ability in alchemy, he was also half believing and half doubting at this moment. Refining hundreds of pills and being proficient in everything. This tone is a bit too much. The 100 arts of cultivating immortals involve all aspects of the details of the immortal cultivators in the process of pursuing the Great Way. Among the 100 arts, the alchemy is the first. This is a commonplace saying, and it is also the truth that has been passed down by word of mouth by the largest number of low-level cultivators. But in fact, as the individual realm rises, the auxiliary effect of the elixir is not so obvious. Especially when they reach the nascent soul realm, the efficiency of taking elixir is not a little bit worse than that of long-term meditation and cultivation on the spiritual vein. Moreover, There are very few high-level elixirs suitable for nascent soul cultivators, and there are even fewer alchemists who are capable of refining them. Under various factors, it has created the dilemma that the higher the realm, the lower the status of the alchemy. However, this situation is only for mediocre people. If there is someone who can refine the 4th level spiritual pill or even the 5th level divine pill, no matter where he goes, he will still be a noble and prominent person. Just like the alchemy Saint Chu Yan. Moreover, there is another point. This situation depends on the period. In the current situation where the monsters are causing chaos and the future is uncertain, a group of stray dogs don't even have a place to live that truly belongs to them, so how can they talk about high-level spiritual veins with rich spiritual energy? Frequent battles make it even more impossible to practice meditation. Low-level cultivators can still climb to a higher level with the help of the terrifying resources that erupted during the demonic chaos. But for those who are as strong as the nascent soul, those resources are no match for the stable and abundant high-level spiritual veins. During the 100 years of demonic chaos in the eastern wilderness, few of the people present had enjoyed the days of quiet retreat and cultivation. Many of their realms were forced to stagnate. Therefore, in this period and under this situation, the status of the elixir of cultivation that can be taken at any time without relying on the spiritual land has risen again. Why was Chu Lingjin favored by Fenghe Palace? Why did the old ghost motion covet Luo Chen sect? How could the Yao Wang sect, which was once rich and proudly stood in the 6 regions of the extreme east, and even famous in the 36 regions of the eastern wilderness, be destroyed by the attack of monsters? All these are because the elixir is attractive. Therefore, when Luo Chen made a note on the invitation to each family, refine 100 elixirs, and be proficient in everything, even the nascent soul true man who had never known him was tempted. A simple sentence reveals great confidence. Those who can have such attainments are definitely not ordinary alchemists, but only alchemy masters, no, great alchemy masters, or even alchemy saints. In particular, he wrote that sentence on the invitation. Isn't the hidden meaning that he is willing to help people refine elixirs? The attainments of the great alchemy masters are desirable. And being willing to refine elixirs for others is the main reason why the invited people come without hesitation. Facing the eager eyes of the crowd, Luo Chen smiled slightly, and was about to say something, but suddenly raised his eyebrows. And a thin man in a golden robe in the hall suddenly said, "A distinguished guest is coming." Luo Chen glanced at the man, waved his sleeves, and went out of the hall to greet him. Behind him, the thin man in a golden robe looked at Luo Chen's back and narrowed his eyes slightly. Shenhe, is Luo Chen's ability in alchemy true or false? The divine consciousness of the real person Shenhe quickly entered his ears. I think it's true. When he was young, he was famous in Yuding domain for his alchemy. He even had a Taoist name called Danshenzi. Jinling, didn't we talk about this topic before we came here? Why are you asking again? Jinling's Henrin looked calm, but there was a bit of gloom in the corners of his eyes. You and I both underestimated the influence of the great master of alchemy on the Yuanying people. Shenhe was stunned, and then reacted. Just now, the enthusiasm and flattering attitude of the crowd towards Luo Chen were really not what you should have when meeting a stranger. If Luo Chen is not bragging, but is really at the level of a great master of alchemy, as long as he is willing to show goodwill to the world, then the world will give him unimaginable rewards. Low-level cultivators are crazy about him and spread his name. Yuanying cultivators flatter and curry favor with him, and at the very least, they will not deliberately offend the other party. If there are people who have received Luo Chen's favor, once Luo Chen encounters trouble, how many Yuanying's Henrin will run around for him at his command? It can even be said that those sacred places of the transformation gods that hang over the heads of the thousands of sects in the mountain and sea realm do not mind casting their lofty gazes down and inviting Luo Chen to be their guest of honor. Just like the former Eastern Wasteland alchemy saint. And now, Luo Chen is clearly doing this. Publicizing his own abilities, revealing his goodwill to refine pills for others, and enhancing his momentum. Once this trend is established, what will the 5 elements divine sect use to deal with Luo Chen? The group of Yuanying cultivators in the Luotian Hall and the forces behind them will be enough to make the 5 elements divine sect suffer. If Luo Chen's reputation really spreads, how many powerful people in the Eastern Wasteland will come here to work for him? His 5 elements divine sect is afraid that, whether it is true or not, we must first stop his momentum. Jinling narrowed his eyes and said so. Outside the hall, there was already a loud singing of ceremony. This first sentence surprised everyone. The Mingyuan sect gave the Luo Chen sect the method of making spirit stones. It was not a gift, but a condescending reward. It should not be suitable for today's atmosphere, but it depends on who is prefixed. Donghuang Holy Land Mingyuan sect. And what does the method of making spirit stones mean? Everyone present is very clear. This is not a method that can be obtained by achieving the nascent soul realm, but a method that can only be obtained by being allowed by the Holy Land to conduct a war of opening up and establish a nascent soul upper sect. Many of them have experienced or understood this scene, and they all understand the meaning. Now this small Luo Chen sect curled up in Bailey Qingchuan, in terms of specifications, is already a nascent soul upper sect on par with them. They no longer care about what gifts will be given later. In sight, there are only two figures who walked into the hall at the same time and talked happily. Lingshan City Lord Yi Lingshan. Luo Chen Taishang Luo Chen. Master Luo, congratulations. Although your sect is in a difficult situation, all the disciples under your command are of noble character and outstanding appearance. Given time, they will surely flourish and show the glory of your sect. Although the monsters are powerful now, they are not as powerful as our human race. It would be wonderful if we could counterattack and open up new areas to gain 1 or 2 blessed lands for Luo Tian sect. Amidst the congratulations, Luo Chen smiled and bowed to express his gratitude. After exchanging polite words with the lord of Lingtian City, he sat in the main seat at the top. Looking at the people in the hall, Luo Chen was all smiles. Everyone is almost here, so let's have the banquet. Chapter 788, Convincing People with Reason and Pressuring People with Force. The banquet was opened and the dishes were served. There were also female cultivators invited from Lingshan Pass, who sang and danced, played the harp and the flute. In the endless stream of people, 2 figures went upstream and sat next to Luo Chen. Facing the curious eyes of the crowd, Luo Chen simply introduced, "These are my 2 Taoist companions, Sima Wei Niang and Gu Kai." The Yuanying Zhenren glanced at the 2 women, nodded and noted their faces and auras. If they met in the future, they would more or less give Luo Chen a face. Not to mention treating him with courtesy, at least they would not make things too difficult. Because of these kind eyes, the tense bodies under the dresses of the 2 women also relaxed. The 2 women sat behind Luo Chen, watching this man drinking and talking happily in front of everyone, occasionally looking at each other, and found that they were all happy in each other's eyes. Once they wanted to build a foundation but couldn't. Now they have built a foundation, formed a golden elixir, and can even sit calmly in front of a group of Yuanying Zhenren. This is a dream scene they never thought of. And all this was given by the man in front of them. When their hearts were surging, the dance in the hall had already stopped, and only the sound of the zither and the chat between the Yuanying masters were there. North Sea. Yes, it's the North Sea. The customs and habits there are very different from those in my eastern wasteland, especially the extremely rich resources. Even among the independent cultivators, there are those who have achieved the Yuanying stage. I have heard from the classics that the North Sea is rich in resources, but I didn't expect that it is so abundant that independent cultivators can also achieve the Yuanying stage. Not only Yuanying. Like the 3 independent cultivators, they are all able to compete with the great cultivators in the late Yuanying stage. There are so many powerful people overseas that they are as numerous as stars and countless. 3 independent cultivators? Could it be that one of them is called Blood Independent? Does Jialing Yuanjun know this person? When I was young, I traveled to the Western Desert and did see this man. At that time, he was being hunted by the Buddhist sect in the Western Desert, and he was in a very bad state. However, no matter how bad he was, he survived safely. I took the opportunity to try my hand with him, and we were evenly matched. This man is indeed a great hero of his generation, no less than the cultivators of our sect. Master Luo, you broke through the nascent soul stage in 100 years. I think you are quite famous in the North Sea, right? Yes, you are a little famous, but compared with the current war in the North Sea, it is nothing to mention. The Battle of the North Sea. Luo Chen came up with a reason and told people about the past events in the North Sea. It must be said that the exotic customs are really attractive. Under his vivid narration, the atmosphere in the room was high. Especially when they heard the details of the destruction of the demon sect and the new generation of the 4 overlords of the North Sea, everyone was a little agitated. But after the smiling eyes of the city lord Lingdian swept over, no one had such extra thoughts. The destruction of the Yuanmo sect was due to its lack of strength, and it deserved such a fate. Their Mingyuan sect was not so weak that it would be destroyed by a mere demon clan. It would be embarrassing to tell others about it. Suddenly, fellow Taoist Luo, you said that you went to the North Sea after escaping from Kangwu Mountain. It was Lin Qingxun, a former friend and now aggressive. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Since he had brought up the North Sea as an excuse, he was naturally prepared. Taking this opportunity, he told some half-truths about the past, so that people would not always speculate about him. He nodded without denying. Yes. Lin Qingxun shook his head suddenly. It's impossible. So many Yuanyings Henren and so many giant and strongmen didn't escape. How could you escape? Luo Chen looked calm. I don't know if they can escape, but how can you assume that I can't? You were not at the scene, how could you know the details? Lin Qingxun was stunned, and then looked at the two people who came from the Five Elements Divine Sect today. Shen Huo immediately took over the conversation. In order to rescue the trapped monks, Mingyuan sect organized 3 great monks to fight their way into Kangwu Mountain. In the final battle, Mingyuan even personally took action, forcing Kangwu Mountain to escape into the azure sky. In that battle, Xianji Huping and Helhun ancestors died tragically, and my Shenzong ancestor was also seriously injured. In such a dangerous situation, you were only in the Jiandan realm at that time, how could you survive? The words were spoken quickly and slowly, and the inside story shocked everyone present. The Battle of Kangwu is known to the world, but few people know the details of the inside story. Xianji Huping and Helhun ancestors are both peerless masters who have dominated the area and have been famous for hundreds of years. What kind of attack did they encounter that they could not even escape their nascent soul and fell directly? And what means did a 5th-level Holy Land rely on to escape into the azure sky? At this moment, the true man of divine fire said casually, and everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at Luo Chen. Luo Chen, who was only in the Jiandan stage at that time, survived? What does this mean? The man in the golden robe next to the true man of divine fire said sinisterly, could it be that you are from the demon race? Could it be that you don't know how to move through the void? A light laugh, mixed with sarcasm. Luo Chen glanced at the man in the golden robe, and while everyone was puzzled, an object appeared in his hand. He threw it casually, and the cracked compass-like object flew in front of the Lord of Lingshan City. In Kangwu, there is a peerless teleportation formation. With this formation, you can travel from Bihei in the morning to Kangwu in the evening, and directly cross the 9 heavens into Qingming. But this formation is very important. The demon cultivators of Kangwu Mountain will not easily activate it unless they have no choice. At that time, they were really forced into He by the predecessors of Mingyuan sect. And this also gave Luo a great opportunity to escape. By using the opportunity of teleporting the void, I activated the teleportation array I made. But unfortunately, at that time, my realm was low and I couldn't control the direction and distance, and I was eventually thrown into the North Sea Zeuxin realm. He couldn't reveal the fact that he was holding the Kingloon feather and riding the teleportation formation, otherwise others would only ask you why you have the Kingloon feather? Whether you have surrendered to the demon clan, so you have gained trust. The previous advancement of the formation and the mastery of the teleportation method became a new reason. And this reason, mixed with the original incident, is also reasonable. He was indeed teleported away, and the teleportation direction was indeed changed by Kangwu Mountain's escape to Qingming. Otherwise, according to Han Zan's original plan, they should have teleported directly back to the Great Snow Mountain. This is exactly the half-truth, half-false statement, which is the easiest to fool people. As Luo Chen said this, he observed the reaction of Lingshan City Lord. The other party looked at the compass with interest for a while, but there was no big reaction. He just looked at it for a while and threw it to others. Fu Lao took it over and was a little confused. This array disc is a little new. Luo Chen admitted, it is indeed a little new. The old array disc has been destroyed a long time ago. This thing was made by Luo's Hongzhou Xiantan Dao sect and has been used several times. The compass was the 9 heavens and 10 earths great translocation array disc made by Luo Chen in Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven. As for the so-called several times, it is a bit exaggerated. But in the eyes of the people who have started to observe, such an array disc can be moved several times, which is already of excellent quality. If Luo Chen had a similar treasure back then, he would have had some hope of escaping by taking advantage of the opportunity of the Kangwu Mountain's peerless array to move and respond at the same time. But, only a few points. Jinling did not take the compass handed to him, and looked at Luo Chen coldly. If we talk about formations, I'm afraid that Yan Yizi, who was imprisoned at the time, is far better than you. Luo Chen stared at him with a fake smile. The respect that Yuanying cultivators receive is not comparable to us. Tian Yizi's body was destroyed and his Yuanying was imprisoned, but he is still not as good as a minor key refining cultivator. Then Heranzi and Wei Wuya, who were trapped in Kangwu at the same time, are also proficient in formations. Are they not as good as you? Yes, not as good as me. You. Luo Chen looked confident. Otherwise, how could I achieve Yuanying? How could I be on par with you? Half-truths and half-lies are indeed easy to convince people, but whether others believe it depends on their subjective feelings. Obviously, the two people from the Five Elements Divine sect have never trusted Luo Chen from the bottom of their hearts. In this case, if you can't convince people with reason, then use force to suppress them. A momentum slowly spread from Luo Chen. Like an abyss or a prison, domineering and unparalleled. Sima Wei Niang and Gu Kai, who were standing behind him, were shocked, with their hair flying. They felt as if there was an ancient volcano in front of them, about to erupt. The strong pressure almost suffocated them. But as Luo Chen's mind moved, the sense of oppression disappeared. After getting a breath, the two women looked at each other, their expressions shocked. Just a little aftermath made it difficult for them to breathe, so what kind of pressure should the enemy, who is mainly targeted by this pressure, bear? Yuanying realm. Almost as soon as the momentum rose, everyone present realized Luo Chen's means. In just a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the two people of Shenzong. Luo Chen's provocation should be responded to. But he was just a newly promoted Yuanying, and it was appropriate for the Divine Fire Master to respond. HMPH. There was only a cold snort, and there seemed to be a golden light in the field. Just right, let me try your weight. Before the voice fell, another momentum that was no less than Luo Chen's rose to the sky. The spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth began to gather frantically, and a golden light condensed on the head of the man in the golden robe. It was Jinling. The expression of the Grand Palace Master of Fenghu Palace changed slightly. The collision of domains was the purest and most direct competition of Taoism. It did not involve magical powers, spells, magic weapons, and artifacts. It was second only to the competition of spiritual consciousness between cultivators. She was not worried about Luo Chen at first because of this method of purely demonstrating her own magic power. Since the other party was able to suppress the old ghost motion, the real person of Shinhou would not pose any threat to him. But no one expected that it would be Jinling who made the move. As the head of the 5 peak elders of the 5 Elements Divine sect, Jinling had the highest realm, reaching the 5th level of the nascent soul. His strength was also the first person under the Grand Elder of the 5 Elements Divine sect. In this place, except for the Lord of Lingshan City, almost no one dared to say that they could win against Jinling. Even Shi and Zhouling Yuanjin were only at the same level as Jinling. The Lord of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion might be very strong in fighting, but his realm was slightly inferior. It can be said that in the absence of the great cultivator, Jinling is already a first-tier strong man. How can such an existence be compared with Luo Chen, a newly promoted nascent soul? Dao, you are a little too much? She said coldly. Xian's Henrin on the side also said in a bad tone, is the 5 Elements Divine sect so domineering? If you don't know, you would think it is a strong man from the Holy Land. When saying this, Xian's Henrin secretly glanced at Lingshan City Lord at the top. But he saw that the other party was calm and looked at the two with interest, and his face was unmoved. Lingshan City Lord did not show up, which meant that he acquiesced to the continuation of this discussion of Taoism. After getting the hint, Jinling smiled grimly. Let me see, what confidence do you have to boast that you are on par with us? The nascent soul field, which had been compressed to the extreme, began to fly slowly towards Luo Chen as soon as he thought about it. This time, the field collision was different from any other time Luo Chen had seen. In the past, it was a collision of pan-domains. No one deliberately compressed the power of the domain, but expanded the scope as quickly as possible. They devoured each other and robbed the area covered by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But this time, due to the limitation of the venue, it was impossible to do that, so they pursued a small-scale extreme collision. It's about the control of one's own mana. It's about the degree of mana, the corresponding amount of spiritual energy that can be attracted by heaven and earth. What is compared is the fineness of each person's ability in a small space. Looking at Jinling's hideous face, A line of text in the Luo Tian Chronicle emerged in Luo Chen's mind. Duanfeng and his wife, because they are good at identifying ores, were ordered by Jinling's Henrin of the Five Elements Divine Sect to go to the battle of supporting Lianga Yizilin in Wuji domain, and fell there, leaving no offspring. I haven't asked you for an explanation yet, but you took the initiative to come to my door, just in time. Luo Chen's eyes turned cold, and the nascent soul domain pressed towards Jinling. The next moment, the red clouds and golden lights collided with each other, forming a spiritual storm in the hall, sweeping in all directions. The drums, harps, and shengs had already stopped. There were only the sounds of the tables and chairs shaking, and the beams and pillars trembling. This was quite a big noise. Seeing this, the Lord of Lingshan City was ready to take action to save the place. After all, it was Luo Chen's nascent soul ceremony. Although he wanted to see what the other party relied on to suppress his peers in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, he didn't want to let the other party show his embarrassment to outsiders. But just when he was about to take action, his eyes suddenly condensed, looking at the dome of the hall, and then showed a thoughtful look. Is it a treasure or a formation that covers this hall? This Luo Chen looks young, but his background is profound and his methods are endless. The extreme domains collided, and an unspeakable mana bombardment broke out. Jinling's realm was higher than Luo Chen, but he found that the opponent's mana was extremely powerful, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth he attracted was not from him at all. After several breaths, he still didn't suppress the opponent. Jinling gritted his teeth, and the mana in the nascent soul surged again, and the whole person floated up for no reason. Sitting cross-legged in the void, facing Luo Chen from a distance. You are not as good as me after all. In just a moment, the golden domain, which was assisted by the power of the nascent soul, suddenly expanded, so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. Luo Chen's platinum Taoist robe rustled, and his long black hair tied behind his back fluttered and fluttered. As the red light shone brightly, his whole body was almost on fire. In his sight, his domain was retreating step by step. Facing this scene, Luo Chen grinned. The inferior realm was not the main reason. His powerful magic power was even better than the opponent. The domain could not suppress the opponent. In fact, it was only because of the unstable realm and the poor control of the magic power. But all this was expected. He did not see any movement, but just shouted softly, "Melt!" The next moment, the red cloud that was originally retreating step by step suddenly swept against the current and surrounded the golden light. A wave of overbearing spiritual energy began to frantically expel those golden spiritual energy. There was also a wisp of white flame that suddenly appeared in the domain, as if it had been hidden for a long time. The white flame chased the mana released by Jinling, constantly eroding and destroying it. Without the mana to pull, the spiritual energy of the world, which was already ownerless, collapsed even faster. Fire originally restrains the metal element, and the move of melting the void is even more exclusive. As soon as Luo Chen made a backhand move, the situation on the field suddenly changed. The golden light broke into pieces, and the red clouds continued to gather and press towards Jinling. There was only a sound, bang. A dull sound came out heavily, and Jinling fell to the ground and retreated uncontrollably. Thump, thump, thump. When he stopped, he suddenly turned around with an angry face. You don't have martial ethics, and you use external forces. Defeated. Jinling, who had the upper hand before, was defeated in the blink of an eye. However, Lin Qingxuan, who was at the first level of the nascent soul, didn't understand why, and the divine fire master was shocked. Fairy Fenghu was incredulous, but also a little thoughtful, as if she had glimpsed the essence of Luo Chen's methods. She looked up at the 9 spirits Yuanjin opposite her. The other party was also like this, stroking his chin, as if recalling Luo Chen's performance in the domain battle just now. Above, Lingshan City Lord pointed to the rim of the wine glass and nodded slightly. This ability is indeed enough to overwhelm the newly promoted Yuanying in the Holy Land. Even if it is a long-time strongman from an ordinary sect, Luo Chen is not inferior. As for the others, they showed different expressions and attitudes, staring at the top. Huh? The red clouds in the sky dissipated, and Luo Chen sat upstairs. His black hair was close to his back, and the corners of his clothes were smooth. The red gold dragon pattern crown was still stable on his head. He looked coldly at the angry Jinling. What external force did I borrow? That fire. Jinling pointed at Luo Chen, trembling all over. He was almost crazy because he was defeated by Luo Chen in front of everyone. You also had a strange fire in your domain. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth, and a wisp of white flame appeared on his fingertips. You mean this? Yes. Haha, this is the original true fire of this seat. Is this also considered an external force? As soon as these words came out, Jinling's expression froze. The rest of the people in the hall were curious. Integrating the original true fire into one's own nascent soul realm? This is a good idea. But it is obvious that Luo Chen was able to defeat Jinling not only by this little trick, but also by the opponent's extremely domineering and forcibly repelling the other attributes of the nascent soul realm of the heaven and earth. In addition, the 5 elements restrain each other, and Luo Chen's magic power is unexpectedly powerful. Jinling's defeat is not unfair. Facing a series of sympathetic eyes, Jinling almost vomited blood, but in the end he suppressed the anger in his heart. This is Iodeo, or one day my 2 men will show the real test. After throwing a cruel word, Jinling left straight away. After he left, everyone else's eyes fell on another person from the 5 elements divine sect. The divine fire immortal. It should be said that Luo Chen only invited the divine fire to the nascent soul ceremony today, and Jinling came uninvited. At this moment, under the gaze of everyone, Shenhuo was restless. Luo Chen smiled, raised his wineglass, and said to everyone from a distance, "Keep playing music, keep drinking." The music started again, and the wineglasses kept clinking, as if nothing had happened before, but many things had already happened. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 789, Alchemy Master, Making Connections. After the previous episode, the atmosphere in the hall eased. Today's infant formation ceremony was different from the ordinary infant formation ceremony from the beginning. Luo Chen's infant formation had been decades ago, and he did not condense his nascent soul in the eastern wasteland, so there was no such thing as congratulations from fellow Taoists. Today's ceremony was not grand, and it could not be considered a celebration of the whole clan. The real people came without bringing any disciples or juniors to listen to Luo Chen's teachings. It can be seen that everyone knew the purpose of this infant formation ceremony that Luo Chen deliberately held. He wanted to make connections. In view of the words refine 100 pills, master everything on the invitation, the fellow Taoists of the 5 realms were willing to give him this face. But this face was given by others. After the incident with Jinling just now, Luo Chen's momentum was not suppressed, but even more. At this point, he didn't need others to give him face. He could completely gain a foothold in the eastern wasteland with his own strength. Of course, Luo Chen never liked fighting and killing, and he was not a good fighter. You may think that what I said in the invitation is a bit exaggerated. Luo is not angry. After all, such big words sound really arrogant. But excessive modesty is arrogance. Luo is still a bit proud and confident in alchemy. Everyone, please watch. When Luo Chen took the initiative to mention the alchemy, everyone's attention was focused. After boasting for a while, Luo Chen directly took out the evidence that could prove his level of alchemy. One by one, Hongyan pills of top-grade level fell in front of everyone with his magic power. In an instant, everyone held the pills with a look of horror on their faces. The fragrance of this pill is so strong, and the internal medicinal power is so huge. 4th grade, top grade. Master Luo, did you make this? Is it an occasional gain, or? Facing each question, Luo Chen smiled and answered them one by one. When asking whether he could steadily refine 4th grade top grade pills, although he did not fully admit it, he also said that he was very confident in the success rate and the yield rate. Lingshan City Lord, who came from Mingyan sect, was holding the Hongyan pill at this time, and he also showed an expression of disbelief. A 4th grade pill, a top grade pill? The Dansheng was just like this at the beginning. He remembered very clearly that Chu Yan could not steadily refine a 4th grade top grade pill at the beginning, and only with good luck could she occasionally refine a top grade pill. It was not until later that she was lucky enough to refine a furnace of 5th grade divine pills, and after winning the title of Dansheng, she was able to steadily refine 4th grade top grade pills with a high level mentality and level. In other words, Luo Chen's alchemy level at this time was almost equivalent to Chu Yan's last Danxiang stage in the East Wilderness. Even if he could not refine a 5th-grade divine pill and could not be called a Danxiang, the title of Dandao Grandmaster was definitely not fake. How could such an existence be allowed to be a Xianlun running blog and a guest of Xingmen? Lingshan City Lord could not help but look up at Luo Chen. Facing a series of amazed, respectful, and even unbelievable eyes, Luo Chen accepted it calmly. Hiding his shortcomings? There is no need. It is even more unnecessary to hide your weakness in front of such a behemoth as the Holy Land of the God of Transformation. What if they are unreasonable and just crush you to death? That would be funny. Only by showing enough value can you be valued by superiors, flattered by peers, and admired by inferiors. And this value is the benefit to others. In this chaotic time, the 4th-level elixir that can steadily improve the strength of the Yuanying's Henren is undoubtedly the most beneficial and valuable. This elixir is not suitable for you. It is just the elixir used by Luo for personal practice. But Luo's elixir path has been completed. As long as there is a complete elixir formula, enough raw materials, and enough time, it is not difficult to refine the rest of the elixir. Luo Chen said lightly, as if he was talking about something insignificant. But the content of his words caused an uproar in everyone's heart. Immediately, someone couldn't wait to ask, "Can the 4th level be refined?" Luo Chen took a look. The person asking the question had a gourd bun on his head and was wearing a flowing robe. He had an elegant and refined temperament. It was Ling Fengzi, the supreme master of Piaomiao sect. Luo Chen nodded gently, yes. Ling Fengzi was overjoyed. Someone else asked again, "Can the realm-breaking elixir be refined?" This time, it was Elder Fu who asked. There was an eager and urgent look in his eyes. The Shenfu sect was once as wealthy as the Yao Wang sect in the 6 regions of the Far East. But later, the Yao Wang sect directly left it behind, and even Xianfan City came from behind and surpassed the Shenfu sect. The reason for all this is that the Shenfu sect has a lack of talent. Elder Fu is already 900 years old. He formed a nascent soul 500 years ago. For a full 500 years, the Shenfu sect has not produced a second nascent soul true person. This not only hindered the development of the Shenfu sect, but also made it gradually decline. If it weren't for the fact that old man Fu was so experienced and retreated when he saw the situation was not right, I'm afraid that the sect would have been destroyed and people would have died in the repeated sect competitions and the rampage of monsters. The meaning of his question now is self-evident. Facing that eager gaze, Luo Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. Also, Duang. There was a sudden knock on the table. Luo Chen glanced sideways and saw that the slightly out-of-control right hand of the Lingshan City Lord was resting on the table, with a complicated expression. Everyone saw this scene, but no one cared about it. They cared more about the truth of Luo Chen's words. Jiling Yuanjin suddenly stood up. "Fellow Taoist Luo, can you make a pill with the incomplete 4th-level pill formula?" Luo Chen smiled casually. "I haven't seen it." Luo dare not boast. "But if you can make it, it will be another price. Yuanjin, please think about it." Jiling Yuanjin was very happy. The others suddenly realized something. Price? Yes, Luo Chen was willing to help them make pills, which was a huge favor. But one thing is one thing, and the reward is another. After all, these days, you can't just find someone to do things just because you have money. It depends on whether they give you this face. At that moment, someone asked Luo Chen about the conditions for his move. Luo Chen did not hesitate and said a few things openly. Qi Zio Qi, a large amount of Qi Zio Qi. High-level body refining exercises, regardless of age. Various pill recipes, regardless of grade. These 3 are general conditions. If you have any of these 3, you can find Luo Chen, but the specific details and additional prices need to be discussed in detail. After all, the difficulty of refining each pill recipe is different, and the time and energy consumed are different, so the price is naturally different. After Luo Chen released these conditions, the atmosphere in the field was slightly lowered, and everyone was thinking about whether there was something that satisfied them. But there were also a few people who were not thinking about this. For example, when the Divine Fire Immortal saw this scene, he couldn't help but recall what Jinling had said before. Luo Chen is really going to be a big deal. In a short time, he became the center of attention. If he is really asked to make pills for everyone, then the favor will be given away, and people's hearts will naturally be controlled by him. If the Five Elements Divine Sect wants to deal with Luo Chen again, I'm afraid. Shenhe, I heard that Elder Qingqi of your sect died under the siege of the Demon King. Is there anyone who can make the great Five Elements Divine Pill of the Divine Sect now? Shenhe suddenly looked up and met Luo Chen's smiling eyes, and felt that his chest was blocked. As the strongest sect in the 6 regions of the Far East, the Five Elements Divine Sect can completely rival those ancient powerful sects at its peak. The 5 peak elders in the sect also have their own strengths. Jinling is good at fighting, Lin Mu is good at raising, and he, Shenhe, is good at casting. But who is the most important among the 5 peak elders? It must be Qingqi. She is the chief alchemist of the 5 Elements Divine Sect. Whether it is the Rushu pill used for foundation building, the 5 Elements Divine Pill commonly used by giant and cultivators, or even the great 5 Elements Divine Pill used to assist their Yuanying's Henrin cultivation, they are all made by Qingqi. But in that battle, 2 of the 5 peaks elders died and 1 was injured, and Qingqi died under the siege of several demon kings. With her death, the supply of elixirs for the Divine Sect was cut off. Luo Chen's question at this moment was almost the same as exposing the scar in public. Shenhe suppressed his anger. Luo Chen, what do you mean? Luo Chen smiled slightly. My meaning is very simple. If no one in your sect can refine the 5 Elements Divine Pill, then I don't mind helping you. Oh, you are so kind. Shenhe was puzzled. Luo Chen shrugged. I have always been kind and can't bear to see others suffer. As long as the Supreme Elder of your sect comes in person with the recipe of the Great 5 Elements Divine Pill, what's wrong with me refining a furnace of elixirs for you? Shenhe was stunned, but quickly reacted. Sorry, the Supreme Elder of my sect is not feeling well and won't see outsiders. After saying that, he left with anger in his heart, found a reason and left. Looking at his back as he left, Luo Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This infant formation ceremony did not last long and ended at dusk. The masters from various sects left one after another. Before leaving, Qin Beiming of the Beast sect glanced at the calm and composed Xian's Henrin with some doubt. This old guy, not only did he come early, but he also looked like he was not going to leave. Luo Chen has not known him for a long time, how could they have such a good relationship? Qin Beiming was puzzled, but he left quickly. He planned to go back and talk with his fellow disciples to see if he could provide some resources and ask Luo Chen to refine a few furnaces of elixirs that were beneficial to raising spirit beasts. On the Daking Mountain, Xian's Henrin walked side by side with Luo Chen, talking and laughing. I heard people say before that you defeated Motion in Lingshan Pass and overwhelmed Shenhe. At that time, I was still a little skeptical, but today you beat Jinling in the Battle of Domains, which is really eye-opening. Haha. You are too good. That old thief Jinling also said that he can't beat me in the Battle of Domains. We will have to see the real thing in the future. Fellow Taoist Luo is so free and easy, I think he is also confident in his skills. After all, he is a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator who is 1 level higher than me. How can he say that he is sure to win? He is just trying to save face. Xian's Henrin glanced at Luo Chen and didn't see any guilty conscience, but full of confidence. He shook his head, no longer pretending to be polite, and got straight to the point. Can you supply the Emperor's flowing juice to my White Crane sect in large quantities? Luo Chen seemed to have known that the other party would ask this question, and asked with a smile, I think you have already tested this medicine. Xian's Henrin flicked his whisk and stroked his beard. It is indeed as Taoist friends said, this medicine is of great benefit to the advancement of monsters. If we can get a large amount of Emperor's flowing juice, the strength of our White Crane sect will definitely be further improved. Luo Chen smiled. Dao Xian, is your experimental result limited to this? Xian was stunned, pinched his beard, and his face was slightly unnatural. Luo Chen said to himself, the Emperor's flowing juice is very effective for the advancement of monsters, but for key refining cultivators, it also has a 20% to 30% efficiency in breaking through the foundation building period. Its magical effect is no less than that of the orthodox foundation building spiritual medicine. I have never heard of any families supplying such resources in large quantities. Since ancient times, the value of realm-breaking elixirs has been far higher than that of the same level of cultivation elixirs. In the black market or in the community of independent cultivators, the premium can be as high as 10 or 100 times. Even in a normal transaction, it would be a high price. After being exposed by Luo Chen, Xian put down his hand in embarrassment. It has a similar effect. Then, his tone became serious. Dao Luo, just make an offer. Ask. Luo Chen smiled dumbly. I don't care about ordinary spirit stones. If you really want to trade, why not bring out a group of well-trained and successful spirit cranes? That's impossible. Xian Zhenren refused flatly. Spirit cranes are the foundation of our sect. How can we sell them to others? Luo Chen was indeed a little greedy for the spirit cranes of the White Crane sect. Their spiritual communication level was extremely high, far exceeding that of ordinary monsters, and they could even patrol and protect the mountain gate on their own. And their escape speed was extremely fast. Among the same level, it is estimated that only powerful feathered monsters such as Xiangsun Dao can win. But the spirit cranes of the White Crane sect are social creatures, in large numbers. Unlike Xiangsun Dao and other lonely people who live in seclusion. Although his Luo Chen sect lost Suhuanzhen, the skills of controlling birds in his early years were still preserved. If a large number of well-trained spiritual cranes could be obtained, the strength of the disciples would be instantly improved, at least the self-protection ability could be greatly increased. Moreover, these spiritual cranes could also make up for the disadvantage of insufficient number of disciples in Luo Chen sect. In their position, they should plan their politics. When Luo Chen returned to the identity of Luo Chen Taisheng, he was destined not to be as free and easy as before. He didn't mind the trouble, after all, it was just a matter of moving his lips. Moreover, he could also build his own network of interpersonal relationships in the process. Being alone is free and easy, but when encountering problems, he can only bear it alone. How can it be as easy and happy as coming together? At this moment, facing the flat refusal of Xian Zhenren, Luo Chen was not angry. He said with a smile, Dao wants Liu Jiang to improve the strength of his disciples so much, I think you are afraid that the war will spread here. Without waiting for Xian Zhenren to answer, he continued, the three frontline areas have been deadlocked for several years, and collapse is a matter of time. Once the three areas collapse, the demon clan will surely head straight for Lingshan Pass, and then everyone in the 5 areas will be involved in the most dangerous war between humans and demons. And this war is not only the most dangerous, but also the most ruthless. The demon clan will not be merciful, and the Mingyan sect behind the East Wasteland will not let us retreat a step. So, everyone and every force is doing their best to improve their strength, so that they can survive the future battle and even gain more benefits. Dao Xian, am I right? Facing Luo Chen's gaze, Xian Zhenren opened his mouth and finally sighed. Dao has just returned to the East Wasteland, but you have a clear understanding of the situation here. Luo Chen smiled and shook his head, pacing his feet, and suddenly stopped talking, as if he was lost in thought. Xian Zhenren was puzzled. To avoid awkward silence, he said dryly, the number of spiritual cranes in my base sect is limited. It is indeed inconvenient to trade them. Taoist friend, why don't you exchange one? Suddenly, Luo Chen, who had been silent for a while, raised his head and stared at Xian Zhenren. Last time in your sect's mountain gate, I sensed a breath of another crane's Zhenren, but he didn't show up. Could it be that the rumor is true? Xian Zhenren's expression changed drastically. Dao Luo Chen, what do you mean? This reaction confirmed Luo Chen's guess. Among the 5 regions of Lingshan, the 5 major Yuanying forces, except for the weakest Mu Mansion, the strength of the other 4 is actually similar. Fengho Palace has 2 palace masters, Wanjian Pavilion also has 2 Yuanying Zhenren. In addition to Qin Bangming, the 100 Beast sect also enslaved a Demon King, which is also considered 2 Yuanying level combat forces. Then, it was to Bei sect. According to rumors, Bei sect also has 2 Yuanying Zhenren. Xian Zhenren, and a transformed spiritual crane. However, no matter whether it was rumors from the outside world or the information given by the Xianitun Business Alliance, no one had ever seen the transformed spiritual crane, and the strong men of the same level could only feel his breath. Over time, a rumor emerged. The White Crane sect's crane master did survive the Thunder Tribulation, but failed to transform, so it was inconvenient for him to appear in the world. It sounds very inconsistent to survive the Thunder Tribulation but fail to transform. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. It is just that when the tribulation was past, someone used external force to help the tribulation. Although he survived the life and death tribulation, he lacked a baptism of heaven and earth, so that he could not complete the work. The subsequent impact is that the demon cultivators cannot practice quickly in human form, and because of their huge bodies, they are not easy to walk outside. The rumors about the White Crane sect are not necessarily false. The Wanjian Pavilion secretly supported the Yuding Sword sect and asked Lin Kingsun to test the White Crane sect, which is a proof. Otherwise, how could the Yuding Sword sect, which has only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens, dare to provoke the White Crane sect with 2 Yuanying masters? At this moment, Luo Chen had a clear idea in his mind after hearing the reaction of Xian Master. My meaning is not complicated. If you want to rely on Emperor Liu Jiang to cultivate the strength of your disciples, it will take a long time. I don't have that much time for you now. On the contrary, if your sect's master he can easily walk in the human world, it will undoubtedly be the biggest and most immediate improvement for you. Swish. A pill appeared in Luo Chen's hand. This pill is called the Transformation Pill. I would like to use this pill as a gift to establish a good relationship between the two sects. Chapter 790, Mingyun recruits, returns to the sect, sees the pill recipe again, Kingdom Medicine King. Xian Heinren left. He left with a transformation pill. He left 2 words before he left. The Ocean White Crane, advance and retreat together. Deliver 50 spiritual cranes within a year. In front of the transformation pill, the so-called rare birds of the White Crane sect cannot be traded to the outside world is just talk. Luo Chen is very satisfied with this result. During the trip to the land of fallen demons, he refined 5 transformation pills in the Dan realm. Now, by taking out only one, he has won the friendship of 2 Yuanying Zhenren, and let Luo Chen sect and another Yuanying upper sect form an alliance, and even open up the channel for the spiritual crane trade. It is really a pleasure to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. However, Luo Chen did not indulge in his complacency for long, because there were others waiting for him. And there was more than one person. The first in Yuding Foundation Building, the North Sea Deserter, the Grand Master of Alchemy. Fellow Taoist Luo, the surprises you give me are really endless. Lingshan City Lord sat on the chair, playing with a top-grade Hongyan pill, with a complicated expression. Some things don't seem that great just on paper. But after seeing the terrifying medicinal power of the top-grade Hongyan pill, the feeling of being amazed made him understand what a master of alchemy is. This kind of pill is rare even in the Mingyun sect. The man in front of him can take it out at will, which shows his high attainments in alchemy. Facing the fact that the city lord Lingshan directly revealed his background as a wanderer in the North Sea Desert, Luo Chen, who had just returned, just raised his eyebrows. After all, they are just Luo Tian and Luo Chen. City Lord Lingshan slowly raised his head. Aren't they guests of Xingmen? Luo Chen chuckled. There is not much difference. No, there is a big difference. City Lord Lingshan sat up straight and put away the Hongyan pill. Luo Tian is in the East Desert, and Xingmen is in Tongzhou. Luo Chen frowned and fell silent. Since he stepped into the East Desert and took the initiative to show his identity as a guest of Xingmen, some things have been put on the table. The identity of a guest of Xingmen has become a talisman that allows him to do things at his own convenience. But at the same time, given the previous examples of Xingmen's guest officials bringing their clan members and disciples to Zhongzhou, Luo Chen's plan was also exposed. Obviously, after experiencing the departure of the alchemy saint, Mingyun sect was very sensitive to such things. Lingshan City Lord's words at this moment almost made the attitude of Mingyun sect clear. Luo Chen pondered and said, "Can't we take them away? You should know that they are not important. Even Wang Yuan can only be in my personal eyes." Lingshan City Lord said. Luo Chen nodded, "What's important is me. You are very smart. You are worthy of being able to break through the nascent soul by yourself." Lingshan City Lord praised, and then changed the subject. "Why don't you consider joining my Mingyun sect? What Xian'an Dao sect can give you, we can also give you." Luo Chen was curious, "Is this your idea, or the idea of your sect's great master?" Lingshan City Lord was speechless. Regarding the treatment of Luo Chen, the sect has indeed not given a clear answer. It was just because he saw Luo Chen's demeanor and attainments in the way of alchemy, and couldn't help but feel cherishing his talent, so he took the initiative to recruit him. Sighing, Lord Lingshan said helplessly, "If you were to choose, which side would you choose?" Luo Chen smiled but did not answer. It was a great honor to be valued by the Holy Land, so there was no chance for him to choose. If he really wanted to express his attitude, it would be easy to offend people. Even though Lord Lingshan seemed to be a good person to talk to. Seeing that Luo Chen was silent, Lord Lingshan thought for a while and changed the question. Nowadays, Millions of monsters have come out from the mountains of the East Wilderness, and the North Sea Monster Alliance is rampant. What do you think? Should my Mingyuan sect suppress the monster chaos first, or should the Xian'an Dao sect conquer the North Sea first? Luo Chen hesitated for a moment and finally gave an answer to this question. I think it's the Xian'an Dao sect. Are you so confident in them? My Mingyuan is fighting at home, with the advantage of the terrain and the support of the people. The Xian'an Dao sect occupies the rich land of Zongmiao and has nurtured elites for 3,000 years. It has the intention of sweeping the world, encompassing the universe, and encompassing the mountains and seas. In the war in the North Sea, it even came out in full force and attacked it with the strength of the entire state. The Mingyuan Holy Land did not move its troops, only using the various sects of the East Wilderness to do the work of using the land to deal with the monsters and adding fuel to the fire. Although Luo is shallow and short-sighted, he can also see the difference in the determination of the two parties to deal with the monster plague. As a holy land in the same state, I don't doubt the foundation of the Mingyuan sect in terms of strength, but the greater the determination to thing, the greater the strength to be put in. In this battle, Xian'an should be the first. Haha, you are so confident in the Xian'an Dao sect. However, you underestimated my Mingyuan sect. Lingshan City Lord smiled heartily and did not agree with Luo Chen's statement. As for the reason, he did not tell Luo Chen in detail. Instead, he directed the topic to another matter. The method of making spirit stones has been recorded on the jade slip given to you, but before learning this method, you must swear that this method must not be passed on to others. This is the rule for every Jiandan sect to become a Yuanying upper sect. Ordinary spirit stone ore contains a large amount of spiritual energy, and ordinary means cannot accurately cut it, let alone large-scale mining. If the method of making spirit stones becomes popular, there is no guarantee that there will not be casual cultivators who do the stupid thing of killing the chicken to get the eggs and cutting off the spirit veins. This method is the symbol of the upper sect. Only the Yuanying upper sect can stably mine and make spirit stones and control the economic lifeline of a place. At the same time, the jade slip also contains the method of how to nourish and restore the spirit veins under the restrained mining of spirit stone ore. Of course, the current Luo Chen sect does not have its own mountain gate station, let alone a 4th level spirit vein, so this method is a bit useless. But if there is a chance to open a mountain gate later, you can use it to quickly own a sum of spirit stones as your cultivation resources for the Yuanying realm. At the end, the Lord of Lingshan City seemed to be a little reluctant to leave, and brought up the previous discussion. Don't think too highly of Xian'an Dao sect. Even if you really bring these hundreds of people from Luo Chen sect over, they will eventually be disrupted, separated, and integrated into various aristocratic families. By then, you will be powerless, and their fate may not be better than it is now. After saying this, the Lord of Lingshan City did not stay and left. Luo Chen was left alone in the corridor, pursing his lips and frowning slightly. After the other party reminded him, he realized that his previous thoughts were indeed a little biased. He only saw the good of Zongmiao, but ignored the fact that Xian'an Dao sect actually had very strict conditions for the vassals brought over by the Stargate guests. If they were family members, they could only join the Dao sect after 500 years. If they were apprentices of the sect, they had to be separated, either to establish their own family and spread out, or to integrate into various aristocratic families. Especially now that the war has begun, if he really takes these people with him, his fate in the future will definitely be worse than it is now. At least, the group of people in Luo Xianzhuang can still keep each other warm at this time. In fact, this cannot be said to be Luo Chen's thinking. After all, he did not expect Sima Wei Niang and others to be so persistent and save the forces that were only at the Jiandan level for him. Otherwise, if there were only a few people left, or a dozen or 20 people, Luo Chen would take them away. Now there are too many people, but it has become a burden. Suddenly, Luo Chen's eyebrows opened up, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. How can it be called a burden? These are people who are loyal to me, respect me, and love me. Stepping on the moonlight, Luo Chen walked to the next place waiting for his guests. It's not quite accurate to say that they are guests. The other party is actually the host. Under the moonlight, in the pavilion on the mountainside, a beautiful woman overlooked the vast land by the wind and the moon. Grand Palace Master, I've been waiting for a long time. Fairy Fengho did not turn around, but pointed at the scenery at the foot of the mountain that was faintly visible under the silver moonlight, and sighed faintly. This land has been managed by my Fenghe Palace for 2,000 years. Master Luo, if it were you, would you be willing to give it to someone else? Of course I won't give it up. Luo Chen walked to her side, and the woman's ripe scent floated between his nose. Similarly, I will not touch this land. Fairy Fenghe was startled. She didn't expect Luo Chen to be so direct and point out her thoughts. As a result, some of the words in her heart could not be continued. The woman had to stiffly say, although it is not good to give away such a beautiful land, it is okay to give Bailey Qingchuan to you to stay temporarily. Luo Chen nodded, thank you for your kindness, Grand Palace Master. Luo really needs such a place to live now. However, the products of Bailey are still the wealth of Fenghe Palace, and a gentleman should not take away what others love. Fairy Fenghe was stunned. Although Bailey Qingchuan is not big, the medicinal materials produced here are also among the best in the entire Fenghe domain. Luo Chen doesn't even want this? Luo Chen suddenly asked, I heard that your sect got the recipe of Zongmiao Pill and the stable refining method of the top-grade Yulu Pill. Fairy Fenghe did not deny it, but admitted it openly. It came from Chu Lingjun. Although it is a bit of taking advantage of others, my Fenghe Palace has also paid a lot for this. If you want to get those back. No need. Luo Chen shook his head and interrupted the other party directly. Fairy Fenghe frowned, full of confusion. The man in front of him was not interested in Fenghe domain, nor in the output of Bailey Qingchuan. He didn't even want to return the pill formula he had researched in the past. What did he want? Out of the blue. Lingjun has served Fenghe Palace for 100 years. It's almost enough. It's time for him to come back. Fairy Fenghe opened her red lips slightly, looking surprised. Just for this? Yes. Luo Chen said calmly, he is my disciple. Even if his aptitude is poor and his avenue is hopeless, he should not be left alone. Fairy Fenghe was silent. After a long while, she nodded gently and gave Luo Chen this face. Not only did Luo Chen give up a lot, but also because Chu Lingjun was already more than 200 years old, and there were only a few decades left before his death. In terms of his current realm, it was extremely difficult to break through the golden core stage. There was almost no value for him. Letting him return to Luo Shen's sect was also a favor. Luo Chen put his hand on the pillar of the pavilion and exerted a little force. Grand Palace Master, if Mo Xianai dares to reach out again in the future, just beat him back with a stick. If the Five Elements Divine Sect wants to help, you might as well call me along. Is this a return of favor? Fairy Fenghe smiled. Aren't you afraid of the old monster Shenun? The supreme of the divine sect, Shenun's Henrun. A great cultivator in the late Yuanying stage. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, he just wanted to meet that old monster. Since returning to the East Desert, he has been aggressively pressing the Five Elements Divine Sect, with the purpose of forcing Shenun's Henrun out to see how he is doing now. According to rumors, in the battle at Kingwu Mountain, Mingyu Mighty was blocked outside the mountain, and 2 of the 3 Yuan died and 1 was injured. The old monster Shenun was the only great cultivator who survived, and he was seriously injured. Even when the Five Elements Divine Sect was attacked by the Demon Clan, he did not personally take action. This person has always been eyeing him covetously, and taking in Luo Xianzong is even more malicious. Sooner or later, Luo Chen, will run into this person. If we can force the other party out and learn about the old monster's state in advance, many things will be much more convenient. The last person Luo Chen saw was, as expected, the ancestor of the Shenfu sect who had been waiting for a long time. Many years ago, this person still had such a loud Taoist name. But as the years went by, people gradually stopped calling him by that Taoist name and respectfully called him Old Fu. The other party waited until late at night to see Luo Chen, which shows how eager he was. And his purpose is self-evident. Infant forming pill. Facing the old man's eager eyes, Luo Chen nodded slowly. If you trust me, can you show me the pill formula first? Can Dao really refine a realm-breaking pill? Just as a realm-breaking pill is far more precious than an ordinary cultivation pill, its refining difficulty is also greater than that of an ordinary pill. After all, to contain the terrifying medicinal power of breaking through a major realm in a pill requires extremely high alchemy skills from the alchemist. There are countless alchemists in the vast East Wilderness, but very few can refine realm-breaking pills. Old Fu was very excited, and he took out a newly engraved recipe from his stored ring. Luo Chen took it and just glanced at it, and his heart was moved. They are exactly the same. He asked casually, seemingly unintentionally, where did this recipe come from? I feel a little familiar with it. I wonder if it is inherited from your sect. Old Fu's excitement gradually subsided, and he became a little embarrassed, but in the end, under Luo Chen's gaze, he told the truth. I got it from Yao Wang's sect. Huh? Luo Chen was a little surprised. It was different from what he imagined. He thought it was from Kingdom Valley. After all, this recipe was the one he used to refine the infant pill. They are exactly the same. There are only 3 parties who have this recipe: Xianfan City, Hanzhong, and Kingdom Valley. Hanzhong followed him to the North Sea. Before the fall of Xianfan City, there were 2 more nascent souls, and Kingdom Valley was the weakest. If the Divine Fu sect wants to seize this recipe, it is likely to start from Kingdom Valley. Unexpectedly, this recipe did not come from Kingdom Valley, but from another wealthy Yuanying sect. After saying the name of Yao Wang's sect, Fu Lao seemed to have let go of some psychological burden and told the story of the past. Before the J tripod domain was destroyed, the Kingdom Valley was the first to be destroyed. But it was not destroyed by monsters, but by a disciple named He Yun who colluded with the Medicine King sect to annex the Kingdom Valley, and all the treasures of the alchemy were taken away, including this ancient formula for forming an infant. But the robber will eventually be robbed. The Medicine King sect has terrifying wealth, but no absolute military support. When the chaos came, many powerful people took advantage of the situation, causing the Medicine King sect to suffer a great loss of vitality, and later a decline to the point where the sect could not be protected. I am one of those who took advantage of the situation. Originally, I just wanted to snatch the Medicine King sect's infant forming pill to help the younger generation of my sect form an infant, but I didn't expect that the junior Lin Kingsung got it by chance. What I got was only a part of the pill formulas collected by the Medicine King sect, including this ancient formula for forming an infant. Old Fu said it in a general way. But in these few simple sentences, the story contained is so complicated and bizarre that it makes people imagine it. Luo Chen understood how Lin Qingxuan formed his nascent soul. He also remembered who the Kingdom Valley disciple named He Yun was. He was a disciple of the Yuxuan He family, and his Taoist name was Zhuan Yunzi. At the beginning, he also found that this person had signs of being possessed by someone. But he didn't expect that it turned out to be a spy planted in Kingdom Valley by the Medicine King sect. The past was too complicated, and even the Medicine King sect that he used to look up to was gone. Luo Chen had no intention of delving into it. He held the jade slip and said frankly, I can refine this pill. You provide the materials. Old Fu breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he did not hesitate to expose all the ugly things to the other party, and finally gained some trust and goodwill. He nodded without hesitation. My Divine Talisman sect has some assets, and the required materials have been prepared. Taoist friend, just speak up. Luo Chen smiled slightly. I don't doubt the wealth of the Divine Talisman sect, but are you ready for the reward for my alchemy? I have 3 strands of Chixia Oki. Not enough. The Medicine King sect has 7 large and small pill recipes. It's still not enough. Old Fu should know how difficult it is to refine this pill, otherwise it wouldn't be my turn. Then what else do you want, to make up for it with tens of millions of spirit stones? You're kidding? How can a mere spirit stone afford the price that Luo personally paid? I heard that your sect is good at making talismans, and things related to making talismans. You want high-level talismans? This is not difficult. I can give you 10 third-level talismans and 1 fourth-level talisman. No, I want talisman skins, a lot of talisman skins. If there is an excellent method to control talismans, it would be even better. Old Fu stared at Luo Chen in astonishment. Don't want finished talismans, want the most basic talisman skins? He didn't hear it wrong. The method of controlling talismans of the Divine Talisman sect is one of the core inheritances, so it is naturally impossible to give it to Luo Chen. But a mere talisman skin is not a problem. Especially since the Divine Talisman sect has mastered the method of making talisman skins from animal skins, the raw materials are inexhaustible in the current war between humans and demons. Fu Lao finally negotiated the reward for Luo Chen to make the elixir with an additional 50%. 3 strands of red sky energy, 7 kinds of Yao Wang sect elixir recipes, and 10,000 talisman skins from level 1 to level 3. In addition, Fu Lao also sold it well, promising that if Luo Chen wanted a level 4 talisman skin in the future, his Divine Talisman sect would also open the door to convenience. In this way, this cooperation was reached. But Luo Chen got more than that. Late at night, his consciousness slowly withdrew from the storage bag. There were all kinds of raw materials for refining infant pills, enough for 20 copies. There were even 2 precious 5-element lotus platforms. The divine talisman sect is really rich. Luo Chen sighed. With his alchemy skills, it is more than enough to refine 2 or 3 infant-forming pills with so many materials. The extra materials will naturally belong to him. This is the unspoken rule of alchemists, and no one will question it. As long as you have the ability to refine the pills required by the employer, the saved materials will be regarded as extra compensation. What if you don't have the ability? Like the Kingdom Valley, even with the efforts of the entire sect, it may not have refined a single infant-forming pill, wasting manpower and material resources. It's just right, there is an extra 5-element lotus platform. Although the quality is far inferior to the one I got that year, it can also be used as an auxiliary for cultivation. Luo Chen smiled, with a sense of relief on his face. The overall direction of today's banquet is under his control. It can be imagined that his reputation for alchemy will also be spread by these people. Then what he has to do next is very simple. Refining pills to raise hopes. Improving methods. Delving into the way of talismans, and teaching disciples by the way. It sounds a bit cumbersome, but it won't feel hard if you take it step by step. A faint fragrance wafted between the wings of his nose. Husband, it's time to rest. Luo Chen turned around, and in the dim light, Wei Niang was waiting with a lantern. He did not stop, but walked towards the woman. He took the red lantern with one hand, and put his hand around the waist of the beauty, rubbing her delicate skin through the veil. Where's Kai? Are you still so shy? She is preparing a warm pool, saying that she wants you to have a good soak and relieve your fatigue. Okay, then let's hurry up. The night is cold and the dew is heavy. Don't let the water get cold. The monks means, how can the water be easily cooled? The woman's face was flushed, lowered her eyebrows and smiled, but she did not refuse. Chapter 791 Rest and Recuperation, Sima's Disaster. Cloudy hair, flowery face, golden step-shaking ornaments, the hibiscus tent is warm for the spring night. The spring night is short and the sun rises high. From now on, the king will not attend the court early. On the spacious and soft bed, the man murmured 2 lines of hometown poems, with a slight smile on his lips, as if he was savoring the taste. Looking around at the 2 jade-like cheeks with tiredness and satisfaction, Luo Chen smiled slightly, gently pushed away the smooth arms on his chest, lifted the plump thighs pressing on his body, and slowly sat up. Trying not to disturb the 2 women as much as possible, Luo Chen covered them with a thin blanket and got off the bed. He casually put on a silk robe, let his hair fall behind his back, and walked out of this gentle place barefoot. Walking along the way, the cold floor tiles gradually sobered Luo Chen. When he reached the top of the mountain, the mist and thick clouds kept pushing in and dispersing with a mountain breeze in the morning. Luo Chen spread his consciousness and covered the Bailey Qingchuan silently. It was still early at this moment. But many cultivators in Luo Chen sect had already started to move. Some were preparing meals in the logistics department, some were stretching their limbs and doing physical exercises, and another group of monks took the initiative to clean up the mess left by yesterday's ceremony. Overall, 2 words stand out: relaxation. No longer was there the sense of urgency that hung over everyone's head at any time and anywhere. And all of this was brought by Luo Chen. Although Bailey Qingchuan is small, Luo Chen sect is not big either. Under this slow rhythm, it gradually presents a sense of prosperity and vitality. Luo Chen slowly withdrew his consciousness, with a satisfied smile on his face. This is exactly what he wanted to see. The current Luo Chen sect really can't afford to toss around. However, some things still need to be ordered. He waited for a while at the top of Decking Mountain, and saw a figure riding on the clouds. He had a tall hat and a wide belt, and a chilling sword hung from his waist. It was the current Luo Chen sect's leader Li Yingzhang. Yingzhang greets the Supreme Elder. Li Yingzhang saluted and greeted respectfully, and there was nothing wrong with it. Luo Chen didn't care about these things, and smiled and said, "It's nothing big to call you here, I just have something to remind you." Li Yingzhang looked serious and listened attentively. Luo Chen paced and spoke slowly. Luo Chen sect needs to recuperate next. Giant and cultivators need to consolidate their realm and regulate their bodies, and the hidden injuries caused by fighting over the years should also be treated. Foundation building cultivators need to lay a good foundation and practice skills to prepare for the future sprint to the giant stage. Don't worry about the resources for forming den, I can fully support you. Pick and choose those key refining juniors, and select those with some qualifications and good character, and the sect will support them in building their foundation. Fenghe Palace has agreed to let Chu Lingjin return to Luo Chen sect, and the relationship between our two sects has become closer. We should contact them more in the future. Bei sect has also formed an alliance with us, and we will advance and retreat together in the future. You should pay attention to send someone to hand over the spiritual crane sent by Bei sect, and prepare the corresponding spiritual stones. The Divine Talisman sect is now living in the 100 Beasts domain, and they are the ones who are performing patrol missions at Lingshan Pass, right? Their Supreme Elder promised to give me 10,000 talisman skins, but they have to be sent in batches, so you should pay attention. In the future, I estimate that many people will come to visit me, and most of them are people with high realms. Let the mountain guarding disciples pay attention and do not offend these people. The patrol mission over at Lingshan Pass is not urgent for the time being. The Lord of Lingshan City has given a grace period. I will personally lead people there when the time comes. In the sect. One by one, from Luo Chen's mouth, Li Yingzhang heard it. Although it was quite tedious, Li Yingzhang remembered it firmly. He couldn't help but sigh at Luo Chen's ability. After returning for only a short time, he turned the precarious situation of Luo Chen's sect into a new one. Not only has he established a firm foothold in Fenghe domain, but he has also won the friendship of old sects such as Bei sect and Shenfu sect. This kind of thing is something they can't do no matter how hard they work and fight. Of course, as the current sect master, some potential problems still need to be raised. Qi is in charge of the Alchemy Institute now. How should we arrange for Chu Lingjin to come back? Luo Chen said calmly, he will not be allowed to enter the Alchemy Institute. Let him choose a place to practice in seclusion. Li Yingzhang was stunned. Although Qi's realm had surpassed Chu Lingjin, who had received Luo Chen's true teachings, was still much better than Qi in alchemy. It stands to reason that he should continue to be in charge of the Alchemy Institute after his return. Especially over the years, Chu Lingjin's loyalty to Luo Xianzong has also been verified. Grand Elder, isn't this a bit? Just do it. Yes. Li Yingzhang didn't dare to say anything and immediately changed the subject. The spirit cranes of the White Crane sect are famous far and wide. Not only are they fast, but they are also very human. It would be great if you could let them sell them to us, but I'm afraid our sect is a bit short of spirit stones now. Luo Chen was a little stunned. After learning more about it, he knew about the current financial difficulties of Luo Xianzong. 9 golden elixirs, 2 third-level body refiners, and dozens of foundation-building practitioners almost completely exhausted the savings of Luo Xianzong. All the hard-earned gains from the battles over the years were also invested. Otherwise, Luo Chen's infant formation ceremony yesterday would not have been so shabby. Now, Li Yingzhang is really a skilled cook with no rice to cook with, and he has to take out the spirit stones to purchase 50 spirit cranes in one go. This problem would not be a big deal if it was before Luo Chen left Bihe. At that time, he was worth hundreds of millions and didn't take spirit stones seriously at all. But after several transactions, he converted spirit stones into a large number of cultivation resources, and now he is penniless. He does have a few top-grade spirit stones, but using top-grade spirit stones to exchange for spirit cranes is a waste of money. Moreover, the lack of spirit stones is obviously only a superficial problem. The deeper problem is that Luo Xianzong does not have a stable source of income now. In troubled times, everyone is begging for life, and how many forces can continue to make money like the Shenfu sect? After some thought, Luo Chen gave a solution. We'll take the spirit crane from the White Crane sect for now, but I'll owe you the spirit stones. Just hold on for this period of time. The fact that there are fewer people in the Luo Chen sect now has its advantages. At least everyone is united. We can tighten our belts and improve things little by little later. Li Yingzhang didn't expect Luo Chen's method to be like this. But since the other party said so, he accepted it. At most, he would just be thick-skinned when he owed money. Before he left, Luo Chen gave another reminder. Let all the foundation-building cultivators and the outstanding disciples in the late stage of key refining master the most basic beast-controlling methods. After explaining these things, the sun was already high in the branches. Fenghe domain was a bit cold, and Bailey Qingchun didn't manage it well. let alone set up any formations to adjust the temperature. When Luo Chen returned to the simple palace, he could still feel the cold air surging in the air. Fortunately, the rising sun brought some warmth to this cold late autumn. There was a rustling sound in the palace. Luo Chen walked in, and two pairs of eyes looked over at the same time, and then shyly retracted their eyes. After all, it was a bit absurd for three people to sleep together and go out together. Especially since the two girls didn't seem to have a very harmonious relationship. Luo Chen smiled slightly and said directly, "Kie." Gu Kie raised her head and looked at Luo Chen. A jade slip flew in front of her. "You don't have to pay attention to the affairs of the sect, go to retreat and practice, and consolidate your realm. The jade slip contains the microdust yuanshu that I have reorganized. This technique is not only limited to condensing the golden elixir, but also very beneficial to your practice." Gu Kie took the jade slip with surprise. "In addition, do you have any ideas about your life magic weapon?" Gu Kie nodded quickly. Among the golden elixir cultivators of Luo Chen sect, Fu Jiasheng and Chu Kui had condensed the elixir early, and their life magic weapons had been purchased long ago. Li Yingzhang's life magic weapon is the family heirloom chilling sword. Even Yang Pingdu, who later joined Luo Chen sect, had a suitable magic weapon left by Wangxiang sect. But the magic weapon she used was not suitable. "Husband, I want a weapon that can be used for both offense and defense. Red silk flying sleeves are the best, brocade handkerchief long whip is also okay, and flying sword is second." After saying this, she sighed. Unfortunately, these magic weapons are relatively unconventional. Occasionally, they often have a lot of marks left on them from the original owner, and they are not suitable for my magic power. Luo Chen smiled. "It's okay, I will refine one for you in a while." Gu Kie opened her eyes wide, a little confused by the sentence. "Husband can also refine weapons?" Luo Chen looked at Sima Wei Niang again. "Wei Niang, you should move around the sect more and help Li Yingzhang. He has just taken over the position of the sect leader, and even if he has the ability, he is not familiar with the relevant affairs. Yao Mingai is going to retreat and practice to impact the Jiandin realm, so I can only rely on you." Sima Wei Niang nodded and agreed to this matter. From beginning to end, Luo Chen never mentioned the matter of asking her to practice. Before the Lingxigu in her body was resolved, Sima Wei Niang could not practice easily, otherwise it would be easy to get into trouble. "Next, I will refine a furnace of infant forming pills for the Shenfu sect." The two women's expressions changed, and they looked at Luo Chen curiously. Luo Chen smiled confidently. "The difficulty of refining this pill is just a small matter for me. But if this pill can be refined, it will be a big deal for me, for the Shenfu sect, for the Luo Chen sect, and even for the entire Eastern Wasteland immortal cultivation world. So, there is no time to delay." Sima Wei Niang thought, "My husband wants to take this opportunity to confirm his identity as the Grand Master of Alchemy, so that all the strong men in the Eastern Wasteland will look at you, right? The one who knows me is Wei Niang." Luo Chen smiled casually and stretched out his hand to the ground. The Huninding that he had secretly buried in Decking Mountain as the center of the formation to suppress the infant forming ceremony quickly shrank and flew towards him. "No matter how much I said before, it's just empty talk. Only if I can really refine the 4th level elixir, those Yuanings Henren will believe in my ability. By then, with my profound alchemy skills, I will have many friends all over the East Wilderness. Even the Mingyuan sect, they won't do anything to me." Luo Chen took a deep breath, his eyes full of confidence. This is how he will deal with the Mingyuan sect's accountability. With his reputation as the foundation and his alchemy skills as capital, even if he once worked for the Kangwu Mountain Demon Clan, the Mingyuan sect will not kill him easily. After all, the alchemy master of the Jiandin realm and the alchemy master of the Yuanying stage are two different concepts. Especially since the Mingyuan sect has lost a figure like the alchemy saint. This kind of thing is nothing more than a repetition of old tricks for Luo Chen, and he is just making good use of the weapon of reputation. After explaining all the matters, Luo Chen did not indulge in the gentleness of the land of tenderness, but began to prepare to refine the infant forming pill. When he left, Sima Wei Niang hesitated to speak, but in the end she said nothing. Gu Kai, who had packed up, saw this scene. "Why don't you mention the matter of that evil creature?" Sima Wei Niang lowered her head. "My husband is very busy now, and I don't want to distract him." Gu Kai said coldly, "Have you thought about it, to kill him or let him go?" I definitely can't let him go. But I can kill him. Sima Wei Niang pursed her lips, with a look of pain in her eyes. He's my brother after all. Gu Kai frowned, but he betrayed Luo Xianzong. Sima Wei Niang whispered, I was the first to let him go. You were not so kind-hearted before. I am not the leader of Luo Xianzong anymore. Gu Kai shook her head. Such things are really hard to judge. Before leaving, she hesitated for a moment, but still said, do whatever you want. Your husband brought Sima Wenji back but ignored him. It's obvious that he left everything to you. No matter what, he won't blame you. Sima Wei Niang opened her mouth, and finally lowered her head. 3 days later. 3 figures entered the underground prison of Daking Mountain together. Sima Wenji saw 3 people. Li Yingzhang, Min Longgao, and his biological sister. He knew that the trial of himself had finally come. Somehow, the previously nervous mood calmed down at this moment. Under the light of the night pearl, Sima Wei Niang's face, which had regained its rosy color, made him feel more at ease. Because of this face and the previous grand ceremony of Luo Xianzong, he understood that his sister's persistence was right and his own hesitation was wrong. In this case, everything before was his own fault. Sima Wenji did not beg for mercy, but just smiled and said, second sister, he cured you, and you are more beautiful than before. Sima Wei Niang pursed her lips, her body trembled slightly, and finally nodded to Min Longgao. Thank you for your trouble. Min Longgao pulled the corner of his mouth. Leave it to me, it will only take a few days. Sima Wei Niang took a last look at her brother, and then walked out of the dungeon with Li Yingzhang. After they came out, a suppressed and low roar of pain came from inside. Hearing the sound, the woman covered her mouth. Li Yingzhang sighed. After all, he has reached the Jinden realm. It is more cruel to cripple him than to kill him. If it were me, I would rather give him a quick death. Sima Wei Niang lowered her head, and her expression could not be seen. I am not a leader of the sect now. Can't you use thunderous means if you are not a leader of a sect? Li Yingzhang was puzzled. He just looked at the woman's bleak back and vaguely understood that the other party's current identity was the Taoist partner of the Supreme Elder and the biological sister of the man who was undergoing the Danho formation. She was no longer the leader of a sect who could sacrifice her relatives for the sake of justice and only care about the interests of the sect. He thought for a while and said, I will arrange a job for him in the sect. It is not a problem for him to survive and die of old age. What do you think about cleaning the sutra library? Sima Wei Niang was stunned for a moment, then slowly nodded. Thank you. The sutra library was guarded by Wang Yuan. There were the fewest people there, and it was the quietest. No one would point fingers at him. With Wang Yuan watching, the abolished Sima Wenji could not cause any trouble again. This was already the best ending for him. Li Yingzhang accepted the thanks calmly. He would not do the new official's 3 fires, but it would not hurt to sell a favor. Besides, this matter might not have been tacitly approved by Luo Chen. Walking in the dark and damp tunnel, when they could vaguely see the light of day, Li Yingzhang suddenly said, tomorrow, Chu Lingjin should be back. Yes, everything was back. But unexpectedly, Chu Lingjin did not come back alone. His Taoist partner Menkainer accompanied him all the way. Chapter 792, Splitting the Soul and Inhabiting the Body, Using One Mind for 3 Purposes, Black Ape learning to use the talisman, Red Dog refining the alchemy. Junior brother Chu, aren't you going to meet your father? On the hillside of Daking Mountain, several figures stood together, looking at the courtyard where the sect master handled daily affairs. 2 backs walked in side by side. Yuan Yijin looked at Chu Jiu in confusion. The other party looked into the distance, his lips tightly pursed, and his facial muscles stretched into sharp contours. Chu Jiu spat out 2 words in a cold voice. No. Yuan Yijin was puzzled. After all, he was her father, why did she have to be so estranged from him? She admired the role of father from the bottom of her heart. When she was a child, her mother died early, and it was her father Yuan Dongsheng who raised her little by little and loved her very much. Even though Yuan Dongsheng had passed away for many years, she often missed her father's broad shoulders. Therefore, she didn't understand why junior brother Chu's father had returned, but the other party didn't take the initiative to meet him. Could it be because of the woman who came back with Chu Lingjin? When he got closer, Chu Lingjin paused and turned to the woman and said, Kainer, wait for me. Meng Kainer nodded and said encouragingly, relax. Since your master has asked you to return to the sect, it means that the past will be forgiven. Chu Lingjun smiled. He thought so too. Just as he was about to go in, a tall figure walked out of the house. Chu Lingjun's eyes lit up, yelling. Zhang Yilin was stunned at first, then smiled in surprise and grabbed Chu Lingjun's arm. Brother, you are finally back. Chu Lingjun laughed. Yes, I am back. If you need any elixir in the future, just come to the Alchemy Institute to find me. In the Immortal sect, the seniority is often based on the realm, emphasizing the strength of the person. But there are exceptions occasionally. For example, Chu Lingjun, his realm is only the foundation building realm, which is not as good as Zhang Yilin's third realm of body refining. But because Chu Lingjun himself has a high status in Luo Chen sect and is the only direct disciple of the Supreme Elder Luo Chen, even if there are people with better qualifications and faster realms than him, they still keep the old habit of addressing each other. At this moment, when he heard the word Danitun, Zhang Yilin looked a little strange. Chu Lingjun did not notice it, and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Zhang Yilin coughed dryly and pointed to the middle of the mountain. The sect master gave me a task to find the supreme elder of the divine talisman sect to receive a batch of talisman skins. By the way, take those young people to see the world. These young people in my sect have all come from fighting, and have seen the world a long time ago. Chu Lingjun was originally talking with a smile, but following the direction Zhang Yilin pointed, he vaguely saw a gloomy and cold face. It was 60% similar to him. The remaining 30% was very similar to the face in his memory. It's Xiaoju. Even if you haven't been with your son day and night for a few days, you will never be unfamiliar with him. Yilin, please take care of Guojiu. Zhang Yilin patted his strong chest. No need to remind me, this is my job. I'll go first, and we'll talk when I come back. Yes, we'll talk when I come back. Chu Lingjun smiled slightly, but as he followed Zhang Yilin to the halfway point of the mountain, Guojiu just glanced at him coldly, without any warmth. Chu Lingjun's smile gradually disappeared, but he was not annoyed by the other party's coldness. Guojiu was his and Millie's son, and even his name came from Guimi Chengjiu. But when he abandoned his wife and son to join Fenghe Palace, he did not fulfill his father's obligations, so it was natural that the other party would resent him. Husband, Sect Master Li is calling you. A soft female voice sounded behind him. Chu Lingjun sighed, lifted his robe, and walked into the house. Lingjun is back. Li Yingxiang greeted him with a smile, without any strangeness. Chu Lingjun also forced a smile again. It's time to come back. I'm so old and I can't live peacefully outside. I can still contribute to the sect. I heard that the sect is short of money. I've made great progress in alchemy. I can lead the Alchemy Academy to open up a source of money for Luo Chen sect. Li Yingxiang waved his hand. There's no rush. He looked outside. What's going on with fellow Taoist men? Chu Lingjun showed a gentle look on his face when he mentioned Menkainer. She didn't want to divorce me. After pleading with the Grand Palace Master, she came back to Luo Chen sect with me. After I die in 40 or 50 years, I will return to Fenghe Palace. I hope you will grant me this. Li Yingxiang suddenly realized inside about their deep love. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel happy. Menkainer is considered to be a very talented young person in Fenghe Palace. She has reached the golden core stage at a young age. Now that she has come to Luo Chen sect with Chu Lingjun, even if it's only for 40 or 50 years, it will be enough to strengthen Luo Chen sect. Sima Wenji was abolished, and there were only 8 of the 9 Luo Chen golden pills left. Menkainer's arrival would fill the gap. Naturally, he would not refuse and immediately agreed to Chu Lingjun's request. Chu Lingjun was relieved that his Taoist partner could stay, and then curiously asked, "Where's my master?" Li Yingxiang replied, "The Grand Elder is preparing to refine the infant-forming pill. He is very busy recently and may not have time to see you." Chu Lingjun's eyes lit up. "Master, are you going to refine the pill? I heard that the refining of the infant-forming pill is extremely complicated." Back then, Kingdom Valley mobilized the power of the entire sect and specially invited my master to help, but unfortunately failed. I came back just in time to help master. These words were spoken quickly and urgently, but without losing confidence and pride. His current alchemy skills can already refine third-level pills, which are no less than some of the elders in Kingdom Valley back then. He is confident that he has the ability to help his master. However, that's not necessary. Qiyu has gone to help the Grand Elder. I also. Chu Lingjun looked at Li Yingzhang's secretive eyes, and for some reason he stopped wanting to go with him. He tentatively said, since Qi has gone to help, there should be fewer people looking after the alchemy court. I can go to the alchemy court to help take care of it. This time, he didn't treat the alchemy court as his own territory like he did when he met Zheng Yilan before. Because he felt something was wrong. Sure enough. Li Yingzhang coughed and shook his head. You don't have to go to the alchemy court. The sect has arranged a cave for you to practice. Just go and practice in seclusion. Chu Lingjun was a little unbelievable. Is it your idea or master's idea? Li Yingzhang didn't answer, but just handed him a storage bag. With his current status, there is no need to beat around the bush. If he didn't answer like this, the answer would be. Chu Lingjun's face gradually turned pale. Bailey Qingchuan is not big, but it has a very solid third-level spiritual vein. Only with this good spiritual vein can the Bailey medicinal field be nurtured. After Luo Xianzhuang came, he opened up 5 caves with third-level spiritual energy concentration for the daily practice of Jinden monks. 8 or 9 Jinden monks squeezed together and arranged their turns, and they could barely make ends meet. After Luo Chen came back, he did not choose a third-level cave. He just chose a beautiful place in Decking Mountain as a temporary cave. He is now in a state of consolidation, and his body contains a large amount of unrefined mana, which is the vitality infused by the heaven and earth when he comprehended the true meaning of withering and flourishing. Moreover, he has a large amount of high-quality Huangying pills that he had refined before, so he will not lack spiritual energy for a while. At this time, 2 figures were busy in the cave. Xiaoqi, use the alchemy technique I taught you to refine the purple monkey flowers again. These purple monkey flowers sent by Shanfu sect have been too old, and the medicinal power is not condensed enough. Okay. Qiyu walked to the shelf with purple monkey flowers and took them out one by one. After making preparations, he suddenly asked, Grand Elder, why don't you let Chu Lingjun help you? I heard that his alchemy skills have reached the level of some third-level alchemists. Luo Chen, who was cutting the 5 elements lotus platform, asked back without raising his head, why, do you think you are not good enough? Qiyu shook his head quickly. It was his dream to have the opportunity to help Luo Chen refine the pill and observe the refining of the infant pill. How could he miss this opportunity because of lack of confidence? He hesitated for a moment and said, I just want to have one more person to help you share some of the work. In this way, the success rate of refining the infant pill will be greater. Don't worry, refining the infant pill is not stressful for me. Don't think too much, just concentrate on the preparations. This experience will benefit you a lot. Oh. Qiyu stopped asking questions and concentrated on dealing with the purple monkey flower. The knife in Luo Chen's hand went back and forth on the 5 elements lotus platform, cutting off pieces of the lotus platform with holes connected in series. In his heart, he already had the answer to Qiyu's question. Lingjun is too poor in aptitude, and he has spent too much energy on alchemy for Fenghu Palace over the years, so that even at his age, his realm has not yet entered the late stage of foundation building. Now that he is back, he can't be distracted again. Choose a spiritual place and practice hard for 50 years. Maybe before his life ends, he will have a chance to fight for the golden elixir. If he succeeds, his lifespan will double, and there will be unlimited possibilities at that time. I hope he can understand my thoughts and not be blinded by other things. Sighing in his heart, Luo Chen continued to cut the 5-element lotus platform. At that time, Fu Lao gave him 2 5-element lotus platforms, both without lotus seeds. With his alchemy skills, he could open the furnace to refine the infant forming pill 20 times. But with a previous successful precedent, he could save another 5-element lotus platform and use it for himself. Han Zan told him about the wonderful use of this thing in the land of falling demons. The 5-element lotus platform is actually not a medicine. Lotus seeds contain the essence of the 5 elements, which is too extreme and more suitable for refining. The lotus platform itself is extremely transparent and can filter out impurities in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is often used by Yuan Yingzhenren as an auxiliary tool for daily meditation and practice. Back then in the burning purgatory, Luo Chen once borrowed that top-grade lotus platform for a short period of time to practice, which greatly improved his cultivation. After experiencing that effect, he has been thinking about it. Now the 2 lotus platforms given by Fu Lao are not of particularly good quality, but they are barely enough. A few days later. Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the lotus platform that was deducted, closed his eyes and rested his mind, taking a rest before refining the elixir. His mind was quite active. Nowadays, there are so many things. Although they are not difficult, they are quite troublesome. Even if I can do many things at the same time, I can't do it at the same time. But I have condensed two souls. If I can let them go out to do things, it may save me a lot of time and speed up the progress in all aspects. Thinking of this, Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes. The soul cannot stay outside for a long time, it needs a body to rest. With Hanzon's precedent, he might be able to follow suit. I need 2 puppets. He has puppets. There is a white tiger puppet in the storage ring. But the grade of that thing is too high, and it has a spirit inside, which is not something his current soul can control. After years of research, Luo Chen is a bit sure that he can subdue it, but his own realm is not enough, and it is easy to be backfired if he controls it by force, which is too risky. Let Yuan Zhang come. With a thought, Luo Chen's consciousness sent a voice. After a while, Qin Yuanjiang came to Luo Chen's cave. When Luo Chen said that he wanted 2 puppets, Qin Yuanjiang took out a lot of puppets from the storage bag without hesitation. Looking at the dazzling array of puppets lined up in a row, Luo Chen was a little surprised. So many. Qin Yuanjiang smiled slightly. They are all crudely made things, ready to be directly detonated when fighting the enemy. Luo Chen suddenly realized that these puppets were indeed not fine products, and there were not even human forms. In this case, there is no need to be polite. He picked a red dog puppet and a black ape puppet at random. After he finished choosing, Qin Yuanjiang put away the other puppets and looked at Luo Chen curiously. Elder, are you also proficient in the art of puppetry? Not proficient, just a little knowledge. Moreover, the way I control puppets. Luo Chen said, and closed his eyes in front of Qin Yuanjiang. The next moment, 2 rays of light flashed from his head and sank directly into the bodies of the red dog and the black ape. Crack! Crack! The red dog opened his eyes, and the black ape opened his eyes. Qin Yuanjiang's heart trembled. This terrifying scene was clearly the art of splitting the soul recorded in the Luo sect. With his original status, he could not access this method. But not long ago, the 3 volumes of classics that Luo Chen gave him recorded the soul-splitting technique, which made him understand the tip of the iceberg of this method. On the lotus platform, Luo Chen's body slowly opened his eyes. Yuan Zhang, do you understand my puppetry now? Qin Yuan Zhang took a deep breath and nodded slowly. It was obvious that the Grand Elder had obtained some of the techniques of the Luo sect and cultivated them to an extremely high level, so he could separate 2 souls. And his blatant performance in front of him showed his trust. Your parents and I are close friends, so I will take care of you. Now that you have entered the Luo sect, don't worry about your future. What the Luo sect can teach you, I can also teach you. Go and practice those puppetry techniques with confidence. Maybe in the future you can pass down the puppetry lineage in the Luo sect. Luo Chen said so, his eyes full of earnest encouragement. Luo Chen did not have the complete 3 techniques and 2 techniques of the Luo sect. But he had the microdust Yuan technique that integrated a locking pearl curtain, the Kaimao technique passed down by Hanzon, and the soul-splitting technique. These 3 techniques, when combined, are a way to cultivate the soul. There may be some defects, but if combined with Luo Chen's Zongmiao Pill and Dahan Pill, there will be basically no defects. If Qin Yuanjiang practices this set of methods completely and further studies the method of puppet making and control, he may be able to reproduce the power of Luo sect's puppets. Facing Luo Chen's eager eyes, Qin Yuanjiang bowed respectfully. Yuanjiang will definitely live up to your expectations. Luo Chen smiled slightly and let him go back. After Qin Yuanjiang left, Luo Chen's eyes fell on the 2 puppets. It contains his 2 souls. The weakest one has reached the level of Yuaning after taking a large amount of Dahan Pill. And because they come from the same main soul, they are connected in mind. Luo Chen knows everything they do, learn and gain. The only shortcoming is probably the lack of energy. After all, it is not a real incarnation, without Yuaning, and without power. Luo Chen inexplicably thought of the Thunder Dao clone of Shizhu in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, which he had a quick glance at. That was a body of flesh and blood, containing the second Yuaning, with great magic power and great ability. It was thousands of times better than his hastily made puppet incarnation. Shaking his head, he could not envy such a thing. Luo Chen raised his hand and shot out 2 bursts of spiritual light, and dozens of high-quality spiritual stones sank into the puppet's body, acting as a source of energy for movement. Not only that, he opened his mouth and spit out a wisp of withered and flourishing true fire. The red dog puppet opened its mouth at the same time and absorbed it. Black ape, you go study the way of talismans, understand the theory, and be familiar with the method of drawing. Red dog, follow me to make the elixir. No need to say more, the two puppets moved with their minds connected. Chapter 793, Practicing sword skills and making talismans, supporting the younger generation, and then making infant pills. 3 months later. The most peaceful place in Decking Mountain was bustling with activity. Qi Yi, put in the ice soul and cold marrow. Yes. Qi Yi jumped up, holding a jade bottle with the mouth of the bottle facing down towards the gray cauldron. The spiritual power was stimulated, and suddenly there were puffs of white smoke. In the white smoke, the ice soul and cold marrow fell into the Hunitun cauldron. Qi Yi silently calculated the amount in his mind. Enough. Luo Chen next to him reminded him, and Qi Yi also felt that the amount was just right, so he quickly withdrew his hand. When the cold marrow is used as medicine, it will greatly change the temperature in the cauldron. If you want the medicinal power to continue to rise and fuse, you must increase the fire power. You should step back first, don't be hurt by my true fire. Luo Chen warned, and the withered and prosperous true fire suddenly erupted. Qi Yi carefully stepped back, looking at Luo Chen's every move with expectation. Obviously, Luo Chen also wanted to help him, and would tell him some details from time to time. When refining high-level elixirs, all aspects have extremely high requirements. Alchemy tools, the strength of the elixir fire, even the cultivator's personal mana are closely related to it. When I was refining the infant-forming pill, my realm was only the late golden core stage, so it took a very long time, and I had to work it out bit by bit with a gentle grind. Now that my realm is higher, I can save a lot of time. With your alchemy skills, the foundation is actually very solid. The main reasons why you can't refine third-level pills stably are 2 points. One is that you haven't refined the strange fire, and the other is that your spiritual power is not enough. The former is easy to solve. You can find precious spiritual wood to replace it, and then use the fire control and fire gathering formation to solve it. But you have to pay attention to the latter, and temper your own spiritual power. Don't think that tempering spiritual power is not important. It is also related to your future golden core path. I have tempered my magic power in recent years, and I have gained some insights. I wrote a book, Spirit Tempering Technique. After refining the infant-forming pill, you can take it to comprehend it. Qi Yi listened attentively. He admired Luo Chen for refining the 4th-level realm-breaking elixir in the Jianden period, and found some of his own shortcomings through Luo Chen's words. When he heard that Luo Chen was going to teach him a set of secret techniques for tempering spiritual power, he was even more delighted. First, he thanked Luo Chen, and then Qi Yi asked curiously, "We failed the last few times. Can we succeed this time?" Luo Chen kept an eye on the situation in the Hunitunding, and his face was reflected red by the majestic withering true fire. Facing Qi Yi's question, he looked calm. Whether we succeed or fail, we must try our best every time. If one day you think you have mastered the alchemy skills and become careless in making pills, the burnt and fishy smell of the pills after failure will be a mockery of you. Only if you are fully focused every time and the fragrance of the pills is pervasive at the end, will all your sweat and efforts be worth it. Pay attention. Next, it is the most important stage of using the 3 main materials as medicine. I will not explain it to you again. How much you can learn depends on your understanding. After saying this, Luo Chen threw a 4th-level purple monkey flower in his hand. The 10 fingers of both hands fluttered like butterflies and began to pinch their fingers quickly. As the mana gushed out, a series of alchemy techniques poured out from his hands, continuously decomposing and melting the purple monkey flower suspended in the air. A purple mist appeared, like a dream, and gradually sank into the Hunitunding. Qi Yi held his breath and watched this scene without daring to breathe, as if he wanted to remember every step of Luo Chen in his heart. A few days later. Boom! Luo Chen landed gracefully, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Qi Yi, who had held on for several days, now had red eyes. "Grand Elder, did we succeed?" Looking up at the great tripod, Luo Chen smiled slightly. The batch of medicinal materials given by the Divine Talisman sect has been stored for too long, and the medicinal power is too sparse. Next, We have to simmer them in the fire for a few days to condense the medicinal power before we can start the furnace. But in my opinion, this time the elixir will be successful. After saying this, Qiyu couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. After enduring for such a long time, he looked a lot more haggard. Refining high-level elixirs, even if it was just learning and helping Luo Chen, was too difficult. However, through this process, he really learned a lot. As long as he digested it well later, his alchemy skills will definitely improve qualitatively. You are tired too, go and rest for 2 days. Qiyu nodded subconsciously, but changed his mind. I'll stay and watch the fire. Luo Chen smiled. No need, someone else will take care of the fire. As he spoke, crisp footsteps were heard from the corner. Qiyu looked up and saw the red dog puppet that he had thought was just doing odd jobs and carrying medicinal materials. It walked silently to the bottom of the hununding. It was ablaze with spiritual light, and then each of its hands spit out a trace of the withered and flourishing true fire. With the help of the wood prepared in advance, the flame under the hununding was kept at a certain level. Qiyu was surprised that this puppet could actually help watch the fire. With a red dog here, there is no need to worry about the changes in the pill fire. Luo Chen said with a smile, his eyes full of confidence. The red dog puppet contains his strongest first soul. What he knows, the red dog also knows. Combined with the withered and flourishing true fire, this place is almost like him watching the fire in person, and nothing can go wrong. Then, Luo Chen took out a green gourd from the storage ring and handed it to Qiyu. This is the soul replenishing powder, a third-level soul nourishing elixir. When taken when a cultivator is extremely tired, it can not only restore the spirit and soul, but also slightly strengthen your soul. It was originally the core elixir of the Medicine King sect. Elder Fu gave me the elixir recipe, and I hastily refined some. Take it and take a rest. Qiyu took the gourd curiously. He didn't know when Luo Chen refined this elixir. Could it be the stage of preparing medicinal materials? But the soul replenishing powder is a famous third-level wonder medicine. The alchemy skills of the Supreme Elder have reached this level. Can the third-level elixir be easily made? Thank you, Supreme Elder, for the reward. After thanking him respectfully, Qiyu left the alchemy room. After he left, Luo Chen stared at the hununding again, and confirmed that the red dog puppet could control the situation before leaving the alchemy room and returning to his own bedroom. He first glanced at the storage ring. There were still 13 portions of the raw materials that Elder Fu gave him. However, after deducting the other 5 elements lotus platform that he had kept for himself, there were actually only 3 portions of raw materials that could be used to refine the infant forming pill. Keep it, and it's okay to refine it in your spare time. Luo Chen didn't care much about the infant forming pill. He already had 2 in stock. They were the fine infant forming pills that were not used up on Longyuan Island in the North Sea, and were nurtured to the 4th level mid-quality level through the dragon cultivation basin. If it succeeds again this time, according to past experience, it is estimated that about 10 more can be produced. The minimum requirement from Mr. Fu is 2, and the maximum is not specified, so everyone knows it. At that time, Luo Chen can be generous and give the other party 3 or 5, and he can also have a lot left. These unconscionable withholdings are the foundation of the future Luo Xianzong. 4th level infant forming pills. He also has a batch of dozens of 3rd level condensation liquid pills from Longyuan Island that are helpful for condensing the golden elixir, which are derived from the inheritance of the demon lord Lianshan. In addition, Luo Chen already has the emperor flowing liquid that is helpful for building the foundation. In addition, the complete set of recipes for spiritual root pills that I learned in the alchemy world can allow mortals without spiritual roots to have the qualifications to practice key refining for 30 years. In this way, Luo Chen has collected all the main realm-breaking pills for the human race from key refining to yuanying. If it is matched with the corresponding cultivation pills of each level, the overall practice will be more barrier-free. Luo Chen has also collected almost all the auxiliary pills for soul refining. Zongmiao Pill, Anhan Powder, Dahan Pill. If he can get the 1st level and Shangxiang Pill formula of Yao Wang sect, or the refining method of Lushan incense created by the master of Beihou Palace, it will be even better. With these systematic recipes, supplemented by the cultivation of spiritual plants, the large amount of spiritual soil in the Penglai octagonal pavilion, and the large number of dragon earthworms on the Black King, I can definitely build a sect of alchemy comparable to the Yao Wang sect. In terms of body refining, there are me and Wang Yuan, as well as outstanding juniors like Zheng Yilin, and we can also reproduce the glory of the ancient body refining practitioners. If Qin Yuanjiang is smart enough and masters the art of puppetry, combined with my spirit refining pills and spirit refining techniques, there may be a chance to replicate the way of the Luo sect. I have also learned a little about the way of casting. When Duan Feng was alive, he also left a good foundation for casting for the Luo Chen sect. If one thought after another came up, representing a beautiful future. Luo Chen didn't even want to go back to Zhongzhou to be a guest official of the Stargate. Instead of living under someone else's roof, how could it be better to dominate a place and leave your own heritage? But soon, Luo Chen cut off these thoughts. To achieve the above ideas, too many things are needed. A vast domain with rich resources, and it must have spiritual veins of level 4 or above. A large number of excellent disciples and followers. And a sufficiently stable situation. These things are all rare for Luo Chen now. Instead of fantasizing, it is better to improve your strength down to earth. Fame, reputation, those are soft power. Realm, mana, magical means, these are the hard power that can allow him to come and go in this chaotic world and stand firm. After a short rest, Luo Chen began to practice swordsmanship. He collected 7 strands of Chixia on Qingming, and Fu Lao gave him 3 more. If he can refine all of them, he can enter the first stage of Thousand Sky Sword Scripture, and it can also give him an extra means to fight against the enemy. But don't slack off. Luo Chen took out a strand of Chixia, opened his mouth and inhaled it, and stored it in his chest and abdomen. The Yuanta sword was swung horizontally on his knees, and as Luo Chen's rhythmic breathing in and out, it began to echo with the Chixia. The whole person also became more and more sharp in this echo, making people dare not look directly at him. Uncle, this is the 3rd batch of talisman skins. Zheng Yilin and his men hurriedly walked into hall. He first respectfully saluted the tall black ape, and then signaled the disciples behind him to put down the talisman skins. A dull sound rang out, accompanied by a fishy smell. Black ape Luo Chen walked to the animal skins piled up more than 1 person high, and examined them carefully. One of the disciples introduced from behind, this batch of talisman skins are all made by the monks of the Divine Talisman sect, using various monster skins. The grade is about the 2nd grade, and the attributes are different. According to your request, we tried our best to choose those with fire attributes, but there are still a lot of other attributes mixed in. Black ape Luo Chen nodded. This is the only disadvantage of making talisman skins with animal skins. The attributes will be limited by the attributes of the monster's body. But for him, it is not a problem. His body can convert mana attributes, and he is very proficient in various 5-element spells. He can make full use of these talisman skins. My black ape puppet clone only needs to study the method of making talismans and master the theory, and then wait for the main body to practice. After a check, Luo Chen straightened his waist with satisfaction. Thank you for running these few times. Go to Yangpingdu to collect the reward. Nowadays, the people in the Merit Academy of Luo Xianzong have changed. It is no longer Sima Wenji of the past, but Yang Pingdu who joined Luo Xianzong halfway. He is not a strong man trained by Luo Xianzong himself, but a master with skills. He has no backing in Luo Xianzong, so he tries to be impartial as much as possible. Even if he offends everyone, he can be regarded as not offending anyone. It is most appropriate for him to be the leader of the Merit Academy. When Zheng Yilin was about to take people away, Luo Chen suddenly stopped the monk who introduced the talisman skin to him just now. You stay. Everyone was a little surprised, but did not dare to ask anything more. After everyone left, Luo Chen looked at the young man in front of him with a familiar outline. You are Chu Jiayu. Chu Jiayu was a little caught off guard. He didn't expect that the Grand Elder actually knew him. To be honest, the Grand Elder was not only the ancestor of their sect, but also his master. Could it be that he stayed behind at this moment because of his father's matter? Unexpectedly, Luo Chen started to talk about another matter. You are not interested in alchemy, but you know all these talisman skins just now. It seems that you know a lot about talismans. Chu Jiayu was stunned, and then said awkwardly, because of my mother, I am more curious about talismans, so I learned some. Oh? Rice grains. Yes, before my mother passed away, she left me a peace talisman. Later, in a battle with a monster, the peace talisman saved my life. I asked the elders in the sect and found out that it was a third-level defense talisman that she asked the powerful Master Yulao of the Divine Talisman sect to draw personally through her connections. Chu Jiayu talked about the past with a look of reminiscence, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Then, he turned back to the topic. Since then, I have become interested in talismans. This is a skill that is both convenient and powerful. The key is that it can also protect people close to you when you are not around. Black Ape Luo Chen nodded stiffly and said slowly, talismans are indeed like this. Although they cannot directly improve the strength of cultivators, they can help us in various aspects. This understanding is also what Luo Chen has realized from studying talismans these days. Talismans cannot only be used for fighting, but can also be used in various aspects. The most important thing is that it is very difficult for cultivators to climb up the realm. Once they encounter a battle, they will consume a lot of mana, and it will take a long time to recover. If you can infuse the mana that is not needed in normal times into talismans to replace the consumption during battle, it can indirectly help cultivators practice. Of course, being too obsessed with making talismans is not advisable. He looked at Chu Jiayu, who is a talented man, and for some reason, he felt quite close to him. After pondering for a moment, Black Ape Luo Chen said in a low voice, "In the future, you will learn to make talismans from me." Chu Jiayu was stunned and didn't react. "Grand Elder, just call me Grandmaster," Black Ape Luo Chen said as he patted Chu Jiayu's shoulder with a hard palm. His current talisman-making level barely entered the third level in the system evaluation, which was not very impressive. But it was more than enough to teach Chu Jiayu. Now that he had a large number of talisman skins to accumulate proficiency, one could imagine how fast Luo Chen's talisman-making skills would improve in the future. It would definitely be better for Chu Jiayu to learn from him and accept his guidance than to figure it out alone. "I will test your talisman-making foundation first, and then..." Just as Black Ape Luo Chen said this, his voice suddenly stopped. He looked up and looked in the direction of his main body. Did it succeed? Then it seems that the day for Master Fu to come is coming soon. Once Master Fu came, the news of the successful refining of the 4th level elixir would definitely not be hidden from others. In this way, it was confirmed that what Luo Chen said at the infant formation ceremony was not an exaggeration. He really had the realm of a grandmaster who could refine hundreds of elixirs and knew everything. Then those strong men who have been sitting still but have a strong demand for elixirs will inevitably get restless. My leisure time is coming to an end. I hope the newcomers can bring some different elixir recipes. Chapter 794, Jiling Yuanjin, please meet Danzong. In the cave, Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, and a wisp of sharp red sword energy was constantly sprayed on the yuan to sword between his knees as he breathed in and out. The 1000 Sky 10,000 transformation sword scripture said that it was not limited to the difference between sword balls and flying swords, but in fact the method of cultivation was derived from the orthodox sword cultivation method, containing a sharp sword energy, breathing out and roaring thousands of miles. This breath was originally to be carried by the sword ball, so that it could be ever-changing, and the sword would rise and thousands of disasters would rise. After changing the cultivation method, it can be attached to the flying sword to achieve a similar effect. In addition, rather than saying that this sword scripture is a sword cultivation method, in Luo Chen's opinion, he is more inclined to some kind of one-time sword magic. It will be consumed, and the sword energy will be used up one by one, but it can be replenished continuously. It is not as good as the mysterious magic power of the withered and prosperous Dao finger, which can be cultivated step by step. Gathering the 9 heavens spirit, refining tens of millions of sword energy, and suddenly releasing it is a magnificent and unparalleled force. Huh? Luo Chen exhaled a long breath of red air, and like a red snake, he completely sank into the Yuan 2 sword. He slowly opened his eyes, showing a satisfied look. After several months, he finally refined another strand of Chiziao sword key. If you add the 2 strands he refined on the way during the previous year, there are 3 strands in total. After calculating the time, Luo Chen's originally satisfied look could not help but dissipate a lot. 3 strands of Chiziao sword key took a year and a half. 10 strands, wouldn't it take 5 years? Then to reach the number of Xiao recorded in the sword scripture, 500 years? No wonder this sword scripture is ranked 5th, it is exclusive to the spirit transformation. If you want to make it great, even if there is no consumption, it will take 500 years. How can an ordinary Yuanying have such a lifespan to waste on a one-time magical power? Luo Chen murmured and shook his head, but he was not desperate. According to the records in the sword scripture, 10 strands of Chizio sword ki can dominate the Jinden stage, and 100 strands can already be a good means in the hands of Yuanying cultivators. He did not seek the number of thousands of sword ki, but only 100 strands of sword ki, so as to have an extra means of self-defense. 100 strands, just 50 years. Wait? Luo Chen seemed to remember something, and his heart moved. A curtain of light was sprinkled in front of him. It was the familiar attribute panel. His eyes were immediately locked on the column of skills. Introduction to thousands of swords 30 out of 100. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen was stunned. 3 strands, a full 30 proficiency increases. Doesn't that mean that refining a strand of Chixio sword ki means 10 proficiency points, and 10 strands can improve 1 level? But this is not the important thing. The important thing is that the skills on the attribute panel often produce some strange changes after improving the proficiency level. And most of them are related to the upper limit of the trend of skills and spells. Thousands of swords focuses on quantity and limits speed. If the proficiency can be improved, is it possible to break the speed limit and greatly improve the refining speed? If that's the case, maybe I won't need 500 years to complete this sword scripture. Thinking of this, Luo Chen's heart couldn't help but pound. According to the sword scripture, when this method is completed, the thousands of clouds and flowing ki rush to the stars, which is a rare and powerful magical power for the powerful spirit transformation masters. Even in the hands of the nascent soul cultivator, if it is used unexpectedly, it may threaten the powerful spirit transformation master. The reason why Fu Chaosheng agreed to Fu Qinglan's request and gave him this powerful sword scripture was that it took too much time to complete this sword scripture, so he didn't care. But if he could shorten the time. Inhale. Luo Chen took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He rubbed the yuan to sword between his knees affectionately. Whether it can be successful depends on the changes after the first stage. Don't be greedy for success and rush forward. Now, we have to follow the previously planned step by step. Old Fu should be here too. 2 days later. A mighty team of people entered the Fenghe domain. This scene instantly alarmed all the big and small forces in Fenghe domain. Especially those giant sects began to panic. They were afraid that this group of people were heading for Fenghe domain, and that would mean a war with Fenghe Palace. Regardless of the outcome, these small forces would suffer. But unexpectedly, this team led by Yuanying's Hunren and followed by 15 giant and cultivators did not go to Fenghe Palace at all. The direction they were heading. It's Bailey Qingchuan, the Lord of Lifang Valley, who had the honor of participating in Luo Chen's infant formation ceremony, stood on a hilltop and came to this conclusion after careful observation. The leader of the Jinden sect who was on good terms with him was puzzled. Bailey Qingchuan, Luo Tian sect? So many people are going to Luo Tian sect, what are they going to do? Are they seeking revenge? The Lord of Lifang Valley shook his head. Luo Tian Taishang is now in the limelight, and it is rumored that he is on good terms with Fenghe Palace and Bai He sect. Who would be so blind as to cause trouble for them on Fenghe Palace's territory? After thinking for a while, he ordered, "They are not coming for us. Let the disciples go back first, and we will follow them to see the situation." What the Lord of the Valley said is very true. The situation is changing rapidly now. If we can get first-hand information, we can also respond better. Soon, the leaders of the 2 major Jinden forces dismissed their disciples and joined forces to follow the huge team. Along the way, many forces got the news and followed. Even Moshianaya, which was entrenched outside Fenghe Palace, was alarmed and sent people to inquire about the situation. When he learned that this team was heading for Bailey Qingchuan, the monk Moshianaya hurried back to report to the ancestor. It's the Divine Talisman sect. The old ghost Motion was hiding in the void, looking at the team parked by the Blackwater River, ready for battle, and recognized their origins at the first time. But he was puzzled. Why did Fu Lao bring so many Jinden monks to Luo Chen sect? Could it be? Thinking of a possibility, the old ghost Motion's face changed uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth and did not act rashly, but waited quietly. After about half a day, he saw the old guy Fu Lao flying out of Decking Mountain with a serious face. But in his serious face, his eyes were full of joy. Just at this time, Fu Lao looked up at him. "This old thing is so sharp that he can see through my hiding technique. The old ghost motion looked ugly, not because Fu Lao discovered him, but because of what the other party did. Luo Chen, who spent more than half a year, actually refined the elixir needed by the Divine Talisman sect. And it is very likely that it is a 4th level realm-breaking elixir that is helpful for forming an infant. Otherwise, Fu Lao would not have gone to Luo Chen's sect with such fanfare and brought almost all the elites in the sect. He was afraid that something might go wrong on the way to bring the elixir back. 15 Jinden cultivators, if they cooperated properly and supplemented with other means, would be no less than any Yuanying early-stage cultivator. Especially, these people were from the same sect. In sight, the cultivators of Shanfu sect did not hesitate at all. After Fu Lao returned, they left Bailey Qingchuan without stopping. Motion Laoga hesitated for a long time, but finally did not follow. Without the help of the real weapon Mo Xian'ai, he could not deal with Fu Lao alone, and there were 15 Jinden. He stopped where he was and could not help but look at the Daking Mountain. It is rumored that Luo Chen boasted that he had the ability of a master of alchemy. Now it seems that he was not bragging. After that, there are not many fellow Taoists who will come to him to ask him to make elixirs, but if so, he will destroy my real weapon. Thinking of the future, Motion Laoga's face became more and more ugly. Zhang. In the void, a sword sound suddenly exploded. On the Daking Mountain, a red sword energy rose to the sky. The sharp intention went straight to the hiding place of the Motion Old Ghost. He was startled and quickly retreated and fled. Did Fu Lao inform him, or did Luo Chen find me himself? In the Daking Mountain, Luo Chen pressed his right forearm with his left hand, and the blood-colored sword shadow gradually subsided. The 3 strands of Chixio sword energy were far from reaching the point where quantitative change caused qualitative change. The reason why the sword scared away the Motion Old Ghost was due to the Yuan Tu sword itself. Rubbing the place where Yuan Tu lived on his right forearm, Luo Chen was thoughtful. The Yuan Tu sword is inherently sharp and is a top-notch weapon in the world, second only to the real sword-fighting magic treasure. Using this sword as a carrier, practicing the Chizio sword energy, its power may be much more powerful than the effect recorded in the sword scripture. Before, I didn't realize this. After the thought flashed through his mind, Luo Chen left the cave and went to the hall where the black ape puppet was. As soon as he arrived, the black ape puppet, who was instructing Chu Jiayu to draw talismans with a monster skin, suddenly froze. Grandmaster. Chu Jiayu was stunned. Then he saw a faint light flying out from the top of the black ape's head and sinking into the crown of the white-robed Taoist who had just entered. Seeing the young but extremely majestic face, Chu Jiayu understood everything in an instant. He bowed and said, "Chu Jiayu greets the Grandmaster." Luo Chen waved his hand, "No need to be polite." Then he walked to a desk. There was a moment of silence, and then he moved suddenly. "Pick up the pen and dye it with ink." On a dark red talisman skin, he quickly sketched the talisman pattern, and the magic power poured out from his pen tip, embedded into the talisman skin. Chu Jiayu watched this scene without daring to breathe. The black ape puppet itself does not have magic power, and the high-quality spiritual stones embedded in it are mostly needed for daily actions. Therefore, these days have only been studying theories, and there has been no practical operation. Most of the time, he was guiding Chu Jiayu to make talismans and verifying some ideas. Now that the main body is here, there is no need to talk about anything. In just an instant of time, Luo Chen suddenly stopped. He stretched out his hand and waved, and the talisman that had already taken shape on the table flew up leisurely. "Zio Jiayu, please evaluate, what level is this scorching sun talisman?" Chu Jiayu swallowed his saliva and looked at it carefully. In the past few months, his foundation in talismans has been laid very firmly by Luo Chen. Just like when he taught Shu Lingjin to make elixirs, Luo Chen's teaching method is often mainly to instill knowledge at the beginning, and then gradually practice. Chu Jiayu may not be very good at making talismans now, but he has already made some progress in the knowledge of talismans. He carefully observed it for a while, and finally said carefully, "From what I can see, this scorching sun talisman of yours is 3/10 powerful, and the talisman pattern seems to be natural, and the inherent magic power has almost reached the limit of this talisman skin. In terms of grade, it should be a 2nd grade upper grade. In terms of power, it is enough to have the power of a great cultivator in the late stage of foundation building to strike with all his strength." Hearing this answer, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. "Your judgment is very accurate, not bad." On the attribute panel, The proficiency of the Scorching Sun Talisman is about to reach the master level. The reason why he didn't reach the great perfection is that the talisman skin just now restricted him. Jiu, go pick me a few more second-grade talisman skins with fire attributes. While I have time, I will draw a few more Scorching Sun talismans. Yes. Chu Jiu hurried to choose a suitable talisman skin. Luo Chen stood in front of the table with his hands behind his back, smiling. The news that he helped the Divine Talisman sect refine the infant forming pill should spread throughout Fenghe domain and even the 5 Lingshan domains in a short time. Next, there will definitely be people who can't help but come to his door to ask him to refine the pill, constantly disturbing his meditation. At this time, it is not suitable to continue to refine the Chixio sword energy. It doesn't matter. Take this opportunity to improve the art of making talismans. His third-level talisman maker is a bit exaggerated, just because his magic attainments are too high, so his starting point is high. If he wants to consolidate this skill, he must learn a lot of basic things like practicing the way of alchemy and the way of formation. This is not difficult for him. Luo Chen can easily master various basic spells. Now there are enough talisman skins, and there is also a magic weapon level green main pen. Even the most lacking talisman ink and cinnabar, when he handed over the infant forming pill to Old Fu, he also exchanged a batch of it with some experience of taking the infant forming pill. The Divine Talisman sect is a big family, and the last thing they lack is these little things. On the contrary, the experience that helps to form a pill is priceless. This was also a little secret compensation from Luo Chen to the Divine Talisman sect after he withheld the infant forming pill. Luo Chen gave a peach, so Fu Lao would not be stingy and gave a large amount of talisman ink and cinnabar. In this way, Luo Chen could let go and make a lot of talismans. There are hundreds of arts in cultivating immortals, and each one is closely related to cultivation. Although I am not interested in the way of talismans, if I can practice both, it may help me at some point in the future. Just like the way of elixir improves my cultivation, the way of formation helps me refine weapons, and even helps me complete the killer move of Senluo Fire Prison. If I can practice hundreds of arts, we can share what we have and use the stones from other mountains to polish jade, and there will be no obstacles when encountering anything. I didn't have the conditions before, but now my lifespan is long, my realm is high, and I have the plugins such as the proficiency panel. It's time to pick up the various skills I left behind one by one. While thinking, I heard the footsteps of Chu Jiu running back. Luo Chen smiled slightly and released his soul into the black ape puppet. Grinding for me. Jiu, lay out the talisman skin for me. Today I want to indulge in drawing talismans. Just as the old ghost motion thought, and as Luo Chen expected. When the Divine Talisman sect mobilized a large number of troops and made a round trip from Bailey Qingchuan with great fanfare, many onlookers understood the truth. Luo Chen, the Grand Elder of Luo Chen sect, really helped the Divine Talisman sect to refine the 4th level elixir they wanted. In this way, the ability of the great master of the alchemy that he once boasted about was no longer any water. The name of the alchemy sect Luo Chen resounded throughout the Fenghe domain in an instant. And, at an unstoppable speed, it began to spread to Lingshan Pass and the 5 domains of Lingshan. Those with low realms admired and looked up to them with great respect. Those with profound Taoism, such as the nascent soul, began to get restless. And one of the people who had participated in Luo Chen's nascent soul ceremony couldn't hold back. He first went to the Divine Talisman sect's headquarters in the 100 Beasts domain and tried to visit Elder Fu to ask about the inside story. But the Divine Talisman sect tightly closed the gates and did not allow anyone to disturb. This person immediately understood that the rumors were true. Elder Fu got the 4th level breakthrough elixir that was helpful for forming a nascent soul, and without delay, he led a cultivator of the Divine Talisman sect who had been stuck in the Golden Core stage for a long time ticket, and began to forcibly sprint to the nascent soul stage in this turbulent time. He no longer hesitated and went straight to Fenghe. On this day, outside Bailey Qingchuan, a middle-aged man dressed in 9-color gorgeous clothes and with a stern demeanor took the initiative and deliberately lowered the Dharma cloud. In the curiosity of the cultivators of the Luo Chen sect, under the peeping of his fellows who followed secretly, he waved his sleeves. 100 miles away, he spoke loudly. Jiling Yuanjin, please meet the damn sect. Chapter 795, 9 spirits become saints, 9 Li become infants. Hulalal. A mountain breeze blew through the hall, making the red paper flutter. In the hall where Luo Chen drew the talismans, there were talismans on wooden racks. At this moment, they were moving with the wind, and the terrifying power contained in them made Chu Jiayu uneasy. He couldn't help but look at those talismans. There were more than 100 of them, all of which were drawn by his master Luo Chen with great effort these days. Most of them were scorching sun talismans. Shaking like this, it seemed that the scorching sun was about to fall. Once all of them exploded, I'm afraid that the giant and cultivators would be blown to pieces. Xiao Jiu, you are not calm. A gentle voice came from his ear. Chu Jiayu looked and found that Luo Chen was still concentrating on making talismans and didn't look at him. He tightened his cheeks and forced an ugly smile. My state of mind is not good enough. Luo Chen did not look at him and continued to make talismans, but he said lightly, I know you have experienced twists and turns in your growth, and you still resent your father until now. As a result, you have an extreme character and it is difficult to be peaceful. This kind of character is not conducive to cultivation, let alone making talismans, and it has also restricted you from drawing second-level talismans for a long time. Chu Jiayu fell into silence. Making talismans is not as simple as it seems. In fact, there is a threshold and it requires talent. The most important talent is to be consistent in mind and spirit, and not change your face even when thousands of mountains collapse in front of you. If you don't have this talent to control your emotions, it is easy to have fluctuations in mind when making talismans. At the least, the talisman pattern will go astray and all previous efforts will be wasted. At the worst, the mana output will be improper, so that the talisman will be activated on the spot and backfire on yourself. In the past, he was only slightly interested in the way of talismans, but he did not practice it in depth. In recent days, under the guidance of Luo Chen, the talisman-making technology has made great progress, but it has been stuck in the second-level talisman. The main reason is that the state of mind is too poor. Have you ever learned the microdust art? No, this art has extremely high requirements for the soul. Even if it has been improved by Elder Wang, it still requires at least a late stage of foundation building to barely practice it. In that case, I will teach you the fixing fangbo. You practice it first and learn how to cut off distracting thoughts and not be moved by external things. When your realm is improved in the future, you can seamlessly switch to the microdust art. Chu Jiayu was stunned. The master taught him a secret method? Just at this time, the sound of worshipping the mountain came from outside the hall. Jiayu Ling Yuan Jun, please see Danzong. At this moment, Chu Jiayu's face changed drastically. Jiayu Ling Yuan Jun is a well-known person in the 5 regions of Lingshan, and even in the entire eastern wilderness. The cultivation of the middle stage of the nascent soul is considered to be a high level of Taoism, but this person has extremely powerful magic. It was rumored that Jiayu Ling Yuan Jun's magic power was not even inferior to that of a great cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul. This alone makes Jiayu Ling Yuan Jun stand above many Yuanying's Henrun. Even in the current Lingshan 5 domains, only Lingshan City Lord and the secluded Shenun's Henrun can suppress him. Others who are also in the middle stage of Yuanying are not as powerful as Jialing Yuanjun in terms of magic power. When Jialing domain was attacked by the demon clan, the 3 demon kings joined forces to besiege him, but they did not leave him behind, which shows how capable he is. Such a strong man is so generous and even arrogant to visit the master at this time. What is his intention? Chu Jiayu looked at Luo Chen worriedly. However, the Taoist in white robes was unmoved and was still concentrating on making talismans. When the talisman was engraved to the last stroke, he slowly raised his eyes. Huh? After blowing a breath gently, Luo Chen looked at the green and red talisman in his hand with great satisfaction. The 3rd-level Qingyang talisman. It engraved the Qingyang great handprint, his most proud signature spell when he was in the Jinden stage. After drawing low-level talismans thousands of times, he could finally draw 3rd-level talismans easily. At this point, he was a 3rd-level talisman maker, worthy of the title. He casually threw the Qingyang talisman in front of Chu Jiayu. Therefore, the talisman had a terrifying aura of mana that had not yet been restrained, which made Chu Jiayu flustered, fearing that he would accidentally activate the talisman. This one is for you. For all the other 1st and 2nd-level talismans, go to the sect master and ask him to send someone to count and store them in the warehouse for use in battle. This is the jade slip that records Ding Fengbo, and it also contains my cultivation experience. Take it and comprehend it carefully. After giving a few instructions, Luo Chen patted his already spotless white robe and walked out of the hall with a smile on his face. Under the gaze of many people, Jiling Yuanjin stood outside the mountain gate of Luo Chen sect, waiting quietly. Time passed by minute. In secret, I don't know how much criticism he caused. That damn sect Luo Chen? What a big deal. How powerful is Jiling Yuanjin, who took the initiative to put down his heirs and bowed to the mountain, but he has not been seen for a long time. These onlookers are even looking forward to the scene where Jiling Yuanjin leaves in anger. Unfortunately, after about half a cup of tea, there was movement on Decking Mountain. It's a pleasure to have friends coming from afar. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Please. The wind and clouds gathered, and the divine rainbow built a bridge. 100 miles apart, it fell at the feet of the visitor. With just this one move, Luo Chen's profound attainments in magic were revealed. Jiling Yuanjin looked down at the rainbow bridge under his feet, his eyes fixed, and then smiled, stepped onto the bridge and entered the mountain. At this point, countless disciples in Luo Chen sect who were eagerly waiting returned to normal, dust to dust, earth to earth, and no more noise. Instead, the onlookers outside the mountain looked at each other in bewilderment. Does Danzong Luo Chen really have such ability? After ignoring the famous Jiling Yuanjin for a long time, the other party still willingly entered the mountain? For a moment, everyone could not help but re-examine Luo Chen's position in the East Wilderness today. Although he returned in a hurry, although he was only in the early stage of the nascent soul, and although he did not have a deep foundation, but his position was no less than that of veteran masters like Jiling Yuanjin. Dao Luo, we meet again. After half a year, Dao Jiling is still as charming as ever. I have been waiting for a long time. Oh, you knew I would come back to find you. Haha, at the ceremony, apart from Elder Fu and Dao Lingfengzi, you were the one who cared the most about my alchemy. The only thing that surprised me was that you came before Lingfengzi. Dao is very smart. I do have something to ask of you, and I hope you can make a furnace of elixirs for me. Okay, as long as you can afford the price. Luo has always responded to requests. After getting Luo Chen's verbal consent, Jiling Yuanjin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally received some rewards for his previous humble worship in front of everyone without sparing his face. He knew Luo Chen's thoughts very well. It was nothing more than using the matter of refining pills for others to make a name for himself and gain a place in the East Wilderness. And Jiling Yuanjin himself also had this need. In this case, he would cater to his needs and use his reputation accumulated over the years to raise his status. Even if the other party deliberately ignored him for a while, he didn't care, as long as the other party could really refine what he needed. He wanted the substance, and Luo Chen wanted the face, that's all. Fellow Taoist Luo, the price is easy to negotiate. I have 20 strands of red sky energy, 10 strands of crimson sky energy, and 10 strands of purple sky energy, all of which can be given to you. In addition, there are a number of the other 6 types of energy. If you want, you can also negotiate. Luo Chen was slightly surprised. The other party actually had so much sky energy on hand? Even the other 6 types of sky energy were in reserve? The most important thing was that this person seemed to understand the use of the 9 types of sky energy very well. He clearly only wanted red sky energy at the beginning, but the other party now took the initiative to give him crimson sky energy and purple sky energy. The sword scripture recorded that Luo Chen could indeed refine the 3 types of energy at the same time. As for the reason, it was that the crimson sky key and the purple sky key also had some fire attributes. Jiling Yuanjin obviously knew this, so he pointed it out. Luo Chen calculated that if he could get a total of 40 strands of the 3 key from Jiling Yuanjin, plus the 10 strands he already had, he would be halfway to the 100 strands required for the intermediate stage of the 1000 Sky Sword Sutra. This deal can be done. The price is okay, I can sell it. But the specific situation depends on what kind of elixir you want to refine. If it is too energy consuming, Luo can only increase the price. He no longer hesitated and directly asked about the other party's needs. Seeing that Luo Chen agreed, Jiling Yuanjin suddenly became uneasy. I want to refine a 4th level elixir called Jiuli Dan. I wonder if you can do it. Luo Chen was helpless. I only know the name, but not the reality. It's too vague. Even if I have the ability of a grandmaster, I can't give you an answer. Jiling Yuanjin thought about it, and finally took out something solemnly. Luo Chen looked at it and saw a brass statue. This statue was a bit strange. It looked like a normal person sitting cross-legged, but there was a tumor on each of the eyes, ears, big mouth, breasts, and 2 sacs below. In total, there were 9 tumors. The statue flipped over and revealed a bronze back. The specific recipe of Jiuli Pill is recorded on it. This recipe is obscure and difficult to understand, and because of the special reasons of this treasure, it cannot be copied, so Dao Yao can only see it in person. Jiling Yuanjin said so. Luo Chen said oh and no longer paid attention to the tumors, but focused on the recipe on the bronze back. When he saw it, his brows frowned instantly. Seeing his reaction, Jiling Yuanjin was a little worried. Dao Yao Luo. It's okay, it's just that some of the drug names are a bit obscure. Luo Chen smiled and gave the other party a reassuring expression. But in his heart, he couldn't help muttering. The names of these medicinal herbs are the names of the demons. Since he received the alchemy inheritance from the demon lord Liang Gan, Luo Chen would flip through the alchemy books from time to time and write down many medicinal herbs he had never heard of. The demon lord Liang Gan was knowledgeable and even marked 2 names for some of the demon world's spiritual medicines that were the same as those of the human race. After reading it for a while, he understood most of it. Time passed by minute, and Luo Chen kept memorizing the recipe above, while trying to figure out the refining taboos. It was not until the middle of the night that he woke up. During this process, the 9 spirits Yuan Lord stayed by his side and watched his reaction closely. Fellow Taoist Luo, can you refine it? Luo Chen nodded first, which surprised the other party. Then he shook his head violently, which surprised the other party. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Luo Chen pointed to the recipe and said, it can be refined, but there are few questions. Just say it. Medicinal materials, do you have the medicinal materials on it? I don't have any spare ones here. So it was this. Jiling Yuanjin breathed a sigh of relief. The medicinal materials on the recipe are indeed very rare, and even my Jiling sect cannot collect them all. However, the predecessors of the sect have found corresponding substitutes after continuous exploration. I have barely collected a few here. Oh. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Let me see it. Jiling Yuanjin immediately handed Luo Chen a storage bag. After getting it, Luo Chen's spiritual sense probed into it, and from time to time he took out an object, while looking at it, nodding secretly. Replacing the demon realm Xiu Wuzi with a prickly sunflower, the medicinal properties are similar. Cedar emerald replaces the blood jade big plate? Is there such a substitution method? Obviously. Oh, it takes the medicinal properties similar to the plate jade. Jiling sect predecessors, you do have something. How should this silver soul stone be replaced? Is it these 2 medicinal materials added together? After an inventory, Luo Chen's mind was a little confused, but he roughly knew that the herbs that Jiling Yuanjin took out did have some chance of being able to refine the Jiuli Dan recorded in the recipe. If he were to refine it, he would figure out the recipe for half a year, and then conduct detailed experiments dozens or hundreds of times, and he should be able to refine it. But in this way, it would be time-consuming, which naturally would not be in line with the reputation of Danzong. Luo Chen was not worried. After all, it was a 4th-level recipe, which was within his ability. Spending 10 achievement points to get started directly would save time and effort. At dawn, Luo Chen asked the second question. This pill is related to your cultivation, right? Jiling Yuanjin knew that he could not hide it from Luo Chen, because the recipe clearly recorded that the corresponding nascent soul essence in blood of the person taking the pill was needed. He nodded frankly in acknowledgement. Luo Chen asked again, then do you know where to take the essence in blood from the nascent soul? Jiling Yuanjin was stunned, with a look of confusion. Luo Chen looked as if he had expected it. The content of the Jiuli pill recipe was too obscure for ordinary cultivators to understand. Even a normal 4th-level human alchemist might not understand its meaning at first glance. Only because he had accepted the alchemy inheritance of Lianshan demon lord that spanned the 3 races of humans, demons and monsters, could he understand it quickly. Luo Chen pointed at the bronze statue with one hand, to take the nascent soul essence in blood from these 9 tumors. Fellow Taoist Jiling, do you have these 9 tumors on your nascent soul? As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged man in front of him changed his expression in an instant, like a cat with its fur standing on end. A majestic aura surged out like waves in the sea. Boom! Luo Chen was in front of him, his hair flying and his white robe rustling. He knew that this was because he had openly revealed the other party's special practice, which was considered a taboo, and that was why he had caused such a big reaction. But Luo Chen's expression did not change. He just said softly, "It is normal for Luo to know some secrets of various schools when I am refining pills for my fellow practitioners, and I will not tell them everywhere. If you don't want to refine this pill, if you don't trust Luo, then let's stop here." Jialing Yuanjin took a deep look at Luo Chen, and his majestic aura slowly retracted. Jiu Ling never trusts others easily, but this pill involves one of my great methods, and it is also related to my path to the late nascent soul stage. So, I can only trust you this time. Danzong, don't let me down. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. Luo Chen grinned. This guy's magic power was unexpectedly deep. Rumor has it that his realm is only the 5th level of the nascent soul, similar to that of Jinling, but his magic power is almost as powerful as that of Yu Sanren. He remembered that Yu Sanren was secretly hiding his realm, and actually entered the late nascent soul stage. In other words, Jialing Yuanjin's magic power is almost as deep as that of the late nascent soul stage. Luo Chen boasted of his great magic power. Even if Jinling's Henren was 2 small realms higher than him, he was confident that he could compete with him. But the momentum released by Jialing Yuanjin just now completely overwhelmed him. "I don't know how you cultivated it." While he was thinking and daydreaming like this, a deformed monster suddenly emerged from the top of Jialing Yuanjin's head. It was a baby. A cultivator's Yuanying. But at this moment, the baby's eyes, ears, mouth, breasts, and 2 sacs below each had a tumor. Looking at the whole thing, it was really horrifying. The baby stared at Luo Chen and spoke slowly. "I practiced the 9 spirits entry into sainthood method of the founder of this sect, and took the 9 heavens spiritual heroes into my body, gaining supreme magic power. I need this Julie pill to help me separate the 9 heroes and create 9 great spirit infants. Dan sect, if you want to take the essence and blood, do it now." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 796, Cutting Off the Yuanying with a Knife, Xiangxun returns. Looking at the baby speaking, Luo Chen's pupils shrank. The yuanying of a cultivator is a thing that returns to the innate from the acquired, and it is the best to be untainted by mud. Therefore, it is often wide and fat, so cute. Even for the old generation, the condensed yuanying has a bit of childishness. But such a deformed and terrifying yuanying really made him frown. He knew that this was caused by the other party practicing a special technique. Moreover, it was a very powerful special technique that would cause such a change. Ordinary techniques would at most affect the appearance of the cultivator's physique. For example, Luo Chen, who had an epiphany on the Xiandi Peak and created the Karong Daojing, made the yuanying become old, but in fact there was no change inside. Like Jialing Yuanjin, with tumors all over his body, he looked like a monster. Huh? That's it. After carefully looking at the 9 tumors, Luo Chen finally understood why the other party's magic power was so huge and different from that of ordinary yuanying. Every tumor was almost pure solidified magic power. The 9 tumors, the amount of mana added up, is even more than the original body of the nascent soul. Seeing this, Luo Chen also understood why the other party was so eager for the Julie pill. Just like someone training with weights in order to increase the upper limit of strength, Jialing Yuanjin expanded the upper limit of mana horizontally by exogenous 9 tumors, so he obtained a magnificent mana that was unrivaled among his peers. However, those who train with weights, once the weight they bear exceeds their upper limit, not only will they not be able to improve themselves, but they will become a burden and even backfire on themselves. At this moment, the mana contained in Jialing Yuanjin's 9 tumors has already exceeded the original body of the nascent soul. If this continues, his nascent soul will either collapse and disintegrate due to its weight, or be assimilated into a tumor, and there will be no chance for the nascent soul to become a god on the future. If I really help him refine the Julie pill and separate 9 tumors, because they are of the same origin, these 9 tumors will not only not affect him, but will become his 9 groups of reserve mana. If there are subsequent methods of advancement, the upper limit is even more immeasurable. Once he achieves the late stage of the nascent soul, the mana of Jialing Yuanjin may instantly surpass those of the great monks who have been practicing for many years. After understanding all this, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a little curious about the Jiling sect's practice. What kind of secret method can take the extreme Zongmiao Lingying into the body and transform it into an accessory of the nascent soul? Zongmiao Lingying is Zioki. This kind of substance is extremely overbearing. Even Luo Chen dare not touch it with his nascent soul. He can only refine it and carry it with his own extremely powerful Yuan-Tu sword. No wonder Jiling Yuanjun knows Zioki so well. He himself uses this extreme material to practice. But curiosity is just curiosity. Being entrusted with a task, Luo Chen could not possibly go to the bottom of it, otherwise, his reputation as the damned sect would not last for a few days. With a dry cough, Luo Chen broke the silence. It may be painful to take the essence and blood of the nascent soul, you have to be patient for a while. Jiu Ling Yuanjun said calmly, let it go. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and did not delay any more. With a flick of his hand, a crystal clear, transparent knife appeared in his hand. It was the knife made of Tangxuan Bianjing. This knife was also used every time he cut the 5 elements lotus platform. After the appearance of this knife, Jiu Ling Yuanjun's nascent soul subconsciously became wary. The nascent soul of a cultivator is the fruit of the Tao, how can it be used by others? Luo Chen did not force his move, but slowly handed over the knife. He wanted to make connections in the name of the damned sect, and it was inevitable that he would be exposed to the secrets of many people. For example, the nascent soul monster of the White Crane sect did not succeed in transforming. For example, who is the cultivator of the Divine Talisman sect who is about to sprint to the nascent soul realm, and even that Master Fu secretly has a recipe for the nascent soul pill. It is also like now, the predicament of Jiling Yuanjun himself, and even his possible achievements in the future. When his reputation becomes greater in the future, more people will come to him to make pills. Maybe he will know that someone has a hidden disease, and someone will use pills to practice some secret methods, etc. In this case, he has to be a harmless person like a doctor. I know your hidden disease and other people's secrets, but my reputation is here. You can be defenseless against me. At least when asking for pills, you have to face each other calmly. If I really take the opportunity to harm someone, then the reputation that I have worked so hard to accumulate before will be completely wasted. Even if I have the ability of the damned sect, no one will recognize it, and no one will get close to it. It's getting closer, closer. When the Xianjing knife was about to touch his body, the Yuanying villain's eyes widened, but he didn't make any resistance after all. He chose to believe Luo Chen. Or, he chose to believe in his own judgment. Luo Chen needed that reputation now. Of course, it is not ruled out that Jiling Yuanjun, under internal and external troubles, would try his best to save the dying horse. In short, Luo Chen's knife finally fell on one of the tumors of the Yuanying man. Yuanying is the product of the integration of the 3 treasures of essence, energy and spirit. To outsiders, the symbol is the huge mana. In fact, it also contains the essence of the cultivator's blood and the power of the soul. Therefore, the Yuanying is so strange and can be called the second life of the cultivator. Luo Chen wants to take the essence of the Yuanying, which is essentially to cut its flesh and take its power. For him, this is the first time, but it is not unfamiliar. When he was in Kangwu Mountain, when he wanted to refine the transformation pill for the demon clan, the most important main material was the essence of the Yuanying. It's just that someone did it for him at that time, but now he does it himself. Swish. A touch of snow, fleeting. The Yuanying man trembled suddenly, but no sound came out. Luo Chen couldn't help but secretly praise. This Jiling Yuanjun really had great perseverance. It was so painful to cut a nascent soul, but he could hold back without making any sound. Compared with himself, I'm afraid the difference is almost the same. Luo Chen did not underestimate himself. He was still very confident in this aspect. Since the key refining stage, he had endured the pain of acupuncture, and even later he had to endure the pain of physical nirvana. So, he just praised him. He cut quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he took off the amount of blood and essence recorded on the pill formula. Because the speed was too fast, Jiling Yuanjun suffered less pain. Alright. Whoosh. Without any pause, the nascent soul escaped into the body. Jiling Yuanjun slowly opened his eyes full of fatigue. I'll leave it to you later. Luo Chen smiled slightly. This recipe is extremely obscure. You should know how difficult it is to make, so it may take a long time. Jiling Yuanjun nodded his heavy head. It doesn't matter. As long as you refine it before the demons break through the 3 frontier areas and kill them at Lingshan Pass, it won't be too late. Luo Chen was a little surprised. Lingshan Pass is a city with high walls and deep pools. There are countless strong men. There are also the support of the old 16 areas and the holy land of Huishan in the rear. Such a city is second to none in the world. Why are you so pessimistic? In addition to the constraints of his own practice, the pressure from the demons outside is also a major factor that made Jiling Yuanjun take the risk of trusting Luo Chen and refining Jiuli Dan. In other words, in Jiling Yuanjun's view, if the demons really kill to Lingshan Pass, he will not be stable enough with his current strength. Therefore, he has to force himself to make further progress in a short period of time. In response to Luo Chen's doubts, Jiling Yuanjun said tiredly, "You have never seen the demon army, so you don't know how powerful it is. I can only tell you that unless Mingyun sect personally joins the game, Lingshan Pass alone will definitely not be able to stop the torrent of demon beasts that has accumulated for 3,000 years. Luo Chen opened his mouth and wanted to ask again. But seeing the other party's extremely tired face, he could only suppress his curiosity. For Jiling Yuanjun, forcing out so much Yuanying essence in blood in one breath is considered a serious injury to his vitality. At this moment, the other party just wants to have a good rest. Thinking of this, Luo Chen no longer asked more questions, but deliberately took out a pill emitting white light. This is a 4th level Yeshan pill, a specialty of Zongmiao Pill Dao sect. It is of little use, but it can temporarily suppress the pain of Yuanying. I will give it to you. Jiling Yuanjun looked at the white pill, and his eyes gradually moved to Luo Chen's young face. He took the pill and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Luo Chen smiled and immediately arranged for someone to take Jiling Yuanjun to rest. After the other party left, Luo Chen put away his smile and looked at the bronze man left by the other party. The pill formula on the back was looming, and the 9 tumors on the front were shocking. Luo Chen showed a thoughtful look. Take Joxiao Lingying into the body and gain supreme magic power. Separate Jirang and become 9 Lingying. Lingying, Lingying. What is the difference between this so-called Lingying and the second Yuanying? When Luo Chen was at his peak, he had a net worth of hundreds of millions of Lingxi, which was almost equivalent to the lifetime net worth of a poor Yuanying cultivator. All of this wealth was exchanged for cultivation resources. Of course, it is impossible that all of them are medicinal materials for cultivation methods. There are also some auxiliary cultivation items that are useful to Yuanying cultivators. The Yeshan pill produced by Xianidun Dao sect is one of them. Just as Luo Chen said, this pill is of no great use, but it can relieve pain. It is a kind of elixir specially used by Xianidun cultivators to block the connection between the nascent soul and the soul after their cultivation went wrong, in order to prevent them from going astray. Giving one to Jiling Yuanjun did help him a lot. After resting for a few days in Luo Chen sect, he quietly left. After all, Luo Chen had said before that it would take a long time to refine the Jiuli pill, and since Jiling sect had not been destroyed, he could not stay outside for a long time. Before leaving, Jiling Yuanjun specially exchanged contact tokens with Luo Chen. When needed, he could quickly contact the other party. After he left, Luo Chen's life returned to the previous calm and ordinary days. Consolidate the realm and refine the Chixiao sword energy. However, he took out some energy to seriously study the Jiuli pill recipe on the back of the bronze man. He planned to use the system to directly learn this recipe, so as to be able to steadily refine the Jiuli pill and carry forward the name of his own Dan sect. But before entering, he still had to do the basic skills of thoroughly studying the recipe. This was responsible for Jiling Yuanjun, and also for himself. Moreover, Luo Chen was very curious about the 9 spirit infants mentioned by the other party. The 9 separation pill separated 9 Yuanying tumors, and then cultivated 9 spirit infants? This method is really strange. Judging from the result, it is somewhat like the second Yuanying. But according to Luo Chen's experience of practicing Yuandan with the Yin Shensha, it is a completely different way. One is to rely on external objects, and the other is to seek one's own body. In particular, some of the medicinal materials on the pill recipe are demonic medicinal materials, which makes him have to suspect that the 9 separation pill is a demonic pill, and the method of the 9 spirits into sainthood is a demonic method. For this reason, when studying the 9 separation pill recipe, Luo Chen would occasionally read the many pilled books left by Lianshan Demon Lord, learn from each other, and verify each other. Half a year later, After Luo Chen refined the fourth strand of Chixiao sword key, he began to work on refining the 9-separation pill for Jiaoling Yuanjin. As for the pill recipe, he thought he had mastered it almost completely. Even if he didn't rely on the system and explored it himself, he would have a chance to refine the 9-separation pill. But it was obvious that the raw materials provided by the other party would not be able to withstand the consumption of Luo Chen's experiment. So, improved 9-separation pill recipe detected. Is it getting started? Getting started. As his mind moved, the panel flickered. In the 4th level pill column, the entry, 9-separation pill getting started 1/100, slowly emerged. At this moment, Luo Chen was fully confident that he could successfully refine the 9-separation pill. He did not delay any longer and went straight to the pill room. Not long after, Qiyu also hurried over. Luo Chen's consciousness swept over him, and he could not help but reveal a satisfied look. Half a year of hard work, your magic power has become much purer. It seems that you have not slacked off during this period. Qiyu was grateful and said respectfully, it is all thanks to the cultivation of the Supreme. The spirit tempering technique is indeed extraordinary. Although my realm has not improved much, I feel that I am completely new compared to half a year ago. Luo Chen waved his hand. Practice is your own business, there is no need to thank me. This time I asked you to come here to refine new pills, you can help me. New pills? Qiyu's eyes lit up instantly. Even if high-level pills are not what he can refine now, just helping out and watching can benefit him a lot. In particular, Luo Chen was not stingy with his guidance and teaching. Soon, after Luo Chen told him the task, he began to deal with some marginal medicinal materials. As the chief alchemist of Luo Xianzhuang's Alchemy Institute, Qiyu is still a little famous outside. But at this moment, he was concentrating on processing the scraps, like a medicine boy, and it would be shocking if it was spread out. Qiyu didn't care about these things at all. For him, being able to learn from Luo Chen was already a great fortune. Not to mention being a medicine boy, even being a fire-watching boy would be something he would be happy with. Luo Chen was very satisfied with this junior who had an apprentice mentality. His talent in alchemy is not as good as Ling Jun, and even slightly worse than my Bihei's registered disciple Su Murkson, but he has a tireless attitude of seeking knowledge and is willing to work hard for it. He can be cultivated well. After refining the Jiuli pill, give him some resources and let him go into seclusion to practice. If he can achieve the golden pill stage, he will have a bright future. For the younger disciples, Luo Chen doesn't pay much attention to talent, but to character. There are 3 elements in cultivation: talent, mentality and personality, and opportunity and fortune. The former cannot be sought, and the latter is hard to come by. Only mentality and personality can be controlled by the cultivator himself. With poor qualifications like himself, he can get to where he is now, and he has a place in the vast East Desert. Wang Yuan, who was born in a humble family, was able to find a new way and forcefully earn the name of a war demon in an era when body refining was declining. Isn't it his perseverance that made him rely on? The more Luo Chen saw Qi Yi, the more he liked him. Originally, he just wanted him to help out and learn something because of his hard work in Luo Xianzong for many years. Now, he has the idea of cultivating him well. However, the most urgent thing is to refine the 9-separation pill. Luo Chen put away his distracting thoughts and devoted all his attention to the preparations before the formal alchemy. Time passed slowly. Luo Xianzong, the years are peaceful. The monks of Luo Xianzong have gradually gotten used to the situation that the Grand Elder never leaves his house. Even if Luo Chen does not appear in front of everyone, his lofty status in the hearts of his disciples will not change. Today, no one in Luo Xianzong comes to bully him anymore. Except for the monks of Moshianaya and 5 Elements Divine Sect, everyone is in a good mood when they see him. They did not cause any trouble, but followed the orders of the sect master Li Yingzhang and focused their energy on cultivation. In addition, from time to time, they had to learn to control the spiritual cranes sent by the White Crane sect. All the foundation-building cultivators, including some powerful late-stage key refining cultivators, must master the method of controlling the spiritual cranes. This was a death order from the sect master. On this day, several figures wandered in the lower reaches of the Blackwater River, each riding a second-level spiritual crane. They were all foundation-building cultivators of the Luo Chen sect. At this moment, they were looking at the man and the crane on the Blackwater River with great nervousness. Do you think senior brother Zeng can subdue this spiritual crane? It's very difficult. That alien spiritual crane is the most powerful one among the spiritual cranes sent by the White Crane sect, and it is at the level of a third-level demon king. The sect master is grateful for senior brother Zeng's contributions over the years, so he specially rewarded it to him. If we use the normal method of enslaving beasts, we can enslave it, but senior brother Zeng has achieved enlightenment through physical training, and he does not have the spiritual consciousness of a giant and cultivator, so he cannot forcibly enslave a third-level demon king. He doesn't bother to forcibly enslave it. I heard that if you rely on your own abilities to get the recognition of the spiritual crane, the spiritual crane can cooperate with you tacitly even without giving orders during the battle. This is the effect that senior brother Zeng really wants. The eyes of these foundation-building cultivators looking at Zeng Yiling are all full of admiration. Among the juniors, Zeng Yiling is definitely the most outstanding one in Luo Chen sect. Not only did he break out of the Taoist name of Shilongzi, he also personally defeated Qianli, the giant and Shengren of the Five Elements Divine sect. Over the years, he has been very caring towards his junior brothers and sisters. When he takes them on a mission, he often charges ahead, and when they retreat, he often stays behind. It can be said that everyone hopes that Zeng Yiling can successfully tame this alien crane and add more combat power. Just as everyone was looking forward to it, a loud shout suddenly came from the void. "Evil beast, don't surrender yet." Zeng Yiling's majestic hands held the golden crown crane tightly, and one man and one crane fell directly from the sky into the Blackwater River. The waves rolled, and the river churned. Everyone watched this scene with bated breath. It is conceivable how difficult it is to force the third-level crane to surrender with pure power without hurting it. Brother Zeng, can we succeed? In everyone's expectation, the majestic blood of the people in the Blackwater River and the rolling demonic energy of the monsters kept colliding. After about an incense stick of time, a huge figure slowly floated to the surface of the water. It was the golden crowned crane. But what about Brother Zeng? Amid the worries of the crowd, Zeng Yiling suddenly emerged from the water and climbed onto the back of the golden crowned spirit crane. He panted and grinned. I won after all. Using the strength of his physical body to fight against the third-level demon king. On the shore, several foundation-building cultivators of Luo Chen sect cheered in unison. Suddenly, the golden crowned spirit crane made a sharp cry, and its white feathers exploded upside down, as if it was facing a great enemy. Zeng Yiling frowned. Golden hair, we agreed before, are you going to regret it? The golden crowned spirit crane, called Golden Hair, ignored him, staring at the distance with sharp eyes. Zeng Yiling realized something in an instant, stood up from his back, and looked up. In his sight, a flying boat flew low. On the flying boat, 3 figures stood against the wind. The leader, with willow eyebrows raised, looked arrogant, and exuded a sense of arrogance that kept strangers away. That was a beautiful woman. She looked down at the Blackwater River and swept her eyes over the crowd. What a golden-crowned white-feathered crane! Zeng Yiling frowned. In his perception, this woman was very strong. Moreover, she looked very aggressive, as if she was ready to fight at any time. But this was Luo Chen sect. Behind him were his fellow apprentices who adored and loved him. The golden-crowned white-feathered crane was already exhausted, so he couldn't retreat. Without thinking, Zeng Yiling summoned up his remaining strength, and the aura began to spread. With a swish, a pair of crescent-like fiery red wings appeared on his back. Luo Chen sect is ahead, please stop, fellow Taoist. The woman was stunned when she saw the fiery red wings, and her whole body was full of momentum and hostility. But the next moment, she seemed to remember something, and immediately put away the fluctuations of her magic power, and saluted Zeng Yiling. In the astonishment of everyone, she smiled slightly. Please ask this fellow Taoist to inform the Grand Elder of your sect that Xiangsun is back. Behind her, a small black shadow suddenly appeared on the shoulder of another beautiful woman. Are we finally here? Chapter 797, 5 Sects from the Sky, Nurturing Spiritual Veins. In the alchemy room, a figure collapsed on the ground, life or death unknown, only a red light shield surrounded it. Luo Chen glanced at Qi and breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the other party's realm was low, and he was also negligent. At the moment of opening the furnace, the powerful elixir power rushed in all directions and directly knocked him out. If he hadn't reacted in time and protected him, he might have died from alchemy. The reason for this situation, in addition to the alchemist himself, is the power of the elixir in the Hununding. The elixir power is too strong, but it is not as strong as the Hununding, and it is suppressed. That's why it suddenly jumped in all directions when the furnace was opened. At this moment, Luo Chen looked up at the sky with some curiosity. After the violent surge, the majestic medicinal power began to slowly recover and poured into the 9 pills that looked like stars. Faintly, there were low roars in the void. I don't know if it was caused by the too fast recovery of the medicinal power, or the 9-li pill itself was too strange. Generally, elixirs require fusion and condensation before they can be made into elixirs, and they must have the ultimate inner meaning. This Ju-li pill is special. It must see the world before it is willing to merge together. Luo Chen smiled, and there was a buzzing roar in his ears. Just listening to the roar, Luo Chen's smile gradually disappeared, and his face became a little surprised and doubtful. This elixir sound is like a cow but not a cow, like a wolf but not a wolf. It is deep and heavy, but also sad and sharp. Among the main ingredients, there is a golden pill of gelozi, but how can gelozi make such a sound? On the contrary, this sound is somewhat similar to a kind of demon race recorded in the demon race book he read in the 3rd level of the pill world in the land of fallen demons. In an instant, a memory emerged. 9-headed howl, born with 9 heads, each with its own ambitions and temperaments. Some are brutal, some are docile. Lives in the great marsh, likes magic, is born with supernatural powers, and can control the earth, wind, water, and fire. Rumor has it that it is the descendant of Xiangliu, one of the 3 ancient demons in the demon realm. It is a natural enemy of the deformed eyes clan, who are also descendants of the ancient demon Candle Dragon, and has hunted each other for tens of millions of years. But the deformed eyes clan stick together, while the 9-headed howl lives alone. Over time, this demon gradually disappeared in the demon realm. This demon forbids thunder and lightning, and the benefits of the metal element. Following these memories, Luo Chen continued to synthesize all the information. At the beginning, the 9-headed howl did not have 9 heads, but tumors. Every time a tumor grows a head, it will master a certain ability. The magic, converted into the words of the human cultivators, is actually a spirit. The extreme essence of all things in the world. Bit by bit, drop by drop, Luo Chen finally came to a conclusion. The skills practiced by the 9-headed howl really originated from the demon realm, and were even created based on the template of the 9-headed howl. Therefore, there will be tumor-like products on his nascent soul. And he is also good at refining the 9 heavens key. After understanding these, Luo Chen suddenly realized, even if these things did not improve him in reality, his knowledge did improve. But another question suddenly came up. How could there be a technique in the mountain and sea realm that was created based on the demon race? He had never heard of the demon race in this world. Even the refining heaven demon lord actually came from the outside world. Outside the sky. Somehow, Luo Chen remembered the ascension of Dan Shen Chuyan. The place where the other party went was definitely not a legendary fairyland. The inspiration that lifted her up was intercepted by the leader of Dao sect. She went through the Stargate and went to another place. There are also rumors in the world of cultivating immortals that although there are human natives in the mountain and sea realm, it has always been dominated by wild beasts. Until ancient times, the 5 holy places came out of nowhere and slaughtered wild beasts. In order to protect themselves, the wild beasts abandoned their original path and transformed into monsters to practice quickly, which led to the ancient war between humans and monsters. Luo Chen still looked up at the sky above the alchemy room, but his eyes seemed to pass through the roof, looking at the outside world, looking beyond the 9 heavens. Any strong person, any force, will leave traces wherever they go, and their rise will definitely bring waves. The 5 holy places suddenly appeared without a trace. The only explanation is that they are not native to the mountain and sea realm at all, but come from another world. That world may be behind the Zongmiao Stargate. Not only that, that world is also connected to the demon realm, so when it descended on the mountain and sea realm, it also brought many miraculous skills and wonderful methods, and they are systematic and sound. So, one of the 3 veins of the Yuanmo sect can also cultivate pure demonic energy, but I ignored it before. Opening up a war, opening up a domain, a sea, if you look at it from a larger scale, can the arrival of the 5 holy places also be regarded as a war of opening up? It's just that the scale is larger, opening up an entire world. One thought after another, one reverie after another, constantly burst out in Luo Chen's mind. It's incredible and unimaginable, but in the connection of various clues, It is reasonable and keeps getting closer to the truth. And the source of all these conjectures is just the 9 pills floating in the air. Luo Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he waved at the Jiulidan in the air. Ding ding dong dong. The big and small beads fell on the jade plate. Luo Chen put away the pills and carried Qi out of the alchemy room. In the most solemn Luo Chen hall on Decking Mountain, Li Yingzhang was at the top. His eyes fell on the 3 people and 1 beast in the hall. The leading woman had a profound cultivation. In the huge Luo Chen sect, without the Grand Elder, it was estimated that only Wang Yuan and Sima Wei Niang could suppress her. No, Sima Wei Niang's realm has fallen now, and she may not be as powerful as the other party. But what Li Yingzhang feared most was the monster lying on the young woman's shoulder. Like a snake or a python, it was outstanding. The chilling sword on his waist was humming, exuding instinctive fear. His chilling sword was different from ordinary magic weapons. It was made by a more unconventional method, which took the monster spirit into the body and was quite powerful. The only explanation for the sword spirit of the chilling sword being so wary is that the other party is very likely to be a dragon, and a higher level existence. What does that mean? A 4th level dragon demon king. And a powerful demon king who can walk openly in Fenghe domain. Li Yingzhang looked solemn. May I ask the 4 of you, what is your intention to see the supreme of our sect? Xiangxun avoided answering. A year ago, when Luo Chen left alone, he specifically reminded them to be careful in what they said and did. Even though she has arrived at Luo Chen's sect now, she still adheres to the style of saying less and doing less before seeing Luo Chen's real body. Unless someone or something that she trusts appears. Seeing that these people didn't speak, Li Yingzhang frowned deeply. There were footsteps outside the hall. The Black King lying on Zhang Jinking's shoulder suddenly raised his head. Is it the master? No. At the door of the hall, Sima Wei Niang hurried into the house under the leadership of Zhang Yiling. At first glance, her eyes fell on Xiangxun. What a proud person. Sima Wei Niang secretly praised in her heart, and said generously, I am the Taoist partner of the Supreme Elder of Luo Chen sect. My husband is now in seclusion to make elixirs, and it is not convenient for him to see outsiders. If you have any questions, you can tell me. Xiangxun looked at her carefully, and in the case of uncertainty, he couldn't help but look at the Black King. The Black King nodded seriously. She has a very strong master's aura, which is almost the same as the source blood that the master used to save me back then. After getting confirmation, Xiangxun no longer hesitated. In the astonishment of everyone, she bowed. Xiangxun, meet the mistress. Not only her, but even the Black King fell to the ground with a whoosh, revealing his true form in the shock of everyone. A huge black dragon coiled into a small mountain, nodding and bowing to Sima Wei Niang in a flattering manner. Xiaohe meets the mistress. There were also greetings from Sang Jing and Zhang Jinking, but no one paid attention. It was really the huge size of the Black King that almost filled the hall, which was too shocking. Sima Wei Niang was a little caught off guard. Her husband had never mentioned this matter. She had thought that it was some debt of love that her husband had owed outside. But now, a strong man close to the late giant on stage and a 4th level demon king both called her husband master. This was really a bit unbelievable. What did her husband experience during the 100 years he was away? Just when everyone was astonished, a scolding voice came. Conspicuous bag, put away your body. The Black King's eyes lit up, and when the cloud trembled, it quickly shrank and turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the hall. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and Luo Chen stepped in. Master. Grand Elder. Husband. Luo Chen nodded, letting the Black King wrap around his left arm, looking at Xiangxun and others. How come you are here so quickly? Did they say it would take about 2 years? Tianjuan stood up and said respectfully, it's Senior Gu. The Xian'an Business Alliance wants to settle in Lingshan Pass, so he came to negotiate in person and took us with him. Luo Chen's eyes flashed. Guzu okay? With the speed of a Yuan Ying's Henren, it would be more than enough for him to reach Fenghe Domain in a year with a few people. Where is he now? He left us in Fenghe Domain and went to Lingshan Pass to ask for an audience with the Lord of Lingshan City. He also said that he would come to visit you when he was free. Luo Chen nodded. As the great elder of the Xian'an Business Alliance in the East Wilderness, Guzuoke must not be willing to be trapped in the Dongyang Domain. Now Lingshan Pass is at the forefront of the demon army's attack on the East Wilderness. The risk is the greatest, but the benefits are certainly great, so he will naturally go there. Sima Wei Niang next to him asked curiously, "Husband, who are they?" Luo Chen smiled and introduced Wei Niang and Li Yingzhang. Xiangxun, the true form is the demon beast Xiangxun Now. As soon as these words came out, the two people's expressions changed drastically. Transformed Demon King. Xiangxun realized what they were thinking and waved his hands quickly. "I'm not that powerful. I just got the help of my master and transformed in advance. So that's it." But even so, Sima Wei Niang and the others were amazed. The husband, the great elder, actually has such a great means to make the third-level demon beast transform in advance. Luo Chen didn't explain too much and continued, "During those years in the North Sea, Xiangxun has always been by my side, handling various trivial matters for me, and has rich experience. Yingzhang. Here. I'm here. I'll hand Xiangxun over to you. You take her to familiarize herself with the situation of Luo Chen sect and the situation of the 5 regions of Lingshan. After that, she will assist you in managing Luo Chen sect. You can make the specific arrangements." Li Yingzhang looked at Xiangxun. The other party smiled. "Next, I'll trouble sect master Li." Luo Chen continued to introduce Sang Jing and Zhang Jinking, the descendants of old friends. Jing is proficient in the cultivation of spiritual plants. Yingzhang, you should also make arrangements. Li Yingzhang's eyes lit up. A spiritual plant husband in the Jinden period. As for Zhaoking, Luo Chen thought about it and looked at the woman. "Would you like to become my Luo Chen sect?" Zhang Jinking knelt down without hesitation. "I will obey the order of the real person." Sima Wei Niang stood aside and watched this scene quietly, with a look of relief. The Ocean sect has become more prosperous since her husband returned. Not only are the people in the sect stable, but they have also made connections with the outside world, and now they have added several generals. Even Zhang Jinking, who doesn't look unusual, has a calm temperament and is not a delicate and weak woman. However, what she is most curious about is the black dragon pattern coiled on her husband's arm. When did her husband subdue a demon king as a spiritual pet? Luo Chen did not give any explanation for this, but asked about the outside world during the period of retreat and alchemy. Li Yingzhang answered one by one. The disciples of the White Crane sect have tried their best to subdue the spiritual cranes delivered by the White Crane sect. Although the beast-controlling method may not be as good as that of the 100 Beast sect and the White Crane sect, the combat power has also increased greatly. I have also counted the large number of talismans you have bestowed. Once a war occurs, they will be distributed to the disciples. In addition, the task of patrolling Lingshan Pass, which was supposed to be our turn, has also been postponed by the Lord of Lingshan City. The 3 frontier areas are in danger, and many cultivators from the 3 areas have already fled. But they have all been ordered to stay in Lingshan Pass and are not allowed to flee again. Luo Chen listened quietly and had a general understanding of the situation inside and outside the sect. He asked a special question. Has the Mingyuan sect not sent troops yet? Li Yingzhang shook his head. The Holy Land is still indifferent. Even the remaining monks of Xianfan City, which was previously under its custody, have been dispersed and handed over to the Qianji sect and other sects in the rear. Except for the Lord of Lingshan City, they don't seem to care about the fate of Lingshan Pass in the future. Luo Chen frowned. According to Jiaoling Yuanjin, the demon clan is coming with great momentum this time. If the Holy Land does not take action, Lingshan Pass alone will not be able to hold them off for long. Does the Mingyuan sect not care about the territory of Donghuang? That's right. Li Yingzhang took out a piece of green jade. When you were in seclusion refining the elixir, Senior Ling Fengzi came to visit you twice. When he couldn't see you, he left this thing. Luo Chen stretched out his hand to beckon the jade, which was a sensing token. Although it cannot transmit sound, after crushing it, the owner of the token can sense it no matter how far away it is. I guess they also want to ask him to refine the elixir. Luo Chen did not contact Ling Fengzi immediately. He had just finished refining the Jiuli pill and was a little tired. He did not want to take a new order right away. After chatting with everyone, Luo Chen returned to the cave. The only one who came back with him was the Black King on his arm. Come out. The clouds were filled, and the black lines on his left arm suddenly came to life, flowing a few times and sliding to the ground. Luo Chen pointed to the land under his feet. How is it? The Black King curled his lips. There is a large 3rd-level spiritual vein, but it is not 4th level, not very good. Luo Chen scolded unhappily. If there is a 4th level, what use would you have? The Black King chuckled. Luo Chen fell into deep thought. Since leaving the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, he has been consolidating his realm for 3 years. His impetuous magic power has been refined to a great extent, and he has to consider the matter of a 4th-level spiritual vein practice place. But in this situation, where in the East Wilderness is there an extra pit for him? The arrival of the Black King is just right. He never forgot the Black King's innate talent of attracting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to come to him. After pondering for a moment, Luo Chen asked, "According to your estimate, how long will it take to cultivate this place to the 4th level?" The Black King said with some disdain, "This place is too small. It's only 100 miles away, and it can't connect to too much earth energy." "How long?" The Black King shrank his neck. 10 years. "What if we use the formation to nourish the spiritual land? Maybe it can shorten the time by 30%. What if I embed the 5 elements of the best spiritual stone into the original spiritual stone ore of the earth vein? Cut it in half again." After getting this answer, Luo Chen was a little dissatisfied. 3 years to create a 4th-level spiritual land? It sounds good, but as the Black King said, Bailey Qingchuan is too small to involve too much earth energy. Even if it becomes a 4th-level spiritual vein, it can't support his practice. The time is a little long, and the upper limit is too low. Luo Chen sighed. "Forget it, I'll think of a way later." "Master, what about me?" the Black King asked. Luo Chen glanced at him and said calmly, "Go into the spirit vein and take a nap. I don't need you. The Luo Tian sect's Jinden still needs you. Now there are only 5 3rd-level caves in the Luo Tian sect. But the Luo Tian sect has 9. No, now it's 11 Jinden cultivators. More 3rd-level caves are indeed needed. The timing of the Black King's arrival is just right." The Black King said, "Oh," but before leaving, he asked another question. "Do you want to release the dragon earthworm on my body?" Luo Chen refused. The Black King didn't ask any more questions, and in front of Luo Chen, he went deep into the earth vein. After he left, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh deeply. Bailey Qingchuan is really too small. Not only can it not support his practice, but many of his ideas can't be realized. The large amount of spiritual soil in the Penglai octagonal pavilion, the thousands of dragon earthworms on the Black King, and the many methods of nourishing the spirit veins he mastered. These are all excellent resources for nurturing a cave paradise. But unfortunately, a good cook cannot cook without rice, and there is no territory. It's really uncomfortable to live under someone else's roof. No wonder Mosianaya and Wuxing Divine Sect, despite the pressure of the Holy Land's regulations, have to provoke Fenghu Palace again and again. Luo Chen muttered a few words, and with a shake in his hand, a pill with completely restrained medicinal power appeared. It was the Jiuli pill that was just released not long ago. This pill can help Jiling Yuanjin separate the tumor and achieve a spiritual infant. He didn't know the specific method. He couldn't use this pill either. After all, it contained the essence and blood of Jiling Yuanjin's nascent soul, and it had a master before it was refined. But he had other ideas. My puppet clone has a soul but no power. If I can use the power of the pill to separate the nascent soul and merge it with the split soul, can I also achieve an alternative second nascent soul? No, as the soul-splitting technique improves and more split souls are cut out, will there be a chance to give birth to a third nascent soul, or even a fourth, fifth? Chapter 798, Greed in the Deep Soul, the Descent of the Divine Essence. Second Yuanying. This term was not unfamiliar to Luo Chen. In fact, he almost had a second Yuanying of his own. But in the land of fallen demons, the second Yuan that had been nurtured for nearly 100 years and whose realm was higher than his original Jinden was unfortunately destroyed. At that time, he didn't feel sorry. Firstly, the second Yuan replaced his original Jinden to escape the attack of the 9 refining fire and saved his life. Secondly, the second Yuan was also a big backup for Hanzan to seize his body. If the second Yuanying was really born when he broke through the Yuanying stage, Hanzan could completely rely on the secret method to enter the second Yuanying with his soul, and then seamlessly occupy his purple mansion, so as to achieve a perfect occupation of the magpie's nest. After Luo Chen killed Hanzan, he was quite glad that the second Yuan was destroyed. However, in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, after seeing Shiju's thunder clone, Luo Chen missed the second Yuan again. The incarnation outside the body is naturally a great magical power that he cannot touch. But the second Yuanying, which is relatively inferior, is also an extremely powerful means in the world of immortal cultivation. After all, Nostalgia is just nostalgia. Yuandan can only be practiced in the Jindan stage. It is impossible to condense the second Yuanying by forcibly practicing Yuandan in the Yuanying stage, because there is no infusion of heaven and earth after breaking through the realm of thunder. He can only watch this magic, at most select suitable talents in Luo Chen sect and let them try to practice Yuandan in the Jindan stage. For this reason, he also specially checked the Jindan of Luo Chen sect with his spiritual sense. At present, the only one who meets the requirements of practicing Yuandan is Li Yingzhang. Because one of the innate restrictions of practicing Yuandan is that the magic power is deep and different from that of ordinary people. Li Yingzhang has a body of 9 bends and loops. Even if the foundation is not as perfect as when the foundation was built, the current magic power is still higher than that of his peers. Luo Chen plans to let him learn this secret art after his realm reaches the middle stage of Jindan. Of course, Luo Chen will not do the thing of taking over the body, so naturally he will not leave any backdoors for the magic. I have gone too far. After Luo Chen refined the Jiuli Dan for Jiuling Yuanjin, Luo Chen's long-dead second Yuanying heart was revived. If he could separate the spiritual infant and combine it with the split soul from the soul-splitting technique, wouldn't it be similar to the real second Yuanying? Of course, this was just Luo Chen's sudden idea. He had no foundation, no corresponding skills, and even his own Jiuli Dan. Moreover, there were so many problems involved that Luo Chen couldn't solve them. For example, how to cultivate the 9 tumors on Jiuling Yuanjin's Yuanying. For example, when separating the tumors, can we avoid harm to the Yuanying body by relying solely on the elixir? The former is a threshold and a foundation, but the latter may take him 200 years. No, plus the 50 years in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, that is nearly 300 years of hard work. If one is not handled well, everything he has may be destroyed. Let's study it bit by bit. If possible, ask Jiuling Yuanjin about the relevant fur, maybe it can also be inspired. Luo Chen couldn't suppress the greed in his heart. The prospect of the second Yuanying, or even more Yuanying, is really too wonderful. Once successful, it is not just like Jiuling Yuanjin to simply increase mana, or cultivate a great method. For him, if he really succeeds, combined with a proficiency panel, he may be able to truly master all professions and all schools. Such a future, how terrifying. How can he not be excited? Husband, I'm back. Kainer, have you found out about Xiaojiu's situation? I found out that he didn't disappear some time ago, but has been following the Supreme Elder to learn the art of making talismans. Master is also proficient in talismans. In a remote cave, Chu Lingjin showed surprise. Meng Kainer said in an admiring tone, I didn't quite believe it at first, but Sect Master Li did have a batch of extremely high-quality second-level talismans. In my opinion, the level of talisman making is even higher than some of the high-quality talismans that the Divine Talisman sect specially put out for the auction. Chu Lingjin blinked, then smiled. As expected of his master, he really knows everything and nothing is difficult for him. Seeing Chu Lingjin smiling, Meng Kainer was quite helpless. Husband, can you still laugh? Chu Lingjin smiled and said, why can't I laugh? Master treats my father and me so well. I am so happy from the bottom of my heart. Treat well. Meng Kainer frowned slightly and looked around. Are you saying that you will not let you take charge of the Alchemy Institute again, but send you to such a place far away from the core of the sect? Chu Lingjin shook his head and said calmly, I have been alone for a year and gradually figured it out. Master seems to be ignoring me, but in fact he is giving me a chance. Chance? Well, what do you think I would do if I were in charge of the Alchemy Institute and had power in my hands, in this period when Luo Chen sect is in ruins? Meng Kainer said without hesitation, of course I would make more pills, help the younger generation, restore your lost reputation, and then establish prestige among your fellow disciples and be loved by everyone. Chu Lingjin smiled and said, what about 100 years later? No, 40 years later. Meng Kainer was speechless. She naturally understood what he meant. If that were the case, 40 years later, Chu Lingjin's time would come, and all his honor and disgrace would turn into a handful of dirt. Now, although he was sent to a remote place far away from the core of the sect with a misunderstanding of some people, it gave Chu Lingjin an environment to put aside any worldly affairs and practice with peace of mind. My husband's master really has good intentions. But Meng Kainer looked around very dissatisfied. Master is doing this for your own good, but the concentration of spiritual energy in this cave is only the second level middle grade, And your spiritual root is the fourth attribute, which can't help you improve your realm quickly. I'm afraid that when the time comes, it will be difficult to build a great foundation and sprint to the giant in realm. Chu Lingjin could only sigh. Luo Chen sect now has only this condition. Not to mention him, even the giant and cultivators in the sect have to discuss using the third level cave. He is only at the 5th level of foundation building now, and being able to match a second level middle grade cave house is specially arranged for him by Li Yingzhang for the sake of his master. Moreover, the master did not abandon him and completely ignore him. The storage bag that Li Yingzhang handed over to him at the beginning contained a lot of second level top grade elixirs, all of which were cultivation related. Not only that, it also came with a copy of the Kingaiden Mayadan method with Luo Chen's cultivation experience. The intention is self-evident. It can only be said that under limited conditions, the master's support for him is the greatest. I don't care, but I'm wronged, Kiner, to live this hard life with me. He stretched out his hand and stroked the woman's tender cheek, with a look of emotion. The other party was unwilling to divorce him, and even abandoned the favorable environment of Fenghe Palace to accompany him to the last few decades of his life. In addition, he was willing to fight for Luo Xianzong before. This true love completely eliminated some of the barriers between him and Meng Qiner. Meng Qiner rarely saw Chu Lingjin so gentle, and her cheeks blushed. You go practice, I have to do evening lessons too. Yes. Chu Lingjin smiled and entered the practice room. But after only a cup of tea, he came out with a look of surprise. Qiner, go in and sense it for me, am I wrong? What's wrong? Meng Qiner was puzzled and followed him into the practice room. Huh? In just a moment, Meng Qiner noticed something different from usual. Why is the concentration of spiritual energy so much stronger? Chu Lingjin nodded quickly. Sure enough, I didn't sense it wrong. The concentration of spiritual energy here is indeed a small level higher than before. It even feels like it is still rising at a weak speed. Meng Qiner grabbed his hand. If there is a spiritual energy environment with a concentration of second level upper grade, your husband's hope of sprinting to the late stage of foundation building will be greater. Chu Lingjin swallowed his saliva and subconsciously looked in the direction of Luo Chen's residence. Is it master's trick? Time passed little by little. The monks of Luo Chen's sect also began to gradually discover the strange changes in Bailey Qingchuan. The concentration of spiritual energy became more and more abundant, and the growth rate of a large number of medicinal herbs planted was much faster than before. Some monks found that new second-level spiritual energy springs were generated in corners. A large amount of spiritual energy suddenly emerged from the second-level upper-grade cave where several late-stage foundation building monks were located, pushing their spiritual energy concentration to the third level in one breath, forcing them to leave the cave to avoid affecting their physical bodies during cultivation. All these abnormalities were reported to the sect leader Li Yingzhang. Li Yingzhang was also surprised and once went to ask Luo Chen. But the answer he got was to let him handle it and reasonably allocate the corresponding caves. This calm answer undoubtedly declared that this change was caused by Luo Chen. This also made Li Yingzhang more awed and admired Luo Chen's methods. He immediately made corresponding arrangements, and even drew inferences from one example, specially selected several high-quality second-grade caves, and asked Min Longayu to set up a spirit-gathering array, trying to actively guide the caves to upgrade. No one in the outside world knew about this change. Even Jiling Yuanjin didn't notice anything wrong when he received Luo Chen's notice and stepped into Bailey Qingchuan again. After all, it's just a third-grade spirit vein. A little stronger or a little weaker, it's not good enough for the nascent soul realm. At night, the light was clear and cold. In midsummer, there are first-grade copper coin grasses that mature early, emitting golden light under the moonlight. When Jiling Yuanjin saw Luo Chen, he was a little impatient as he was calm. Is it done? Luo Chen first returned the bronze man engraved with the pill formula to him, and then nodded confidently. If it wasn't done, why would Luo ask you to come? Jiling Yuanjin finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the last batch of raw materials for Jiulidan that he had collected with the efforts of Jiling sect. Before, he had already looked for several fourth-level alchemists, but all failed. If he failed this time, he would never be able to gather the corresponding materials again in a short time. Seeing the other party's relieved expression, Luo Chen suddenly asked, before handing over the elixir, I must ask you, do you know the taboos of taking this elixir? Jiling Yuanjin was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Luo Chen explained, Jiulidan is different from any elixir that Luo has made before. The medicinal power is extremely aggressive. When the elixir is made, it almost killed the medicine boy who assisted me in making the elixir. Such a domineering elixir is to be applied to the nascent soul, and the consequences. It turned out that he was thinking about himself. Jilin Yuanjin smiled. In the classics of my sect, there are few experiences of taking elixirs, which were left by the first generation of ancestors. It is said that when taking the elixir, the spirit fetus will grow wildly in a short period of time. Taking this opportunity, I will separate it and make a spirit infant alone. He was quite confident in his words. Luo Chen asked casually, is that tumor the spirit fetus? I don't know how such a thing of good fortune was condensed. Jilin Yuanjin's smile faded, and he looked at Luo Chen coldly. Dao, you have crossed the line. In an instant, the atmosphere became cold. Luo Chen laughed. Why be so sensitive? I am just thinking about Dao. Luo is too nosy. Luo Chen sighed in his heart. Jilin Yuanjin was really not easy to fool. He wanted to ask for some superficial experience. Before this, he had studied Jiuli Dan and the Bronze Man for more than a month, but he didn't find anything. Now Jilin Yuanjin is so vigilant, maybe he really doesn't have this fate. Luo Chen didn't want to ruin the reputation he had built up bit by bit, so he took out 9 jade bottles from the stored ring. Each bottle contained a Jiuli Dan to avoid mutual influence. Seeing the 9 jade bottles, Jilin Yuanjin's eyes lit up. But just when he was about to reach out to take it, Luo Chen suddenly withdrew his hand. Dao, you brought someone with you. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the top of Decking Mountain. With sharp eyes, he looked down. On the bank of the Blackwater River, a man shrouded in a black robe was standing quietly at some point. The man was very skinny, and his thin shoulders could hardly support the wide black robe. When the night wind blew by the river, his dry arms like chicken claws would occasionally be revealed. But even such a skinny existence without any momentum, when he quietly looked up at Luo Chen, it seemed as if he was looking down at him. Luo Chen was obviously looking down on him, but at this moment he felt insignificant. The two looked at each other in an instant. At that moment, Luo Chen clearly found a trace of greed. It was no less greedy than his greed for the second Yuanying, and even deeper, as if it came from the depths of his soul. It was as if he was looking at prey. As if his throat was burned by red charcoal fire, he made a hoarse voice. Are you Dan Chenzi? Luo Chen suppressed the discomfort in his heart and quickly searched for the identity of this person. The vast eastern wasteland could give him such pressure, there was a being of such a realm, and he would come to him at this time. Almost without any gap, a name jumped out. 5 Elements Divine Yuan. Do you recognize me? The shadow was still shrouded in black robes, but a surprised sound came out of his mouth. Luo Chen's expression was calm. The name of the Divine Yuan Master is well known in the Eastern Wasteland. But at this late hour, I came uninvited, so I am not a guest. The Divine Yuan Master lowered his head, wondering what he was thinking. Suddenly, he raised his head slightly. You invited me up, so I am a guest, right? Luo Chen's heart tightened. Under the current situation, would the old thief Divine Yuan be so bold as to forcefully attack him? In the Decking Mountain, the originally stable spiritual energy began to become restless. An irrepressible murderous aura was stirring from the earth veins. Not only that, there was another more majestic momentum that soared into the sky, alarming hundreds of Luo Chen cultivators. With these two auras, Luo Chen felt more at ease. He slowly unfolded his nascent soul domain, stared at Master Shen Yuan with a cold expression, and said softly, please. Chapter 799, The Injury of Divine Essence, Going to Lingshan in Person. Please. The word please made everything fall silent. Shen Yuan's Henrin looked at the lonely figure and fell into silence. 1, 2, 3 Yuanying level warriors. Jiu Ling Yuanjin's magic power has always been praised. According to intelligence, Luo Chen also has an extremely domineering strange fire, suspected to be close to the 5th level. Especially the unknown breath in the dark, who has been in harmony with this world for some time, was the first to discover his trace. After all, he has become a force to be reckoned with. Originally, he wanted to observe secretly, and the so-called guest was just a test. Under such circumstances, it is obviously no longer beneficial to him. Shen Yuan's Henrin took a deep look at Luo Chen, and then quietly retreated. Luo Chen did not stop him. It's not that he was afraid, he knew that there would be a day to face Shen Yuan's Henrin. Besides, he also had helpers at this time. The reason why he didn't take action was also because of his concerns. On the surface, the two sides did not really tear each other apart, and the other party's intentions towards him were not made public. Under such circumstances, taking action brazenly would only cause trouble instead of killing the snake. Moreover, after Luo Chen had actually met the true person of divine origin, he was no longer absolutely sure. The hostile late nascent soul cultivator put so much pressure on me. Luo Chen looked at the direction where the other party left and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. I didn't bring him here. As soon as he came back, Jilin Yuanjun distanced himself from the matter. Luo Chen nodded and did not pursue the matter. Jilin Yuanjun breathed a sigh of relief and asked with a bit of fear in his eyes, "Do you have a grudge against the ancestor of the Five Elements divine sect? In front of countless people, you killed the disciple of the sect who had the most hope of being promoted to the nascent soul stage. Do you think there is no grudge?" Luo Chen asked back with a smile. Jilin Yuanjun frowned and did not quite believe this explanation. Not to mention a disciple. When the Five Elements divine sect was forced to leave the Five Elements domain, countless outstanding disciples died. Even 2 of the 5 Peaks elders died and 1 was injured, and the old guy did not take action himself. Luo Chen seemed to be in a very relaxed mood at the moment. He asked with a smile, "What do you know about Shen Yuan?" Jilin Yuanjun thought for a while and replied, "This person is extremely strong. Among the countless cultivators in the East Wilderness, he is the top existence except for the strong men of Mingguan sect. If he had not been seriously injured in the Battle of Kangwu Mountain that year, the Five Elements divine sect would not have fallen to this point. Before that battle, he could almost be said to have brought the declining Five Elements divine sect to the level of the upper sect of the nascent soul by his own strength. He led his disciples to launch a pioneering war, and later personally taught 5 nascent soul true immortals, completely dominating an area. It can be said that true immortal Shen Yuan is extremely outstanding in both personal strength and leadership charisma. Even the Hehuan patriarch and Xianxi Huping, who were as famous as him at that time, were not as good as him. Only the Grand Elder of Dongyang sect could compare with him. That's why, even though the world rumored that he was seriously injured and difficult to recover, and the Five Elements divine sect was declining, no one dared to provoke him. Luo Chen listened quietly to Jilin Yuanjun's description of the enemy. There might be some bias in it, but Jilin Yuanjun was also a top-level expert who had been famous in the East Wilderness for a long time. His admiration for Shen Yuan's Henren could not be false. The fact that he could even praise Shen Yuan's Henren so much showed the influence of Shen Yuan's Henren. And such an existence happened to be his enemy. If you have a grudge against him, I think it's better to make it clear as soon as possible. Jilin Yuanjun hesitated for a moment and said seriously, "If necessary, I can be a middleman and make peace." Luo Chen asked with a smile, "If I have a big grudge against him, will he give you this face?" Jilin Yuanjun frowned. "But soon," he said confidently, "it's definitely not possible now, but if I get Jiu Dan and cultivate that great method, I believe Shen Yuan will give me a face." Luo Chen laughed. "Forget it, let's talk about the future later. This time, I am really grateful that you are willing to help me." As he spoke, he pushed the 9 jade bottles containing elixirs in front of the other party one by one. "I have lived up to your trust." Jilin Yuanjun took a deep breath, took the 9 jade bottles, and checked them one by one. Combining the records in the sect's classics, he observed the color and texture of the elixirs, the overflow of medicinal power, etc. In the end, he could no longer suppress his joy. He put away all the jade bottles and saluted with his hands. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Luo." Luo Chen smiled and waved his hand. "If you have any needs in the future, you can come to me. On the road of cultivation, we should support each other and go to the great road together, right?" "Yes. Yes." Faced with a goodwill released by Luo Chen, how could Jilin Yuanjun not accept it? In particular, the courage of the other party to face the divine Yuan in the early stage of the nascent soul realm really made him look at him with admiration. As long as such a great man does not die, he will definitely be one of the top masters in the Eastern Wilderness immortal cultivation world in the future. Then I'll take my leave first. Please. Luo Chen personally escorted him down the mountain until he was outside Bailey Qingchuan. He was a very polite host. Before leaving, Jilin Yuanjun suddenly spoke. "In my opinion, your magical power far exceeds that of your peers, and is even not inferior to that of ordinary people in the middle stage of the nascent soul. In the future, you only need to practice step by step. When you reach my level, I think you will be no less than me. Why bother to seek extremes? Although my method sounds good, it actually has great disadvantages. Taking extreme things into the body will disturb the three treasures and cause great pain. People only say that I have great magical powers, but not great supernatural powers. This is one of the costs. Now I am fortunate to have the Jiuli pill to help me get rid of the shackles. Jiuling is very grateful. Therefore, I advise you not to make mistakes. After saying that, he left without waiting for Luo Chen's reaction. Luo Chen was left standing there with a thoughtful look on his face. In the cave, Luo Chen silently recalled Jiuling Yuanjin's last words, and there seemed to be a flash of inspiration, but he could not grasp the key points. Just at this moment, the ground was filled with clouds, and the Black King carefully got out. Is that guy gone? Luo Chen did not even raise his head. You mean Jiuling, or Shenun? Seeing his master so calm, the Black King also breathed a sigh of relief. It must be that old guy Shenun. Luo Chen no longer cared about Jiuling Yuanjin's last words of advice, and looked at the awakened Black King. How did you find him? Even Jiuling Yuanjin and I didn't notice his arrival. If you hadn't notified me, I'm afraid I would still be kept in the dark. When saying this, Luo Chen's face showed a hint of fear. No matter how powerful outsiders say that the late nascent soul cultivator is, it is just a concept after all, too vague. But when he faced Shenun before, he felt that kind of silent pressure. It's not just the mana, but also the oppression on the soul. The other party could come to Bailey Qingchuan silently without being discovered by them, and even the mountain protection formation here was not alarmed. It can be seen that his spirit is strong. But he was discovered by the Black King despite hiding his whereabouts. Facing Luo Chen's question, the Black King was stunned at first, and then he was complacent. He is so conspicuous, like a candle in the dark night. I was woken up by him at once. Luo Chen was stunned, very conspicuous. Yes, when the old guy was in action, the spiritual energy of the nearby heaven and earth couldn't wait to go to him. Although he forcibly suppressed this trend, the spiritual energy within 100 miles of Daking Mountain was all absorbed and exhaled by me. If someone wanted to compete with me for control, I would naturally sense it. When saying this, the Black King looked very angry. The abundant spiritual energy within 100 miles of Daking Mountain now was attracted by him when he was sleeping. He must be unhappy if someone wanted to compete with him for control. Are you sure it's just spiritual energy? Black King was stunned for a moment, and then he thought about it carefully, and slowly became doubtful. It seems that it's not just spiritual energy. Luo Chen did not ask any more questions, but he already had some definite guesses in his heart. That was not spiritual energy, but the original energy of the world. That is, vital energy. It sounds like a very good thing that the world's vital energy took the initiative to come to him. But in fact, it is not a good thing at all. The vital energy is pure and overbearing, but it is also extremely complex. It is the basic energy that derives all things in the world, and it contains a variety of spiritual energy with different attributes. Yuanying cultivators can't use this power effectively at all. Luo Chen absorbed a stream of vital energy in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven because he understood the true meaning of withering and flourishing, and he has not completely refined it until now. It can be seen how difficult it is. It is also relying on this experience that Luo Chen has a deeper understanding of vital energy. This kind of power can only be controlled and utilized by the divine transformation cultivators, who can extract the spiritual energy of the attributes they want from it. Yuanying cultivators should stay away from it as much as possible, and it is best to use the purple mansion as a barrier to isolate the inside and outside. If a mere Yuanying cultivator is really surrounded by a large amount of world energy, there will be only two outcomes. Either he will be promoted to the God transformation stage, or the Yuanying will be assimilated by the world and become part of the energy. With the realm of Shenun's Henren, he is still far away from the God transformation stage. Therefore, there is only the latter possibility. It seems that he didn't die in the battle at Kangwu Mountain that year, but he didn't seem much better. The energy actively rushed to him, which means that his body was severely injured. Even the purple mansion that protected the Yuanying had problems and could not perfectly isolate the inside and outside. Therefore, when facing the three of us, he chose to retreat. Otherwise, if they really fought, it would be hard to say who would win, but it would definitely aggravate his injuries. If this is really the case, maybe it won't be as difficult as I imagined for me to deal with him. After careful thinking, Luo Chen subconsciously bent his fingers. A touch of mysterious charm loomed. The Black King's eyes widened at once. The days of retreat and cultivation will eventually come to an end. Living under someone else's roof will not allow you to eat and drink for free. You will have to pay a price for it. Luo Xianzong must send people to Lingshan Pass to perform patrol missions. There is no time to delay. 2 years ago, it should have been Luo Xianzong's turn. But it was suppressed by Lingshan City Lord, so there were 2 years of peace. Now, it is finally their turn. In the Luotian Hall, Li Yingzhang faced the Mingyan disciples who were directly under the command of Lingshan City Lord with a respectful look. But in his words, he argued with reason. Why do we need so many people this time? The young cultivator in the black Taoist robe replied coldly, this is a different time. You were just a giant in force before, but now you have a Yuanying strong man, so you should do more. Li Yingzhang was speechless. He never thought that it would be such a reason. At this time, Luo Chen walked into the hall. Li Yingzhang hurried to greet him. Grand Elder. Yes, I already know the matter. Luo Chen waved his hand and looked at the young cultivator. The other party's cold and arrogant expression was slightly restrained, and he bowed to Luo Chen. Yihong greets Master Luo. Yihong? Are you the descendant of Lingshan City Lord? Luo Chen asked with a smile. Yihong nodded, the City Lord is the ancestor of the family. Luo Chen thought for a moment, and then asked, is this also what Lingshan City Lord meant? Yihong immediately explained, indeed. In the past 2 years, the ancestor of the family delayed the patrol mission on the grounds that Luo Chen sect had been promoted to the nascent soul upper sect and needed to rectify the sect. But now, the pressure on Lingshan Pass is gradually increasing, and you can no longer continue to recuperate. So that's it. Luo Chen understood the painstaking efforts of Lingshan City Lord. If his Luo Chen sect wants to have the prestige of the nascent soul upper sect, it should naturally bear the corresponding responsibilities. Otherwise, if it only enjoys the benefits and does not bear the responsibilities, other sects will not be able to stand it. 2 years, under the current situation, is long enough. Luo Chen's reputation gradually grew. In that case, then my Luotian sect will send the corresponding personnel. Yihong breathed a sigh of relief. Master is very righteous. I will go back and report now. Tianjuan will see you off. Okay. Tianjuan, who was standing by, personally saw Yihong off from Decking Mountain, and said some good words to ease the previously stiff relationship. After they left, Li Yingzhang told Luo Chen the number of personnel that Luo Tian sect would send this time. 100 late-key refining cultivators, if not enough, double the number of mid-key refining cultivators will be sent. 20 foundation building cultivators, if not enough, triple the number of late-key refining cultivators will be sent. 3 giant cultivators, there is no saying that it is not enough, as long as there is a large sect, there will be at least 3 giant cultivators. If there is not this number, it is not worthy of being called a giant sect. Luo Tian sect now has only about 300 people, and so many people will go at once, almost half of the manpower will be withdrawn. If something goes wrong, Luo Xianzong will be seriously injured. After Luo Chen learned of this condition, he asked about the personnel sent by other Yuanying upper sects. The answer is, even worse. It seems that the Lord of Lingshan City has treated us well enough. Luo Chen nodded slightly. Li Yingzhang smiled bitterly. We can send out 3 giant cultivators, and 20 foundation building cultivators are not impossible if we grit our teeth. On the contrary, Luo Xianzong can get 100 of the lowest level key refining late stage cultivators now. Luo Chen was not worried about this. 50 will be enough. Li Yingzhang was puzzled. The number of people sent out was already less than that of other Yuanying forces, and now they have to reduce it? Then, Luo Chen stood up and waved his sleeves in a chic manner. If I go there in person, it will be enough to be equivalent to 50 key refining stages. Li Yingzhang was stunned. If the Supreme Elder goes there in person, let alone 50 key refining stages, even 500 or 5,000 would not be as good as one of his fingers. But Luo Chen smiled and said, I should go to Lingshan Pass to see what the situation is like at the front line. I think the people there will welcome me. A great Dan Master went to the front line in person. Who would refuse? Chapter 800, Complete Moon Steps, 3 Regions in Danger. Luo Xianzong began to get busy because of the patrol mission. Under the command of Li Yingzhang, cultivators were selected one by one to join the team. In the past, most people would feel sympathetic when encountering such a situation, because no one knew whether they could come back after this trip. Luo Xianzong did not have Yuanying strongmen before, and could not speak to the high-level people of the human race. Once they encountered a war, they were often sent to the most dangerous places. Luo Xianzong, which once had nearly 10,000 disciples, was reduced to only a few hundred people because of one mission after another. But this time, everyone felt much more stable, at least their faces did not look so panicked. As for the reason, this time, the Grand Elder will lead the team to Lingshan Pass. You all should perform well and don't hold us back. Those whose names are called, go to Elder Xiangsun to collect the corresponding supplies. Spirit Beast Bag, Soul Feeding Pills, Bigu Pills. Don't use these talismans carelessly. They are made by the Grand Elder himself for you. They are extremely powerful. Each key refining disciple gets one, and each foundation building cultivator gets one Fiery Sun talisman as standard. In addition, you can choose a second-level talisman with other attributes that suits you. Leave in 3 days. Before that, check your magic tools and robes. If there are any defects, report them as soon as possible. With a Grand Elder of the nascent soul stage going to Lingshan Pass together, everyone is naturally full of confidence. Li Yingzhang is also aware of this situation, but when he instructs each cultivator, he is still gentle but strict. He is afraid that the disciples of the sect will suddenly become arrogant with the support of the Grand Elder. Facing the instructions of the new sect master, the selected disciples listen carefully. Since the Luo Chen period, Luo Chen sect has been established for 200 years. In the past 200 years, there have been 3 generations of sect leaders. The first generation Sima Wei Niang acted selflessly, did not recognize relatives, and only cared about the interests of the sect. For the sake of the sect, her eldest brother Sima Xian died in battle, and her third brother Sima Wenji did not even get the resources for the elixir, and even rebelled out of hatred. It can be said that the monks of Luo Chen sect were extremely convinced of the first generation sect leader Sima Wei Niang, and no one dared to offend her majesty. The second generation Yao Mingai was not very outstanding. Under her leadership, Luo Chen sect gradually declined. But no one blamed her. Everyone knew that under the circumstances at the time, Yao Mingai, who was only in the foundation building stage, had done well enough. The third generation sect leader Li Yingzhang has been low-key since he took office. But gradually, without realizing it, he has completely sorted out the situation in the sect. And from top to bottom, he has maintained a perfect relationship with everyone, and he has also mastered the human relations. From an outsider's point of view, Li Yingzhang's job as the sect leader was very easy. Above him, the Grand Elder suppressed everything. Below, the monks had gone through 100 years of war and chaos, and the cohesion of the sect had been fully honed. What he was doing now was to check for omissions and fill in the gaps, sort out the big and small things in the sect, and then slowly work on it, trying to stimulate everyone's potential as much as possible. It looked easy, but when it was really done, the degree of trouble was beyond the understanding of outsiders. After pointing out the 20 foundation-building monks, Xiangsun came over. As for the giant monks, have you thought about which 3 to send? Li Yingzhang showed a rare hesitation. According to his idea, even if the Grand Elder was omnipotent, he could not afford to be careless, and naturally he should let the strongest giant and fighting force in the sect go with him to Lingshan Pass. Looking at the Luo Chen sect, the strongest giant and fighting force was naturally Wang Yuan, Sima Wei Niang, and the new Xiangsun Elder in front of him. But the Grand Elder seemed to have other ideas? Don't you need me to go? No. What about the big guy in the ground vein? The Black King doesn't need to go either. Just stay in Decking Mountain and guard the sect with you. Haha, it's because it came back early that I have the confidence to go out for a walk. Who are you going to take? Chu Kui is one. He has fought alongside me and knows my style. Besides, he has formed the Dan early and doesn't need to consolidate his realm. Bring Yang Ping as well. As the sect's law enforcement elder, he is good at restraining disciples and followers. I will also observe his cultivation situation by the way. Finally, just take your apprentice with you. You mean Zia along? Yes, as the leader of the current younger generation of Luo Chen sect, the more things he experiences and the greater his fame, which will be most helpful to boost the confidence of the low-level disciples in the sect. What, You can't bear to part with your precious apprentice. Wang Yuan put down the bamboo slips in his hand. His expression was extremely calm. It's always good to let him experience more hardships in the world of immortal cultivation, otherwise he will always think too highly of people. But you take these people with you. If you really encounter trouble, no one will help you. In response, Luo Chen laughed. You think too much? With my current reputation, if I really encounter trouble, there are many people willing to help me. Suddenly, his smile faded. On the contrary, with such a great reputation, if I bring strong men like you and Black King with me, who wouldn't think that Luo Xianzong will be a big threat in the future? Threat? Wang Yuan frowned unconsciously. But soon, he realized the special nature of Luo Chen's current identity. A great master of alchemy, that is a top figure who can completely support a large sect. If all the younger disciples are gifted, everyone will feel like a thorn in the side. In the past, Shen Yuan's Henren could personally cultivate 5 nascent soul cultivators. With Luo Chen's ability in alchemy, in time, there will be more than this number. Can the Eastern Wilderness accommodate such a powerful existence? For those who are showing off their talents, I am enough. You still need to keep a low profile and wait for the day when you will make a big splash. Luo Chen said so. Then, he waved his hand across the table and took out a row of jade bottles and a jade slip. This is the Black Emperor cream. I recently found time to refine it. Although it is extremely painful, it has a miraculous effect on strengthening the body. You are one step away from the 4th level of physical training. Perhaps these external objects can help you. Unfortunately, there are not many raw materials in the sect, and only these 10 bottles can be refined. The corresponding method of taking, refining experience, and some taboos are all recorded in the jade slip. Wang Yuan took a look and naturally put it away. He never doubted the things Luo Chen gave him. Then, he naturally handed Luo Chen a scroll. What is this? Luo Chen asked curiously. He spread out the scroll casually, and there were some inexplicable footprints on it, and there was no pattern at all. Wang Yuan said in a deep voice, do you still remember the set of wind, moon, thunder and clouds on the immortal path you gave me before? This. Luo Chen was surprised and realized something. Wang Yuan nodded. This is exactly the missing move that I deduced by combining the changes in ki and blood. It does not focus on attack, but on the twists and turns in battle, with strange footwork and unpredictable changes. Maybe it is different from the original moon step, but in my opinion, there is absolutely no difference. But if you want to practice, you lack the Genki, and rely purely on a strong physique and magic power. The changes may be slightly worse than us physical practitioners. At this point, Wang Yuan sighed with a little regret. The complete wind, moon, thunder and clouds on the immortal path is definitely a top-notch 4th level bodybuilding method. It combines fast attacks, combat movements, long-distance travel, and instant bursts, which can completely make up for the gap between bodybuilding practitioners and immortal cultivators. It's a pity that, except for the thunder kick, there are 3 moves missing. With my ability, I can only complete the moon step at present. As for the remaining wind legs and cloud shoes, I am a little powerless. Luo Chen listened to Wang Yuan's sigh while looking at the scroll with great interest. Those inexplicable footprints seemed to come alive and become agile when his blood and ki covered them. Obviously, this is a model that Wang Yuan recorded in his own way. If you don't have strong blood and ki, you can't learn it even if you get this scroll. Under his perception, those crescent-shaped footprints are not only extremely agile, but also full of powerful explosive power. Luo Chen instantly understood that Wang Yuan also integrated his own explosive air step into it. In this case, it would be easier for him to learn it. Luo Chen was quite excited as he put away the scroll. It's already very good to have 2 moves. If there is a chance in the future, I will collect more leg-related exercises for you to study. Luo Xianzong is now in your hands. If you encounter any trouble, you can use Black King at will. He will listen to you. After saying that, he took the scroll and hurriedly left the library. When he came out, he passed by a gray-robed monk who was sweeping the room. Luo Chen paused, but said nothing. After he left, the gray-robed monk raised his head and looked at his back with a complicated expression. There was a cold wind blowing, and his throat felt strange, so he couldn't help coughing twice. Perhaps the cough was too loud, which alarmed the people in the library. Wang Yuan's low voice came out, Ziyuai, clean the 3rd floor today. Min Longayu rearranged the mountain protection formation a few days ago, and the ground veins vibrated, leaving a lot of dust on the shelves. The gray-robed monk named Zui responded, walked slowly up the stairs, and his figure sank into the depths of the sea of books. Horizontal ellipsis. The news that Luo Chen from Danzong would personally come to Lingshan Pass soon spread throughout the city. Countless people were paying attention to the movements of this powerful man who rose like a meteor. It was said that he rose from obscurity and was very charismatic. However, many people followed him when he was in the key refining stage. It was said that he was very capable in fighting. He was once invincible under the golden core of a domain, and his outstanding record was the best in the foundation establishment stage. It was said that he entered the holy land of the demon clan and survived. He was full of mystery. Especially since he returned from Bihe 100 years ago, he was already in the nascent soul stage, which added a bit of magic to the story. As soon as he returned to the East Wilderness, he overwhelmed motion and made many connections with his alchemy skills. At the nascent soul formation ceremony, the Lord of Lingshan City personally congratulated him. Xian's Henren publicly declared that Luo Chen was his good friend, and Fenghe Palace had a marriage alliance with him. In addition, the old strong man Jiling Yuanjin bluntly said that Luo Chen had a demeanor of a gentleman. Regardless of how many of these rumors were true or false. But at least everyone knows one thing. Luo Chen killed Yin Sixiang, the most promising giant and Dachan cultivator among the younger generation of the Five Elements Divine Sect, in front of countless people, but he was still safe and sound. The Divine Sect's ancestor, Shen Yuan's Henren, who was once known as the best in the Far East, has not yet asked him for an explanation. This shows that Luo Chen has become a force to be reckoned with. Therefore, when they received the news that Luo Chen would personally visit Lingshan Pass, many cultivators were ready in advance to see his real face. This time was very fast. A large cloud chariot was flying at a moderate speed in the Fenghe domain. Unlike the Liu Fian chariot that was previously exquisitely decorated, this cloud chariot has been transformed by Min Longayu and is now very different. The flags on it are flying high, and the Luo Chen Sect's Ding Shen Danayang pattern is painted on it. One by one, the spirited key refining cultivators, holding their magic weapons, stood on both sides, and there were flying cranes circling around the periphery, landing on the deck of the cloud chariot from time to rest. There were also many imposing foundation-building cultivators walking among them. Occasionally, one or two golden elixir masters could be seen. Large and small houses and palaces rose and fell, and the light of the formation was looming. It can be imagined that once it was put into battle, this cloud chariot would become a mobile fortress, outputting powerful firepower. In the palace in the middle, Luo Chen was satisfied but felt it was a pity. Min Longai's transformation of the Liu Fian chariot was already perfect, and it was specially arranged for the current situation, but a good cook cannot cook without rice. This cloud chariot itself was just a magic weapon-level flying boat used by Beizao Mountain to set off the Mountain Master's pomp, and its offensive and defensive foundation was too poor. If we can find a skeleton of a 4th-level Demon King and integrate it into it, we can greatly increase the upper limit. Just like the sword and halberd of Xianit and Dao sect, it cuts through the sea and roams the sky without anyone daring to stop it. Chu Kui, we are on the battlefield together again, how do you feel? Chu Kui, who was sitting next to him, said casually, I don't feel anything. Now you are so powerful, you can protect me, right? Haha, you, why don't you have the ambition to invite me to travel thousands of miles of yellow sand back then? Luo Chen laughed. Chu Kui said lazily, at that time, I thought I was a big shot, so I was naturally arrogant, and even my Taoist name was Yankazi. But after I formed the golden elixir, I found that there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens. There are so many strong people in this world. With my ability, it is not easy to protect myself from death, let alone stand out from the crowd. Luo Chen smiled and didn't say anything more exciting. People are different. Some people will rise against the trend, and some people will realize their insignificance when they see the blue sky and the bright moon, so they retreat. To put it in a good way, that is self-knowledge. And now Chu Kui's state of mind is actually quite suitable for Luo Xianzong. The younger generation is too restless. Let Chu Kui take care of it, at least there won't be any big trouble. I hope that these disciples can be brought back intact by then. Chu Kui was a little surprised. With you in charge, is there anything else that can happen? Luo Chen shook his head. In the face of such a grand situation, even the holy land of the god of transformation may be reduced to ashes, let alone a mere nascent soul like me. Chu Kui was stunned, but thinking of his own experience of despair about the uncertain future after forming a golden elixir, he now felt the same as Luo Chen. He is in the realm of a real person, and the reality of the world he sees is only deeper than his own. It is always right to keep a sense of awe. Luo Chen did not chat with him, but took out a book from his storage ring and read it carefully. Badao domain, occupied by Badao sect. This sect has only flourished for 1,800 years, but the cohesion within the sect is extremely strong. Since the opening of the war to conquer a domain, Badao sect has dominated the domain alone and prohibited any forces from interfering in their territory. When the situation was declining, all the cultivators retreated, but the Tyrant Blade sect remained as still as a mountain and held on to one domain. Now, the Tyrant Blade domain, the Azure Sky domain, and the Fire Ridge domain were surrounded by the demon army, and the lives of the cultivators in the three domains were unknown. Did the Tyrant Blade sect cultivators become stupid from refining the sword? They didn't even retreat when the demon army came. Luo Chen muttered a few words and continued to look at the records below. Azure Sky domain, occupied by Azure Sky Mountain. The founder of Azure Sky Mountain, Elder Azure Sky, practiced ancient magic. When the domain was unfolded, it was known as the Azure Sea and Blue Sky. His descendants were not good at learning, and it was rumored that they could no longer reproduce the Azure Sea and Blue Sky. Tyrant Blade, Azure Sky, and Fire Ridge were the three frontline domains before Lingshan Pass. Under the siege of the demons, they have been holding on for nearly 10 years. This record has attracted the attention of the world. But as time goes by and the demon army gradually gathers, no one is optimistic about them anymore. Once the three domains are breached, the demon tribe will head straight for Lingshan Pass. When the cloud chariot arrived at Lingshan Pass, Luo Chen closed the book with a solemn expression. He looked up at the towering city walls with flags flying, and murmured in his heart, I just hope that I won't encounter the demon tribe knocking on the pass within the deadline of my mission. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.